your boy young I give him that thing. Pancho legs stand and punchy America. Banyi doll, ban pancho legs stand and punchy America. Banyi doll, ban walk on your leg. Kankaro what on a watching. Oga level leg gear pow garay leg. Panda with ya punchy America. Banyi doll ban chingatonga pandon kujura by a check out. Papu panda juru what ya be. Panchi America, Panji Dwal, Pancha Legs.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Legacy Tale Media. Hello, brother Peter Ken. Happy Merry Christmas. How you doing?
Merry Christmas to you and your family, brother Madid, and to our fans and viewers and people of South Sudan. Merry Christmas, happy holidays from all of us here at Legacy Media. Happy holidays, everyone. Hopefully, Santa brought you your gift.
Absolutely. It's really wonderful. Ease and calm. Christmas time is good. We're spending time off at work. That's a good thing. So today we are, for those of you who are watching Legacy Media, we wish you Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Before we start our program, I would like you guys to start sharing the video, and also today's topic, we will be talking about the speech Dr. Uncle Aldo Ajou gave last night at Clubhouse, and also we'll be talking the day after the reaction from the opposition side. So the floor is open to everybody. If you are government supporter, opposition supporter, or none of the above, you are welcome to Legacy Media to air out or to contribute your opinion. All the opinion are welcome to Legacy Media. We welcome everybody. We are not here. We give everybody a chance to speak his or her mind. This is the topic for today. I know this last night was a hit up in Clubhouse, and today too. So we will be pinning down the link, and then you guys can click and come in. While we are waiting, we will be playing a little bit music, and we'll start sharing the video.
Yes, absolutely. Share the video, everyone. What is going on in Clubhouse is very interesting. I said, what is going on in Clubhouse is very interesting. It's like people are talking in a closet. Okay, so we want to bring out to the public, and you can have your opinion. It is up to you. Doesn't matter what it is. And happy holidays. We have to review the whole year 2020. How was it, and what is the next? Please share the video. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let
me pin down the link here. Peter, you can pin down the link at the Legacy Media and Legacy Media timeline.
Let me do that right now.
Sudan, more kachiba tulban. Junuba Sudan, Koryom kachiba tulban. Junuba Sudan, Tiger kachiba tulban. Young Waganobin, Janaway Nimtugutong, Kubai kachu baby. Jalkurun Makamukupan, the Bugloy, Panjakoitul.
The link is pinned.
Wida mugwalong Junu Sudan ke wida Bakon ng kondial Junu Sudan ke wida Wada masilil panyajar Masilil batu Mayom wida mugwalong Namshil Pankag, Ganapur Kulyomda, Namshil Nasr, Wana Ganapur Kulyomda, Namshil Malakel, Ganapur Kulyomda, Namshil Akobo, Wana Ganapur Kulyomda, Namshil Niror, Ganapur Kulyomda, Nashuna Pantu, Wana Mashil Panyagar, Mashil Mayom, Pantio Wida Mugalong.
William, we don't call you, but we have pinned the link there. You just click the link and it will bring you to the show. That's all. You don't need to install or do anything. Just click the link and follow the instruction. Otherwise, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you guys. Yeah, we'll start our topic, with discussion. Yes, for those of you saying that you need a link, so the link is pinned down. Just click it and follow the direction. We cannot call anybody. Just click the link and then you can join uh, the studio. And David Garkek, I see your comment. I would like you to, if you want to come and just let me know, you can join us, and we have a healthy debate. Thank you guys for watching. So our topic for today is about a speech that Dr. Aldo Ajou give to Clubhouse. So I will give you guys the reason why. So about this, let me see. Peter, did you put the link at the Lake State Media timeline too, Peter?
Let's
Log
end the
into
timeline.
Yeah, log in there and pin down in the Lake State timeline. So yeah. So start sharing the video, guys. Oh, Charlie Fun, I see you there. You're one of the people who making a lot of noise in the Clubhouse. Jeffrey Quano, I know you two are there. We having a head debate in Clubhouse. I know you too. If you want to join me, you join us. Come on, feel free to come in. We welcome everybody. I know. I know. Hang on here. Yeah, I know. Charles Ifon. I know you are a political prostitute. Sorry, with my language, but I see you switch your team from SPLIO to SPLA Kitwang, and then now you are from SPLA Kitwang. Now you are joining separatists. So you are everywhere. I don't know. I don't know wherever you are, Charlie. Anyway, go ahead, Peter. Let me do this.
Okay. And second, if you are on, let's see, I'm gonna switch to a timeline.
let me play a little bit music. So while we
Yeah,
wait,
play music for a second. So everyone, stop the music, please. Happy holiday.
listen to the Garan Ateng, my favorite musician.
جدي والصابو يقال أمي إلمك بالسلام شافت الولد اليتيم مديد على الطعام حللت في عيونه ضحكه وركبوا كتف الحمام
I'm going to mute it.
المساجد والكنائس رددوا الصلاة في الصباح المساجد والكنائس رددوا الصلاة في الصباح والجنوب مع الشمال تقاسموا الكسر وملاح والجنوب مع الشمال تقاسموا الكسر وملاح والمحاربين في الفيافي تعالكم سكن السلاح جدي والصابو قال أمي إلمك بالسلام.
Welcome for those of you who are Clubhouse. We are live at Lindsay Media. So please, you guys are listening in. I'm live in Lindsay Media, Facebook and YouTube. Either way, you guys are listening in Clubhouse. Thank you. William, please, we cannot call nobody. You can click the link and you can join us in the studio. For those of you who are in Clubhouse, we are live on Lindsay Media, and I'm just putting out here in Clubhouse. You guys see me. The topic is up there. Sister Achol Kadi. Welcome. Welcome.
How are you?
I'm doing well, yeah. So we are in Clubhouse right now. I mean, in Let's Say Media. So we are hosting this show. So we welcome. So I will put this topic here so people can listening in and we will analyze the topic for last night.
Sure.
Yeah. So Peter, yes, William, yeah, the link has been put down. Please, you can click the link and you join us in the studio. We cannot call anybody.
كمان وقاعدين ساكت بلو يا جمال قاعدين ساكت يقول ما في أجانب مليان يقول ما في مليان في أوتيلات يقول ما في كل محل يقول ما في القاعدين ساكت يقول ما في أجانب مليان يقول ما في مليان في أوتيلات يقول ما في كل محل يقول ما في حكومة بتنام كأن بس على مجانب كيدوني شغل المهم يعني المجرمين يسقوا بنا بنا وكمان إنما شما ومو مجد جماعة كنا دايرين يجينا دكاترة كمان مهندسين وكمان طيارين في بلدنا معلش دكتور ممكن يجي معلش مهندس ممكن يجي معلش طيار ممكن يجي رجال أعمال ممكن يجي رجال أعمال ممكن يجي القايدين ساكي يقول ما في أجانب مليان مليان أوتيلات يقول ما في
Welcome everybody to Let's Say Media. Please start sharing the video. Happy holiday to you, Philemon. I hope you guys enjoy your Christmas, day after Christmas. And for those of you in Clubhouse, we are live in Let's Say Media on Facebook and YouTube. Please listening in. Huh?
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Chocolate.
Aren't you tired of this? Aren't you tired of this idol stuff?
Yeah, yeah, I have received a lot of phone call, Sister Chocolate, because the Let's Say Media, the people that are not in Clubhouse, and they listening in last night for the speech that Uncle Aldo Ajou give. Some people they are happy about it, and we see a lot of room has been opened in Clubhouse that people the reaction that the opposition did. So we want to talk about how people think, and yes, so people don't have access to Clubhouse. They are interested to talk about this. So that's what we want to do in Let's Say Video. Yeah.
Oh, okay, I understand. Because I know there's another analyst tomorrow. It was actually pre-analyst today from the other room, and they're going to have one in the morning, probably approximately around 10 Central Time, my time here. But I don't know about you there. So if you click on it, it will be based on your time. So don't you want to wait and do it again after tomorrow?
I don't know. Maybe are they doing at Australia time or our time? Who's hosting that show?
There. If you click on it, it will show your time. Based on when you leave. So it's actually basically it's 10 my time here, Central.
Central time.
Yeah, my time is 10. I don't know about your time.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, they're gonna have it. So it probably is gonna be basically early morning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, probably we will be sleeping then. So yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be fine too. So just we will be doing that too. That's okay. So we will be doing this show. It will not the show that we are hosting Let's Say Media will not take that long. It will be at least 1 hour at least or 5 minutes. So the video that we shared yesterday, a lot of people watching it, and the people were requested to talk about it. So that's why we're hosting it on Let's Say Media. So, but this show will not last longer. So, yeah, if we have another show tomorrow in Clubhouse about this, so I will end that one in Clubhouse here, and then I will go back to Let's Say Media so that we can discuss this.
Okay, sounds convenient enough. Thank you.
You're
That's
welcome.
all I wanted to ask you. You can play your music now. Yeah, hey, Miss May, how are you? Good. How are you today? I'm well, thank you.
Okay, so Peter, yeah, okay, we will start our discussion now.
Okay.
Santino Tim, thank you so much, brother. Yeah, Christmas is a peaceful Christmas. I hope this Christmas will bring a peace and unity among our people. Okay, Miss May and Chocolate, you guys can go ahead. Do you want me to close this room down? So, or you guys want to listen in our conversation that we're doing? Let's say that.
Did you say close it down?
Yeah, do you guys want me to close this one down while back lower ping thing? Actually, what do you think?
I mean, you can close it if it's for just because of the title. Oh my God, I'm so tired of this. That's why.
I know.
Yeah, that's why I want to take a break today. We had a horrible Christmas yesterday with noise and everything.
Oh
but
my!
I mean, it's up to you if you wanted it on. Because has this topic properly analyzed by us, or is it that are you talking about the analysis by opposition groups, diplomat?
No, the question we are doing here, we talk about like we see the reaction that on the opposition side. So we are hosting this Alexa Media. We see We will talk the speech that Dr. Aldo Ajou give and the reaction that opposition day after. So that's what we were talking. We are discussing on Let's Say Media.
Uh, David Gatket, the link is pinned down here on the comment section. You know
David,
how
are you
to.
coming from Leg State timeline or on the Leg State media
If you
page?
are watching the show, please, the link is pinned there. You just click on it. You know how to get here. Jabir make it. He clicked on it and he was able to come to the show.
So
So do
you
that.
guys can listen much. I can ping quite jam much.
I think but I don't know. I don't mind watching it again from Facebook, so I'll just exit this.
Okay, and then I will close. I will close this one up.
Okay, me too. I will go to Facebook as well.
Okay, sound good. Okay, I will end this room. Okay, guys. So I left Clubhouse. Let me yeah, we will try. Jeffrey, can you open your camera, buddy?
Yeah, he did open it a little while ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Brother Madid, the question that I have, I'm not in Clubhouse. All I had was there is an issue. People come out with noisy and so forth. Is the discussion in Clubhouse healthy?
Oh boy. Actually, it's not healthy. It's not healthy.
That's the question. I want to know how
Yes.
healthy is the discussion in Clubhouse?
Okay. Yeah. Charles. Yeah, the reason why I couldn't disconnected at Clubhouse is because it will be giving me a lot of reaction. There are people who are asking in Clubhouse what is going on, so I will not talk with both sides. It's better than doing here. So if you want to join discussion here, you feel free to come to join us. So yes, Peter. Yeah, there is a lot of drama going on in Clubhouse. It's too much. It's good that you are not there. Yeah, we've been having a debate, discussion about, for the past few weeks, people in Clubhouse were debating about JCE. There's a book that is wrote, people that Dr. Carl Beck, I think, she wrote a book back 2018. And this book, there are some of the South Sudanese, they brought this book up and they discuss about the JCE. This bring a lot of division in Clubhouse. So there's a group called Young Nam Tok invited Uncle Dr. Aldo Ajou yesterday and to talk on the
Madam,
behalf.
hang on 1 second.
Okay.
David, you know how we invite people. We have pinned the link on the comment section where you are writing. The link is there. Click the link and we'll bring you to the show. What do you want me to say? We are not in Clubhouse. We are on Lake State Media page.
Do you want to inbox him a link or what? That's what you want?
All right. Inbox him a link if that will help as well. Maybe that will be helpful.
So I don't know if Garke is my friend or he's coming from on the Let's Say Media page or timeline.
I don't know particularly what section is watching.
Okay, welcome, Brother Javril. You guys can go ahead while I'm fixing this out with the.
So, Javril, happy holiday to you, my brother, and happy New Year. So, are you part of the Clubhouse group? So, is the conversation in Clubhouse healthy? If not, why? If yes, how? Unmute yourself.
Do you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you now. Yes, we can hear you now. You will come back. Um,
James, has James, I know that you were in there. So, the people who are doing reaction in class are not so in the opposition. The people who are opposing the government, the opposition, and the people who
this
are,
is the link. The link is right there. Why? If you want, just write it down. I'm gonna leave it here for 45 seconds. Write it down and just click on it. Come on. John Paul, I hope you see the link. Yes, Derville, welcome back. Uh, Santino Atem, Clubhouse is another social media platform. It's like a room or a conference. The group of people get there together and have a discussion. Though it's not a video live, can take. Gabriel, welcome back. Oh my God.
okay,
Seriously,
David Gakek, I send you the link. Check your inbox. I send you a link inside your inbox. It's coming from Abraham Medit, Majak. Check your inbox. There's a link. I put it on there.
yeah. So Gabriel, go ahead. It looks like Gabriel is having a network problem, but we will wait.
Okay. While we're waiting for the Gabriel to do his network, yeah, for the reason, Peter,
Mm.
the reason why we need to see, because there are some of the group they were doing a campaign with Clubhouse. They were saying that JCE are doing harm to the country, and then we debate with them that JCE are not a reason. They are not. They don't have power. They are not the reason why this crisis in South Sudan is going in take right now. So this were been the issues we have been debating back and forth. And the group in Clubhouse divided. There's a group opposition that are supporting. There's every group over there is non-supported, Soma supporters, separatists,
So,
IO members are
so
there.
now we have South Sudanese separatists, huh?
Yep. Yep.
Interesting.
That's also the separatists are there. Yes. So, and the reason why they were be doing this, they took JCE has a topic that they are campaigning, and we tell them that yes, when they talk about JCE, they connect JCE and the Dinka. That's where we come in, and we say that okay, you guys are accusing Dinka, and Dinka are not the root cause, are not the problem. So the issues of South Sudan is not the Dinka. The issues of South Sudan is a government and opposition rebels are the root cause of that. If you talk about the government, nobody, we will say, okay, go ahead, it's your right to criticize the government or opposition. But if you come and single one tribe out as a Dinka, that's where we come in and we say that what you are doing is wrong. That's not right. It's not the Dinka issues. So this is where, and then they bring up this book, the Bible, that we call them is a Bible. So that's what they reading the Bible out, and then this book. Um,
The Bible.
and this where we have debate with them, and then the group of young them to invited Uncle Aldo Ajou to come to talk about behalf of JCE. Finally, everybody, all South Sudanese have had heard what Dr. Aldo Ajou said last night about on behalf of JCE. So today, what we are focusing up the day, Peter, the day today, there's a lot of reaction from opposition side. They were talking, and it's still going on right now as I speak. So, and they are not happy the way Dr. Aldo Ajou came in and talk about the issues. So this is today we will be focused. Why? Because, and this is my debate with the opposition that using JCE as a card campaigning. I always tell them, you guys are using JCE as a card, okay, as a code. It's a code that they are attacking Dinka, okay. We say that Dinka, this is where we come. If you talk about the government, you are right. You feel free. It's your right to criticize the government. But if you come and single one tribe out, that's not right. So Sudan belongs to us all. That's where Gabriel and the rest come in and argue with us. So Gabriel and the rest of you guys heard what Dr. Aldo Ajou said last night. And my point for tonight, or for today, I'm telling you guys can put JCE issues, put rest. You guys heard it? Move on with your agenda. Don't make another, a lot of noise about JCE, do this and do that. And that's my input. So thank you, brother Mary. Welcome to Legacy Media. I'm aboard.
Thank you so much.
So what you
Thank
guys
you.
Jabril, can you hear us? Unmute yourself.
So before I let Jabril and Mabir have their opinion, plus the rest, I myself, as Peter Kenny, I have an opinion about the Clubhouse. And my opinion is the discussion in Clubhouse is not very healthy. The reason I say it's not very healthy, it keeps dividing us more and more. Because it is the same reason that why in the first place, as a South Sudanese decided to say, let's have an open discussion, and we say, here you go. Discussing things on a tribal baseline is not helping us as Junupin. Here is my message to those who are, okay, maybe Jabril will come back. I don't know why he's on and off. For those who are complaining about JCE, their message is not going anywhere. Because one, we have a government of national unity, which is comprised of all parties. Whatever decision it is now, it's not about Dinka. That's one. That to those who claim the name JCE is a Dinka problem. The government of South Sudan is a Dinka problem. That's one. Two, to those who claim if someone is saying anything on behalf of the government of South Sudan, and you say that someone is against Dinka, it's totally wrong. It's not taking us anywhere. It's a government of national unity where we have 64 tribes and other local and other local sub-tribes. It has nothing to do with Dinka. Okay? Let's be realistic. Whatever problem it is in South Sudan, it is not either I am Dinka or whether you are Equatoria, whether you are Nuer, Mule, Acholi, Bari, or Mwanja. We have to find out. It's a governing problem. If it is a governing problem, how do we deal with it? If you are dealing with it on a trouble line, you have another 20 years to go. Because anyway, you are not You are not going to take Nuer away. You are not going to take Dinga away. You are not going to take Mule away. You are not going to take Taposa away. It's that simple. So how long are we going to think Jiang as a problem? Well, it's not helping you. When? It was 2013 when it said Jiang Council of Elders have a problem. Where are we now? It's just a couple of days and it's going to be 2022. Does that change anything at all? Absolutely no. So you have to point your right finger at the right place. If you blame me as a government supporter, yes, blame me and point out what is the fail of the government. Not because I'm a Dinka. And I will blame you as an opposition because of not because you are from that tribe. It's a simple fact. We have to reason. If we reason on tribal line, that's not helping us. We are going to be in this shithole, excuse my language, for another 10 years. When the peace agreement was negotiated 3 years ago, here on Lake State Media, we tell everyone, please, let's practice democracy. If you want to change Junub Sudan, picking up gun is not a solution. It is not a solution. Let's find a democracy where you will be on a street 24/7, saying all you want and nobody will see you. If you find that, that's an easy way to do. Where you want to change the government, where you want to change what? That was it. Here now you have a peace. If you want to demonstrate like what the CSPA want to do, it is up to you.
Isaac, can you turn on your camera, please?
I will not be against you. I will not say why you doing that. It is your constitution given right in Constitution of South Sudan to assembly. That's fine. But if you pick up the gun, I have a problem.
That's right.
I'll tell you that's not going to be a solution. And I will not point my finger out because you came from that tribe. Absolutely no. So this is why I said the discussion in the clubhouse is not healthy. Because people are pointing each other without objective. Absolutely without objective. So that's my opinion, and that's how I see the conversation in Clubhouse. That's how I see it, and that's the reason. Not because I am good at having all those social media and stuff. It's one of my field, and I will come up with something that interesting. People of South Sudan, especially young kids, in a few days, on how to go about their life when they don't have to do anything wrong, so that way they don't get in trouble. That's my job. That's my field. But because I see that it's an unproductive field, it's an unproductive environment, it's not taking us anywhere. That's the reason I'm not joining the whole fight. I know what the app is, and I never tried a single time just to put it on my phone because it's useless. It's not taking us anywhere. And that's my opinion. Your opinion is your opinion. You are welcome here, and that's what we have. So, Brother Madid, take it from here, and I will start with Jerbil.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, give people a chance. Yeah.
If you are there, and Jabril, welcome to Lagos State Media, buddy.
Thank you so much.
Hello,
Hello, Jabir. Yes, we can hear you.
can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Whose turn is it?
it's your turn. You are here first.
Um, First, brother Peter, for a long time I didn't see you. I I know Madid has two names, but first I want to say Merry Christmas to all of you and Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you too.
I just came here to. I don't have anything to say, but I just came here to see how people have abandoned the Lake State media, and people become busy in clubhouses, and they are unknown people. You can see me like you and me. The
I guess
most
people
of
are
the
afraid to show their face. Uh,
yeah.
Why would you do that? I will never fear a God, not even individual. And my opinion will be my opinion regardless of what it is.
No, Peter. What I'm
Mm.
saying is people who are troublemakers, radical thinkers, they're in social, they're in clubhouses because we don't know their faces. And you and me, you know me. I know brother Madid. I know brother Isaac.
So you calling?
We all know
Are you
each other.
calling
But
out radical dinkas? What about the other radical?
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
radical.
I will
Yeah, the
come
great
to that.
radical
But
thing.
allow me, allow me,
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go
because
ahead.
they call themselves radical thinkers. A lot of them in social, in clubhouse, is really a mess. We rather have Lake State media and voice of people from our diversity. We can see people who make the comment. But in clubhouses, man, quad Benetton tui, jang Benetton tui, and each war that tui. But that's why I say, it's better to debate with somebody I know, like Brother Madid. And, we are South Sudanese in the first place. We can disagree to agree. And all in which we are all pointing fingers to a strong, vibrant South Sudan. That's what we are discussing. It is not about tribe. South Sudan will be one day like America, for example, because we are a revolutionary people. We don't fear to confront wrong ideology. That's the beauty of South Sudan. They will not be quiet even if President Salva Kiir becomes dictator. Like what? South Sudanese will not stop talking because this is the nature of the South Sudanese. We are prone to complain. We are prone to being a nyagat and all this. But anyway, ana ma inda haja agul aktar min kida. I don't have that much to say. But yesterday I did ask my question to Uncle and Doctor Aldo Ajou. I think age also contribute to memory. Our memory age contribute in big time. And yesterday I did ask him about the 45 members of Jing Council of Elders. I said, are they appointed by the Jing and are they mandated by Jing to work for a Jing interest? And what I got was not an answer I'm looking for. You see, the interest of Jing has no different than interest of other nationalities within the South Sudan. Because Jing need roads, we need roads. Jing need a school, we need schools. Jing wants South Sudan to go to be like America, we also need South Sudan to be like America. Jing want corruption to stop, we also need the corruption to stop. Jing want our economy to be strong, we also want our economy to be strong. Jing want the security to be available to every citizen in South Sudan. We also want the security to be available to our South Sudan. So what is the thing here? What is the animal called the interest of Jing? I don't get it. Because our interest is common. Our interest as people of South Sudan is common. For this kind of group the Jing Council elders to come up and make some policies that we are working for Jing interests is really, really lacking, and we need more explanation, because like I demonstrate to you here, what is the unique about the Jing interest? There is nothing. Jing interest is my interest. They need to live in peace. I need to live in peace too. When I say I mean other 64 plus tribe. You know what I mean? Because our interest is one. But the JCs, they will go to the history as people who destroy the fabric of our society. They will go to history as people who destroy our fabric, as people who stolen our common interests as people of South Sudan, for one reason only. You know, when you are intellects, you shouldn't come up with this kind of ideas. The JC map of 28 states, which later become 32 states, that was actually a Jing Council of Elders, wasn't a Salva Kiir Mayadi. No. And they also came up with idea that the 80% of our fallen heroes was only from the Dinkas. That also wasn't coming from Salva Kiir. It was coming from the mouths of the Jing Council of Elders. And in particular, Aldo Ajou. He said it in video where he was interviewed in the Dinka radio based in Australia. He said that. And when he was confessed, when he was confronted with this reality, he said, I might have said it. I might have said it.
So,
are you there with me?
Jabil, not to cut you off. You are talking about wars. So that was then. Now we have a government of national unity. Is that still being called a Gen Council of Elders that have influence in that government, or it's just a government of national unity?
Well, you see, you want me to respond, right? You see, JCs are redundant politicians, the former politician. Some of them, educationally, they advance more than Salva Kiir Mayadi. Politically, they advance more than Salva Kiir Mayadi. Okay.
I think can you give me a chance to make a clarification on that? About the Jing Council of Elders. Right? Okay.
I'll give you a minute. I'll give you a time, Maureen. So, Javier,
you are welcome.
Wrap it up so we have a lot of people. That way, we make sure
you are welcome.
Okay. For me to conclude, I was present yesterday in the Jing Council of Elders presentation, but there is nothing I learned new, rather than because one thing Aldo Ajou said it clearly, that there are 45 members, all of them are MPs working both in their areas where they were elected as MPs. At the same time, they also represent Jing in the National Assembly. So he himself, he said to us, yes, we are working for Dinka interests. But that's why I said earlier, what is the unique about Dinka interest? Because Dinka, they need peace, we need peace, we need development, they need development, we need roads, they need roads, we need schools, they need schools. That's why I wonder why is unique about Dinka interest. Plus, there are many things happening in Dinka areas. For example, people are fighting over kettles and huge dowry that should be the interest of Dinka to discuss, so that it would water down to 10 cows or even less than that. That is the interest they should be working on. Now they involve themselves into our national affairs, and they will go to history as people who stab the unity of South Sudan at the back. And we will not be, because the social media, they are great people, with great knowledge of analyzing what is happening in South Sudan. So what Aldo Ajou said in regard to Dr. Carol pamphlet or reports, he said that this lady is described in a way that I don't want to say I respect our ladies. I don't want to use that word, but he and the others and other 44 members of the JC, they're still active in our government. And they are the reason why the peace is not going. They're the reason why the peace, implementation of peace is stuck because of them. But the South Sudanese have known them now, and they will be registered as people who stolen our collective liberation struggle. They will be registered as people who destroy the unity of people of South Sudan. They will be registered as people who destroy the image of Jiang. And thank you for that. You can yield back to somebody else.
Thank you, Javel. It's your opinion, and I can't change that. The fact is, it doesn't matter what your opinion is, but we have to speak it out, and we have to figure this out. Is it real healthy? Just talking about sub-tribe without objective or collective idea that we can go as a South Sudanese saying, okay, this is where we go from here. So it is your opinion. Mabior, it's your turn. Unmute yourself.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I wish everyone Merry Christmas and Happy Prosperous New Year in advance. And my best wishes goes to Lake Media hosts, Comrade Madit and Peter Kane, for the first time to be the participant to this discussion. Secondly, I would like to say that thank you all for your discussion and for your opinions and views about the analysis and presentation of Dr. Ajou on the Jiang Council of Elders in the Clubhouse. I think last night I was one of the participants who listened to the presentation of Dr. Aldo Ajou, and his presentation based on the objectives, the principle of the Jiang Council of Elders. And it is very clear there was nothing. That Jiang Council of Elders was constituted mainly to support the government, while the government, in fact, the government is not the government of Jiang Council of Elders. Jiang Council of Elders, to my knowledge and ability, was formed like the rest of the other communities in South Sudan. And the living example is the Bari community. So the Bari Community Leadership Council, which have the headquarters in Juba town, is a community leadership constituted by that particular community in Equatoria. But it cannot give us an immunity to finger point to the Bari community, who are the hosts of the South Sudanese, because the capital Juba is located in their land. You see, here in this discussion, I think we have missed the ball. And that is where our differences came in as South Sudanese. We always miss the point and talk out and talk off-road. We need to avoid that. Myself personally, as Morris Mabior, my discussion should not be centered on bull and cow discussion, but I will give my opinion as a South Sudanese, not a son from Barghazal and all this. This is where we always miss the point as people of South Sudan. The Jiang Council of Elders, in fact, has nothing to do with the government. The Jiang Council of Elders is a community organization like the rest of the communities organization across South Sudan. And we have been following this. In the scientific point of view, Aldo Ajou was very clear because the Clubhouse asked Aldo Ajou about the objectives of the Jiang Council of Elders, what was their contribution since the Jiang Council of Elders was formed, and he was very clear. From here, I would like to say that the nature of the government we have in place is the transitional government of national unity, guided by the revitalized peace agreement as the constitution in place now, guiding the current government. It is not a government that is led by one party. It is led by the parties to the agreement, which include the principal parties, the SPLM and the SPLM-IO and other political parties who have got their lion's share in the government. Here, we don't want to miss the point as South Sudanese people by blaming Dinka, by blaming Equatoria and other tribes across South Sudan. What we need, as Gabriel put it before, is to unite our common interests and ask the parties to the agreement to render these services delivery to the people of South Sudan. This is where our point will be more concrete and it will sound well. Now we are the problem in South Sudan because we are not united. Our interests are not united. And when people were in the war, I'm very sure that who were leading the war, the records of the liberation struggles known us very well. We did not discriminate ourselves that we need 75% or 50% of the army in this area, but we fought collectively for the self-determination of the people of South Sudan. That was our interest. Here, after we got our independence in July 2011, our next interest was to unite our voices as the people of South Sudan. Then we pressurized the government to give us the services delivery. Now here the question is not Kiir Mayar as the president of South Sudan. The question is not Dr. Riek Machar as the opposition, as the main opposition in the country. The question is not James Wani Iga. If we want to blame this current leadership, then let us start it by ourselves. Now, in the Equatorial land, they are targeting the specific tribe like Dinka, calling us MTN, and they're calling us charcoal because they've taken us as people who move from places to places. But I want to assure my colleagues in the studio that in the organizations that are operating in South Sudan, the dominant tribes are the Equatorian. They are holding the managerial position, but we are not killing them. We are not discriminating them. Why? Simply because we took them as our brothers and sisters from South Sudan, because we don't want to discriminate them. And the Equatorian are the beneficiaries of this independence, because you are the host community, you benefit from the national government services, like the road within Juba, you cannot compare them to the road leading to Lagos State or Upper Nile, where the Vice President Riek Machar came from. When you see the current services delivery in capital Juba, then you cannot compare Lobenox with the SPLM Secretariat in Warab State, where President Kiir come from. Even there is no Maram Road here. If you go from Terkeka to Awarial, then from Awarial, Irul up to Rumbek, you can spend 5 days on the way. And if you can leave Juba this morning to Nimili, it can take you 3 hours to go there. Now, in terms of education services delivery, Equatorian are the beneficiaries in the government of Salva Kiir Mayar, not Dinka. Now in Juba, I can see buses donated by the president of South Sudan to some schools, and the children are taken to the school in the morning with the buses. And if you can go to Barghazal, you can go to Unity State and other parts of Upper Nile region, you cannot get such services delivery to the school. For instance, in Warab State and in Lagos State, about 280 primary schools are still operating under trees, sitting on the normal bench, the local bench that are made from wood, you see? And we are not finger pointing at the president as our sons, as the people of Barghazal, why he's not building a school for us, why he's not providing health facilities, why he's not constructing roads. And I think Equatorian are the beneficiaries. We are not finger pointing at them. When you see the embassies that are operating in Juba, 95% of the workforce in the embassies are Equatorian. These dinkas that you are finger pointing to are suffering. They did not got anything. They are used as fighting tools. The same thing for the Nuer people. They are used as fighting tools just to fight themselves with the Dinka. And then Equatorian took an advantage now to penetrate into the NGOs, to take the managerial position in the ministries and other international organizations. If you can take the statistics right away from 2013 up to the current period, you can prove me right. Now here, what do we need to do? When we see the discussion and the presentation that has been made in the Clubhouse, it is not something that to be blamed on the Jiang Council of Elders as the dominants who misled the government of South Sudan. Now here, President Kiir is not the only sole authority currently in the transitional government of national unity, but the revitalized agreement. They are following some provision that they have signed. They are implementing the provision that they have signed. They are observing the table and matrix of the agreement. You see, if we wanted to blame them for the failure, then we should have united our voices as the people of South Sudan and demand them to hold transparent, free, and fair election in 2023. This should be our common call. Kiir did not refuse to hand over the leadership, but the opposition, with the people of South Sudan, are the one still holding President Kiir in leadership. If Riek would have not fought in 2013, if Equatorian could have not launched the senseless war on Yein, Juba Road, on Juba Nimli Road, then election could have been done long time ago. Where can you expect President Kiir to hold election when people are killing themselves? When census and mapping is not done? When party congresses are not done? Then we are the one keeping President Kiir in leadership. We should not blame that on Dinka tribes. And we cannot blame that on Nuer tribes. We cannot blame that on Equatorian, but should have the blame all of us as people of South Sudan because we are supporting the wrong ideology. If we want to support the democracy in South Sudan, let us unite our voices, come up with a comprehensive political solution so that election is to be held on time in 2023. Then let's see, the choice is ours. The responsibility, the peaceful transfer of power lies in our hand. You see, now the question is Salva Kiir Mayadi, the question is Dr. Riek Machar, the question is Dr. James Wahani Iga. About the current crisis going on in Greater Equatoria region, we don't blame the leaders, we don't blame the communities because we know that the people of South Sudan has missed the point right away from the independence in July 2011. You see, if we are targeting our ethnicities based on tribe, attacking ourselves, then we have missed the point. The spirit of democracy is that people are the power. People are the power in the sense that if we are united our voices as people of South Sudan and demanded for the peaceful transfer of power, then let us support the current implementation of the agreement without creating chaos again, without creating political differences, so that we can give democracy a space, so that we can give these leaders chances to implement this agreement, and they should start congresses at the grassroots level by establishing their political organization, register them on time in 2022. As time is ticking on now, we left with some 4 days to the new year, meaning that our collective voices or our collective demand as people of South Sudan now is to ask the transitional government to conduct census in March. Then these briefcase political parties also should be given opportunities to register their political organization so that they can compete with the SPLM in 2023. If you think that also Dinkas are the problem because Kir is the chairman of the SPLM, we would like also to give them chance so that whoever who is competent should also compete with President Kir in the party congresses within the SPLM so that he can take over the ticket, whether from Equatoria, from Upper Nile, the flag bearer that will be elected in the congresses of the SPLM in 2022, we are going to rally behind him. We are going to rally behind him as people of South Sudan, and we are going to elect him whether he's coming from Equatoria, whether he's coming from Upper Nile, or President Kiir himself. This is the spirit of democracy. And if we are continue pointing our finger pointing ourselves, then we are going to miss it all. Regarding the Jing Council of Elders, I would like to bring it to your attention that the Jing Council of Elders consists of 45 members, but according to the presentation of Dr. Aldo Ajou, the current membership consists of only 11 people, because within Jing Council of Elders also there are some members who rebelled. They rebelled against President Kiir, and he's also a Dinka. And if Jing Council was formally formed in order to support President Kiir, why do this group of people oppose him? The question is not President Kiir, but the question is the current political organization that are running the country are the problem. The second problem are us. As people of South Sudan, we did not define our interests. What do we want the government to do for us as people of South Sudan? We are just beating around the bush. And if we need services delivery, let us unite it, our voices as people of South Sudan. This is what I would like to request my brothers in the studio, so that let us unite as people of South Sudan, give this transitional government of national unity time to implement the agreement so that we can go into election. It will be upon the people of South Sudan to give power to Equatorian so that we can see them also. And if Equatorian win today and we start finger pointing at them, then we have spoiled the country. We need to avoid that. We need to be objectives in our debates. We need to be constructive in our debates. We need to give a constructive opinion to our people and to ourselves. We need to convince ourselves with the genuine points. And if you are blaming me as a Dinka, then that is not a point. You miss it all. I will also blame you. And we will get out on tracks. Then South Sudan will live as a country without people. I will beg to end here, Comrade Peter Kane, because I have talked a lot and I have dominated the forum. If there are some clarification that you wanted to do later or some question from my colleague, then you are highly welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Morris. Nice to have you. And your opinion is your opinion. And it is up to us here as a viewers and also a participant on this show to figure out, are we making sense of our argument? Like I said, for those who came late, I personally say the reason why I think the Clubhouse conversation is not healthy, it's it's a distraction to our society. Madid, help me out. Who came first, Isaac or Moses?
Isaac is back, and then Moses.
Isaac, yeah, and Moses came last.
And
Okay.
next.
Isaac, unmute yourself. Welcome to Lagos State Media again.
Okay. First of all, I'm gonna say thank you for this moment you give me. Uh, you know, we've been talking about this for a long time. You know, so it's been over 6 years now. We still come here in media state or media NATO. We still doing the same thing. You know, I'll be honest to you guys. We're still doing the same thing. I'm just sometimes I just look at my people like, wow, when these people are gonna change? This is something I'm just waiting for all my heart, but it doesn't look like you guys gonna go nowhere with this. I'll be honest, because every time people picking up on another tribe, I'm gonna pay back. I'm gonna pay back. They did this to me. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. That's all I hear. I don't hear any, yani, for the last 6 years. But honestly, there's nothing that South Sudanese did for themselves to go forward or to come together and figure it out what we're gonna do next. But no, every year they sit there and argue. 2022, next year, I'm gonna find you guys in the same level, pointing a finger at another person, and no one will point a finger to fix their own problems. So I am sorry to say this way, but this is what I see in my people. I'm not gonna sugarcoat no Denka, no Nuer, no Juba. I'm not gonna sugarcoat because everything is going on right now. Yeah, Peter, I'm sorry, man, but I'm gonna get back to the topic. But yeah, I just had to say these two words because I just want people feel this pain that my people going through. Because if I ask you guys today, how many people in the camp right now, how many kids that don't have no Christmas gifts? Nobody was gonna say anything. They're just gonna be in a white clubhouse talking shit about the other people. The other people, those not working, those people that not good, they're not good. That's all I see. But nobody will help his people. I'll be honest to you guys. So let's get back to James
Are
Cancer.
you still with the Red Council movement?
James Cancer of elders. First of all, these people like Yamana, you know, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I don't know why we following these people anyway. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. To be honest to you guys, why you following people? Maja bulana wala $1, $1 to help you is the own people. They did it, but they're good at it. They can put some stuff in your head and come and complain about it in the Facebook. This is something that I see. Okay, so another thing about those people talking about denka, 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 denka. Ajamana, hey, please, man, please, this does need to stop. You don't know Denka history, and I'm sure half of Denka here they don't know the history. I'm not gonna lie to you. Who's Denka in the Bible? Who's Denka? A lot of you guys that don't know. I'm not gonna lie to you. What I know now, what I know back in the days, if I tell you now, you're not gonna believe who you are. You will see the rest of people on the top bad about you. You're gonna look at them like nothing because you will know who you are. Okay. If you come to Nuer, they're the same thing. If you come to the Juba people, the same thing. So I'm gonna make it short and I'm gonna get out. Yamana, wake up. Wake up, Junubin. It's 2022 is coming up. What do you guys plan? What do you guys want to do? Your country got uh give you a gift, resources, money, water, anything you need, be it for land. You can do whatever you want to do with it. But no, you stuck behind this kir. You're never gonna go nowhere with those Kira, Riak, and Taban Deng guys. You guys not gonna go nowhere. Next year, and I'm sure next year you will hear my voice and you will know what I'm talking about. Because the clubhouse is not gonna be finished. The clubhouse is gonna be gone. Next year, is gonna have a heart attack in the house because these days people that don't talk, they just sitting walking around the clubhouse in the house. They're not doing anything. But clubhouse, clubhouse. Jamana, man, let's change, man. Let's change our life. Let's move forward. So I'm sorry to say this, but into kanggato batari kata mahatam si Jamal. You're not gonna go nowhere. So thank you, Jamal. I love you guys. Peace. So if
Thank
anybody got anything, I'm
uh,
here.
thank you, brother Isaac. That's your opinion, and it is your opinion, and we cannot change. Yes, let's keep it going. Moses, uh, I ask everyone simple question: is the clubhouse discussion effective? Is it healthy? If so, why? If not, how? And how do we go from here?
Peter Kane and Ustaz Medit and everybody that is in this show. My brother Jabril and brother Philemon Tom and the previous speaker um, from that card movement. I greet you all um, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, and I would like to say Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I will just talk about two things. First, I will answer your question and then give a comment about JCE. I agree with you, Ustaz Peter Kane, that it is not healthy to have secret discussion when we are talking about national issues. If we are talking about national issues, really, we should have an open discussion. So I agree with you, and I am of the opinion that people should come and discuss all these national issues in an open political space. Um, the social media political space is open. It's not controlled by the SPLM or revitalized or unity government of Juba. They can open a new page and make it open so people can watch them and can give us questions or comments and be part of the national discussion, because the issues that we need to discuss here are public issues. They are not private issues. So I don't see the point why are people hiding and not coming in public. So I did not listen to the full discussion in the clubhouse, but I know what Gen Council has been doing. And that's my point why I came here to say a point about Gen Council of Elders, that is JCE. First of all, I think I agree with you, Peter Kane and others, that talking about Gen Council of Elders at this time is a distraction. It is derailing us from talking about real issues that we need to address, that we need to unite, and all the deprived people, all the suffering people, whether you are at home or in diaspora. We need to unite on better national issues that we can debate on, that can make a difference or bring us together to be able to fight against the government and change the dictatorial regime in Juba of President Kiir and Dr. Riek Machar and all the other um, SPLM leaders from A to Z. So focusing our energy and time and debate on Young Council of Elders is less productive in my perspective. However, people have right to discuss any topic, but I will just give a comment on Young Council of Elders. First of all South Sudanese should understand that Young Council of Elders is not our fundamental problem in South Sudan. Having said that, however, I am not defending them And I am not saying that they are innocent about whatever political crisis that has happened in the country. But what I'm saying here, the true definition of Young Council of Elders, for those who knows more about political science, Young Council of Elders is an interest group. And in every country in the world, there are interest groups. Some interest groups have more political power, some have more economic power. And the government of the day will listen to the interest group that has more political power or economic power and take some of their ideas and implement them. For example, Young Council of Elders are self-appointed people. They appointed themselves. They were not nominated by the grassroots from the villages, from all the Dinka villages or counties. So they appointed themselves and claim that they are representing the interests of Dinka. But in the real term, they are not representing the interests of Dinka. They are representing their own interests. And Dr. Aldo Ajou has said this before, that they were not elected or appointed by the people from Lagos State, for example, or Barakazal, where some Dinkas are there, or in other states where Dinka are. So we need to know interest group are a small group of people that consider themselves more superior than others. And they could be some of them could be members of the elite. So, and that's the point that I need to drive all of us into. What is destroying South Sudan and the fundamental problem of South Sudan is the elite in the country. These elites have come from the military and some from the political parties, and some are business people. And they come from different tribes of South Sudan. I have worked there for 3 years in Juba, and I know that the elite that is ruling South Sudan has nothing to do with the tribes. We need to shift our mind from blaming any tribe. It is not productive. It is not going to unite us. We need to point our finger on the political elites, the military elites, the business elites that are ruling the country and looting the oil money and the non-oil money, non-oil revenues. And these elites, I can give you a few names of these political elites and military elites and business elites. And they are from all 64 tribes. And they are exploiting us, and they are using two tools. First, regionalism to divide us based on regions, and tribalism. So we can come and sit here and finger point at Madi or Bari group or Dinka or Nuer, and that is not productive. That is going to derail us from talking about our enemy. Our major enemy is all the masses of South Sudan should fight against the elite in South Sudan. And so there are a few members from Young Council of Elders that are the elite group. For example, I will give you example. Bona Malwal is an elite, not just in South Sudan. He was a political elite in Sudan. The same thing with the Ambrose Ring. These are the executive members of out of the 11 members of Young Council of Elders. Ambrose Ring, Joshua Dow, and Dr. Aldo Ajou, plus Honorable Awere Along, and so many. They are key members of Young Council of Elders. Most of them, some of them were key politicians back then in Old Sudan. Some of them have retired from politics, but right now they came and look at what SPLM was doing, and they exploit the weaknesses of the SPLM ruling government party, and then they play their cards, and now they found themselves to be very strong interest group among the other interest groups within South Sudan. But if you look at what are they doing, are they really serving the interests of Dinka? No.
No.
Look at Bona Malwal. He's an elder of Jiang Council of Elders. His interest, he has used his interest to appoint his son as the representative of South Sudan in UN. And his son is called Honorable Akwe, that is representing South Sudan in UN. But he came through the name of Jiang Council of Elders. So the interest that he has used or achieved here is to employ his son to be the next politician, could be the next president. As now he's a high profile. His son is representing all of us in the United Nations. He did not appoint any child of a poor person to be a profile. So people should understand that these people are serving their personal interest. Look at Ambrose Ring. Ambrose Ring talked to president, and he appointed his son through a presidential decree of President Kiir to be the deputy minister of national finance. And his son was in Germany. And when he came to South Sudan, he was appointed as the deputy minister of finance, and he's called Mo Ambrose Ring. And Ambrose Ring is a member of Jiang Council of Elders, and he was the leader of Jiang Council of Elders. And if you look at and Joshua Dow is a great man. I have not seen any of his sons that is holding any key position. Dr. Aldo Ajou is a rich man. He doesn't need the money from President Kiir, because we all know that his son play in basketball. He's a basketballer and he's wealthy. So he doesn't need money, but he's there for his own political prestige, the name. So that's why you see him is engaging on social media more than any other member of Jiang Council of Elders. Look at Honorable Premena Werer. He was part of London group of Bona Malwal, and now is the deputy speaker of Jema Nunu. So all these members are members of Jiang Council of Elders. Some of the people that talk here don't know them. I know them personally, and I talk to them. I talk to Bona Malwal. I talk to these people, except Aldo Ajou. I did not get him in person. And when you talk to them, they are there to achieve their personal interest. It has nothing to do with the Dinka poor kids that are in Luak or in the village or in Buma or Payam. They have nothing to do with that. These people are part of the elites that is destroying South Sudan. We are not saying that their kids should not rule or be politicians or business people, but they should not be favored. All South Sudanese should unite and fight these elite groups. So those people are political elites, and they are part of what is destroying South Sudan. Other political elites come from military, and the source of their power is military seniority from SPLA. They've been high commands, and right now they are high commands. Nobody is above them. So those military elites have joined hands with political elites. And also there are business elites. Those of Kurajin is from Dinka, and there are so many business elites from Equatoria. Some of you don't even, some of the people that blame Dinkas here don't know that The guy that is building the airport is an Equatorian elite. Is called Lukang, and he has so many tall buildings in Juba. You see, and there are so many from Cholok, from Bari, from Latuga, from all these tribes. They are business elites that got contracts through their relatives that are military elites within the SPLA. They got the contracts like those of Bolmel that was sanctioned recently, those of Ayi of South Sudan Hotel, all these business elite plus military elite plus political elites, they are the one destroying South Sudan. They are the one depriving the people. They are the one that are keeping President Kiir to be in power because they know President Kiir is weak politically. So they want to exploit him. They want to use him because if they bring a strong person from SPLM party, that person will block them and will implement the original vision of the SPLM. But so far, they are happy to keep a weak political person to be the president of the country. President Kiir is weak politically, and James Wani is weak politically. Awenakud is weak politically. All these old generation, they are weak politically. They cannot address our modern challenges of modern South Sudan. They actually need to retire, and they need to let this generation lead themselves and solve their problems. They can retire with their dignity. We love them. They are our elders, whether they are from Dinka or from Baria or Equatoria or Zande. An elder in our culture is respected, regardless of his or her tribe. But what we are opposing here is they have become the elite that are oppressing the people. And why we blame them? They want to keep President Kiir to die in power. So this is the debates we should talk about. And Gen Council of Elders, in my perspective, is dead. It's not alive. Since the 20 or 32 states were dumped into the bin, and now the government adopted 10 states, their problem started with the President Kiir. Because I agree with my brother that has talked before me that the idea of 32 states came from Gen Council of Elders. There is no disagreement on that point. But what I disagree with is blaming all Dinka in the name of Gen Council of Elders. I am not here to protect Gen Council of Elders. I am not representing them. I am actually against them. However, I know they are dead politically. They don't have any power right now. All we need to do, we need to fight for our rights as citizens of South Sudan, not as Dinka. I am a Dinka from Lagos State. I don't need to fight for my rights because I'm a Dinka. I'm fighting for my right because I am a South Sudanese. And the Constitution has given me my rights, whether economics or political or social rights. And this should be how we look at things, not to look at our rights through tribal lens. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Moses. It's interesting, and it's a simple fact that when I said, having you coming from Dinka, blame the whole Dinka tribe as a problem is an issue. It's not taken up. The same thing coming from Nuer, having an individual from Nuer that have a problem become a Nuer problem is not a solution. And this is the heart of the whole of this show. Okay. As South Sudanese, it's like you step on my toe and say, y'all step on my toe. And I said sorry. And tomorrow we come back and it's not taking us anywhere. It's it's I can't wrap in my mind how we think. Just blaming each section for whatever reason. Dinga would be like, we have kids killed in Nimuli and Road, it's a equatorial problem. No, it's not an equatorial problem. There is particular one group that has that problem. The same thing where we said, oh, we were killed in December 13 is you Dinga. It's just we all has an entire South Sudan, whether a tribe or a region, there is at least one person, there is at least a particular issue that we can point a finger to that tribe, but it's not helping us. So thank you, uh, brother, brother Pilman. Welcome to Lake State Media, buddy. And mute yourself.
Okay. Thank you, brother um, Peter Kane, and also like to recognize Honorable Madut Madit, I mean, and also brother Moses and Morris Mabir. Um, I'm so pleased and honored to be here, and I also would like to, wish everybody Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Uh, we we hope that this year will be the year that we need to reconcile and
May you
focus
raise
on.
your voice, my brother Philemon? I'm not hearing you.
Oh, you're not hearing me. Okay, let
Yeah,
me
your
just
voice a
incline my
little
voice
bit
too.
low.
Okay, is it now? You can hear me well now.
Yes, that's clear now.
Okay, so yeah, I hope that this year will be the year that we think positive about the country that we want as South Sudanese. And coming back to some of the issues that uh, Peter Kane mentioned here, the effectiveness of Clubhouse, and also the blame and the blame on Dinka people for the political crisis in our country. Let me do my, take here, and I know that we've been debating here for many many years as South Sudanese, and some of you knows me very well that we are the diehard of the IO under Dr. Mashar, and we debated so many issues here on the on the show here. And it's good that I'm glad I am back to Lagos State Media, and that is something that we need to discuss as South Sudanese. Uh, you know, to say that uh, Clubhouse might be the not effective, I think it is not reasonable. It depend on the on how we can use any tools in social media, uh, whether for the better of our community or advancement of our political advocates. It is depend, and the people that using that platform, how they channel their messages. I think it is something that we need to talk about. Clubhouse is a good platform that we can make presentation for our future and future of our community and the issues related to our political crisis in our country, and make sure that we can have a solution for all of us South Sudanese. Um, Let me talk a little bit about the interference of Jin Council of Elders in our political system. And I know that Morris already put it some, he dashed out the agenda that we want to talk about, and he went on, and I come back to him later to reply some of the most important things that need to be corrected here. You know, the first thing I want all of us to understand, Jin Council elders, like many people say it, they are not representing the Dinka people. Okay, this statement I want to make it very clear. Okay, Jin Council elders, are the entity that use the name of Dinka for their own political advancements or interference in our political system. Okay, and the silence of Dinka people to confront them made South Sudanese to suspect that Dinka might be a part of this Gen Council of Elders ideology in our political system. And that's why you see many South Sudanese, they blame Dinka as a tribes because most of the people been silent when the war, break out in our country. You know, this is something that we need to, underline here. And also, you know, when the Jain Council of Elders begin to interfere in our political system and introduce the ethnic political agenda and capture our state, nobody from Dinka, been vocal enough to confront these people. Destruction in our country is originated by Jain Council of Elders, not Dinka. Okay, and this is the things that we, the intellectual, we, the people of South Sudan, should understand and sort it out between the truth and the fiction, you know, because what Jin Council Elders doing in South Sudan is a fiction and disinformation. And they are doing this not only to destroy South Sudan, they are doing this to tarnish the image of Dinka, whereby Dinka, they have no any problem with any South Sudanese, you know. And this is something that I think the conversation will start within my people, Dinka. They need to start talking about this, because a human cannot complain without something that they feel it, you know. But if most of the people, Dinka, they try to protect Jin Council of Elders, knowing that they are not representing the interests of Dinka, then that is also a lie. It is a lie, and it will make South Sudanese to suspect. This is the things that we need to know. The second thing, I also want to make it very clearly. When the Jin Council Elders begin to destroy South Sudan by mapping South Sudan, remapping South Sudan in 32 states, the most people that celebrate it are the Dinka people, and that is something that also brought the question mark. Why Jin are celebrating something that dividing us? Why they are, happy with the decision that was made to divide South Sudan into the ethnic, you know, gerrymandering geographical, decisions. These are the facts, you know, and it will lead us, all of us South Sudanese, to question. Yes, we know that it is the responsibility of the government and ruling party to reject any, negative influence that brought by any entity. But the ruling party and Solfa Kiir, they didn't done that. They failed, and they subscribed the agenda and influence of Jin Council elders, and they begin to implement that agenda. You see, and this become the problem that we are in now. But in general, I don't think Jing is a problem. Jing, they have contributed, yes. Nobody deny the contribution of Jing in our independence of South Sudan, in war that we fought. Nobody denied. They did it massively. They contributed massively. But to divide and introduce the ethnic policy, that's where I think South Sudanese begin to question their influence in our political system. And it said it clearly by Dr. Aldo yesterday. And we understood, very, very well that their policy is not for the good of South Sudan. Even it is not for the good of the community of Jing. Their policy is for their own interest, but they're using, you know, like disinformation, and they're using political influence and using the name of Jing to make sure that they can get the support they need from the community. And the community subscribe it, and this is where you can see many South Sudanese, they're seeing that, okay, if the community is subscribing it, or if the intellectual Jing is, being silent and become a part of this, then it might be they have a conspiracy to, to dominate the system. And that is one thing I see is happening. Coming to the, point that was made by brother, I mean Morris, I think I totally disagree with him, because he said it very clearly that Jin Council elders, they are a community, and they are not a community. They are an entity, but using the name of the community for their own political influence. And also, he made it something here very strange. One thing I want to correct here, brother Morris, I think, sometimes we are making a huge mistake by saying that Equatoria is a tribe, you know, because the way you said it, the way you address your message, you said that Equatoria is a tribe, Equatoria, they are benefiting from the system, Equatoria are the one who are doing this. I don't think so. Equatoria is a tribe, because half of the tribes in South Sudan is actually from Greater Equatoria. And if there is anybody benefiting from system, are the people that Moses mentioned, elites within our tribes. They are making sure that they use our tribe's name to benefit from the system. But actually, if you see very deep in our political system, there is no actually any development in South Sudan. People are begging in the streets. Now they're using generators for the what is called to light up the city. Where is the development that you are talking Equatoria benefit from it? There is no any development that people benefit from it. And if you talk about buses, even now in Juba, there is no any permanent roads in Juba, if I'm mistaken. There is no development. What we have in South Sudan is the destructions, a political destruction that sends South Sudanese to POC and makes South Sudanese the refugees in their own country. And that policy, if we go back, was influenced by Gian Council of Elders. We don't have to sugarcoat things like that. We need to be honest. And to unite South Sudanese, unity will not come in effect if Jin Council elders continue to influence our political system. We need to be clear on that. We need to make sure that these tribal interests, these tribal influence in our political system need to be, confronted, and also we need to correct it so that South Sudanese must unite for the greater and better South Sudan. And that is what, we need to talk about here. The other thing also, if you look at the system, you said that Equatorian are dominating the all the government maybe government institution. I don't think so. That idea is correct. So let's see in the diplomatic missions, mostly controlled by one tribes. If you look at the key position in Juba, controlled by one tribes, and we cannot run away from the facts. If we are lying, then the unity that we are looking for South Sudan is not going to happen. Yes, it happened, and when we say dominated by certain tribes, it doesn't mean that that tribe or Dinka they are the one who benefiting from this domination. Domination was done by the elites, for the sake of their benefit. They want to benefit from the system using their tribes' names, and that is why you see, all the appointments is only controlled by certain tribes, and that is wrong. And we need to correct it, and we need to make sure
So
that
that second tribe
South
you
Sudan
mentioned
has
is
respect
Dinka.
to all of it.
The
If you look at the list, what, what did you say?
oh, I'm asking you that the tribe that you mentioned, is it the Dinka?
If you look at the key position, mainly you can see Dinka visible there, right? And then followed by the second majority tribes in South Sudan. You can see it visible. Even if you look now, before the war happened, you can see Deng and Galwak and then Lado down there. This is obviously, if you look at the system there, you can see it. You don't need a scientific study to prove that this system was made to fail. And that is something that we need to be very. We don't have to sugarcoat here. And I believe that yes, the beginning of establishment of South Sudan is dominated by Dinka, and we should not sugarcoat. When we are saying this, we are not saying that all Dinka benefit from this system, but the elites that Moses was talking about, they are the one using our tribe names wrongly, and it is up to people to figure out to know the truth and, to sort out why these people are dominating using our tribe's names. You know, at the same time, they are community leaders, and the other hand, they are politicians. And this is where we get into the trouble. You know, let the politician dominate the system based on their political parties. In that way, we can be able to understand that they are not dominating because they are using their own tribes, but they are dominating because one political party is ruling the country. And that is what we want to happen in South Sudan. And my last thing is, people should not be irritated. Yes, I totally disagree with the people that saying that Dinka are the problems. And you know me very well from day one in all my debates. I'm saying very clearly that if you say that Dinka are the problem, then you are also contributing to the problem of South Sudan. This is not the time that we should blame our tribes. We need to target people that are destroying the country. One of them are Jin Council elders, because they are the one who are, influence our political, system, and destroyed our country and destroyed the, social fabric of our society. And the other, group that we need to blame is the leadership, which is under Salva Kiir. It is not the leadership of Dinka. It is the groups that, are under Kiir, and they are leading the country wrongly. They send out millions of South Sudanese into the refugees camps. They living in a better life while the people are living in the swamps inside the POCs. They don't care. And these are the problem. These are the people that we need to confront and correct what they are doing in the country. And that is something that I will not sugarcoat on it.
Thank you. Before I give the floor back to Morris, let me respond to you, Brother Philemon. Okay. Yeah, let me respond back to you for what you say. As you are a member of Australia IO supporter, you talk about the JCE. As we all know, JCE was founded back to 2014. And the reason why they founded because after the war of 2013. And you guys don't talk about the positive role JCE played during that time of crisis. JCE came up and approached the elders of Nuer community. And they even go to Kenya. And President Moi hosts them. And they talk about how they can stop the war. Okay? And they made it clear to the world that the war of 2013, because people were saying that the war is between Dinka and Nuer. And they made it very clear this war is not between Nuer and Dinka. The war is between SPLM leadership. They are fighting themselves. As you see, Dr. Riek Machar, President Salva Kiir, and their group, the SPLM member. So they are fighting themselves for their power sharing, for instance. So that's where, and when that war coming, that's where the JC were not there. So JC was founded 2014. And the reason why they come up, I explained before, because they want to stop the violence that to go out of their hand. So here is my argument with you guys. Like, what is going on in social media or Clubhouse for a few weeks? So the opposition, they even brought out the book that was written in 2018 about JCE. And they are preaching this. So my question to you, Philemon, and the rest of opposition, Brother Moses, is that why now the opposition are talking about JCE if there's no reason behind it? And JCE are not in the government. They are not holding on position. So why now you bring out the JCE as campaigning? And instead, this time is a time for peace. As you know, your boss, the first vice president, Dr. Riek Machar, is in Juba. So as you are a member of SPLIO, You're supposed to stand and preach for the peace in place instead of dwelling of JCE. Okay. So this is my argument with you guys. I will give that floor to respond back. Thank you.
Your questions. Um, Let me respond to your question about peace. Let me start it with the last, argument that you brought. Uh, Peace that we sign, we are always, as members of the SPLM under Dr. Mashar, we are always believe that through the peace, we can, be able to sort out what is happening in our country. And through peace, we cannot be silent to talk about the problem of Jin Council of Elders that invaded our political system because they are part of the problems. It's not Solfa Kir alone. They are the one destroyed the country. They are the one influenced country into the ethnic or introduced the ethnic policy that divided the country into many fractions. Okay, Jin Council elders, they are the one who influenced the national reconciliation that they would done in Juba and came up with the recommendation, wrong recommendation that Riek and Kir should go. Okay? How can we stop talking about them if they continue meddling their tribal policy in our political system? We cannot stop. We have to tell them exactly South Sudan need peace. South Sudan doesn't need the preaching of tribal policy. South Sudan need a political, agenda that can lead us to solve our economic and social issues that is causing our problems. The second thing that I also want to correct you here is Jin Council elders, they didn't come up or organize themselves to solve the problem of South Sudan. And I know very well when I read it some of the things because they brought this ideology of Jin Council elders, they brought from Kenya, which is the Kikuyu, controlling the country, Kenya, for many, many years because of the Kikuyu Council of Elders, which caused the problem in Kenya, even lead to almost the civil war in 2007. They brought this idea from there. And for us, you know, people like you, people like intellectual Jing, you need to disassociate yourself from Chacha ideology because it's not going to help Jing. It's not going to help South Sudanese. It's not going to help our country to be a viable, in political system. We need to disassociate ourselves from Chacha negative ideology that dividing our country. They didn't come up to make sure that peace is going to come to our country. They came up with that organization to make sure that they can aid Kir to destroy it, the second largest tribes, which is Ding and Nuer, and other tribes, which they carried the policy. After that, they came up with the policy of 32 states. Okay, and these are the problems. Problem that we need to talk about it. Problem that we need to, because if we don't know the history of the problems, then we cannot know how to solve it. And that's why we identified the bigger challenges for the unity of South Sudan, the bigger challenges for the nation building. It is the influence of Jing Council elders by meddling tribal politics in our political system. And that is the right thing that we need to do as South Sudanese. We are not against any tribes because I'm one of the person that, totally disagree. Whoever want to criticize tribes simply because we have a political disagreement. But we are, very mature enough and wise enough to understand that what Jing Council elders are doing in South Sudan is not going to be the benefit of our country, is not going to be the benefit of Jing, is not going to be a benefit of anybody. Therefore, I think we need to, correct it. And if they want to be a political party, let them establish themselves and, change the name Jing and then, name it in any political party so that we can be able to know their identity. Because they are hiding their identity within the umbrella of Jing. And when the South Sudanese want to, criticize them, they found themselves criticizing, innocent Dinka. which has nothing to do with these people, because they are a political elites that came up with that agenda to advance their own political, interest in the government of South Sudan, and that is the problems. So therefore I'm saying that they are
Okay.
not for peace in South Sudan.
Let's give a chance to Mabur. Go ahead and you can respond.
Um, okay, okay, go ahead. Remember, respond, and you guys just make it short. Maybe a minute or and a minute and a half would be good enough. That way, we gave you all those enough time so you can have all your point. Now this is a response. I don't want you to take forever responding. So go ahead. Unmute yourself, Mabir. Morris. Morris, unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello? You are
Yes, go
getting
ahead.
me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Once again, I would like to respond briefly to Brother Clement Tomt about the misinterpretation and mischaracterization of my narratives that I have given before. In fact, when I was saying that Young Council of Elders was constituted as a community leadership like the rest of the other communities, organization, entities that are operating in South Sudan. I said it before with the background and the knowledge about the existing community organizations that are formed in the Republic of South Sudan. And I gave
Uh, uh, Morris get cut out. He will come back.
Hello, Medit.
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You did that, Gabriel?
Peter.
Yes, Javel. Morris, make sure you log back in. I
I can't
don't know
hear you
what is
guys,
up.
man. I can't
Okay,
hear you
log out and
guys.
then you come back. You cannot hear us, Jambril?
Hello, Medit.
Yeah, we can hear you. You
Yes, we
log out
can
and
hear
come
you.
back,
Suru loy
Jambril.
wala.
And try your phone.
It's your own problem.
Medit
Everybody here,
jigadian.
including the viewers, can hear you.
Let me kick him out and let him come out back. Okay. Yeah, while we're waiting for the for Bobo to come back or Gabriel, Moses, you can go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Ustaz Medit and Peter Kench again. I would like to thank my brother Pilemon Tom for his input and his wise input. And it is very important that we understand the difference between Young Council of Elders, which is JCE, as an organization that is using the name of Dinka or Jiang to serve their own personal interests so they can employ their sons and daughters and exploit the other masses of Jiang or Dinka, and to separate the Dinka as tribe. Um, I would like to answer Ustaz Medit questions regarding the IO position before and Jiang Council of Elders. What I think, I am not a member of IO, and I'm not a member of SPLM in government. Um, I am a member of a non-violence political movement that is the United Citizen for Change, part of Concerned Citizen, like any other concerned citizen in South Sudan. But I can say something about IO. The thing is, Young Council of Elders should not be blamed after the revitalized peace agreement kicks off. So from the day the 10 states was put back or readopted again, and Dr. Riek became the first vice president, plus the other five vice presidents, plus President Kiir, and all the peace partners, including the opposition, Soma. Those three peace partners should be blamed for any failure or any political crisis or economic crisis or bad political practices that are happening in South Sudan. It is not relevant right now to blame Gen Council of Elders right now, because they don't fit in the unity government. They don't fit as an organization. They might be there as an elite, individual elites. So the group that should be blamed now is the IO and the SPLM in government, plus Soma, those of Honorable or His Excellency Abdel Baghi and the other 5 vice presidents. So anything that we need to discuss, we are focusing on this group as the elite that are destroying South Sudan. And we should blame them, and we should fight to change them through peaceful means. And that is my point. Gen Council of Elders, when I asked some of them, I actually met Honorable Bona Malwal in Juba and other few elders that I don't need to disclose all their names. But I've asked them one question. What was the purpose of Gen Council of Elders? Why? And all of them, they responded to me that they formed Gen Council of Elders after 2013, December 2013, to prevent genocide against Nuer. That's what they're saying. That's their message, that they prevent the genocide. It is laughable, but the question is, in which way did Gen Council of Elders prevent Nuer from not being killed in Juba? There's no way, actually. So the killing has happened. We may disagree on whether it was a genocide or just a random killing. But many lives from Nuer were killed simply because they are from Nuer, and it was assumed that they are rebelling against the government of President Kiir. And the only reason that they were killed is simply they were assumed to be supporting the first vice president, Dr. Riek Machar. And that actually was wrong, to kill innocent people in the name of tribe. So the government did not separate between the IO, I mean the political opposition of Dr. Riek and his tribe. And Riek made the same mistake again when he recruited the White Army to come and destroy and kill people in Bor, which has legitimized what President Kiir has done in Juba by killing innocent Nuer. So both of them could be blamed. None of them is innocent. And if we do really have a court, President Kiir and Dr. Riek Machar should be sent to International Criminal Court. None of them is innocent. So anyone that claim Dr. Riek is innocent or Kiir is innocent, they are wrong 100%. So what I can say is that Gen Council of Elders is politically dead, seeing their idea of 32 is not working anymore. 32 states. What is working now is what is in the transitional or revitalized government. And the revitalized government is the one that all the masses should fight against. Either we are fighting for two things because they fail to implement what they have agreed on, and they are buying time through extension while our people are suffering within the countries, within the country, in enemies camp, in their homes, and in refugees camp. So to end the suffering of these people is not to just support the peace that is not being implemented. For example, the first vice president was talking recently, the leader of the IO, in their convention, that they are talking about. He was talking about changing the name, which was very irrelevant, and it is not even a priority for a party that is seen as an alternative uh, to SPLM in government to talk about things that are not priorities. We were expecting IO to be an alternative, on an alternative government for the people of South Sudan, but they have disappointed everyone, including me. So they are keeping quiet. They are not talking to President Kiir to implement peace, and they are coming up with issues that are irrelevant, changing names, as if the name is the fundamental problem. So that is running away from problems and not addressing the real issue. Is Dr. Riak has no different with people who are blaming Gen Council when they should now blame the elites that are in the revitalized peace agreement. So we don't have an alternative opposition. The only thing we need to do is our masses, the majority, to unite and support popular uprising. So both IO and the government can be kicked out, and it is possible because they are not implementing what they agree upon. They are not offering option for the people, and the suffering is continuing. And they are employing their sons and daughters. They are looting the oil money and the non-oil money, and they are not serious. They don't have political will to change or to forgive each other and work as one team according to the revitalized peace agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. So Moses, before I give you, Pilemun, there's a question that coming from you. You need to answer this question. From Andrew. Andrew asking you that Solomon, how did JCE destroy South Sudan when SPLA fought themselves in 1983 and in 1991, while most of JCE were in Khartoum? So can you answer that question?
Because I don't see it here.
Oh. Talmud, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Madid, put the question up again.
Talmud, you seem like, are you on the speaker phone?
I hear you, but I don't know if you hear me. You can hear me because I think I said you have to bring it up. The person that is asking question. No.
Madid is getting the question.
Okay.
Yeah, it's right there. I think that.
Okay, Android thief. Yeah. Okay, that's good. Let me answer this question about how did or when did Gen Council elders destroy South Sudan? Yes, Andrew. The reason that I'm saying that, and many South Sudanese believe that problem in our country is originated by the policy of ethnic groups that invaded our political system. Okay, Jin Council elders Why I'm saying that they destroyed our country? One, they made South Sudan, they made Salva Kiir as a tool for them to use to advance the interests of their tribes. And that created a vacuum or created a problem so that we are facing in our country. If they are wise enough, they shouldn't, introduce the policy of advocating for their tribes and making sure that, you know, this introduction of tribal policy should not happen again. So they destroyed that, because Kiir already, when they influenced Kiir about this tribal policy, Kiir immediately grabbed and then used it. And Kiir is using it wrongly by dividing the country. Now, when the country was divided, okay, in 32 states, it was their problems. And, within the 32 states, the problem of land dispute begin to happen. People begin to destroy themselves because of the ideas that they brought. You can experience, you can see testified in Melakau. You can testify it in different places in Equatoria. You can testify it in Wow or in different places in Greater Barkas that people are fighting because their areas has been, put it in the other side. And this concept came from Jain Council elders. And that is why I'm saying that their ideas of tribal promotion in our political system destroyed our political function of our political system. We cannot deny that. And now, when also they begin to, you know, influence what is called, uh, this dialogue that they did in Juba, it was also they are the one who did this. And that is the problem that we see from Jain Council elders dividing our country, destroying our social fabric by, saying that, the interests of Jain should be number one. What is the interest of Jain in the first place? You know? So if the interest of Jain is we need to have a peaceful country, that is the interest of all South Sudanese. If the interest of Jain is about, having a place to call home, that is the interest of South Sudanese. But they didn't say that. They said, okay, let's go and help our brother so that the interests of Jing should be advanced in the political system in our country, which is the wrong idea. Destroy it now, destroy our country. And that is what I'm speaking, because of their influence. Now South Sudanese begin to suspect, why Jing is doing this, why Jing Council elders are doing this. They are not helping in nation building. They are helping in destruction of our nation, social fabric. Now Kir is using that influence that they bring to advance or to create more chaos in our country. And that is the problem that we need to understand, that they are the problems. And most of the people, particular intellectual Jing, they need to disassociate themselves from such a kind of, elders that dragging our country wrongly. We respect them, they are our elders, but if they begin to divide us and advancing only their own, tribal interests, that's where the problem. I cannot agree with that. Any person who has a right mind cannot agree with that. And that is the problem we see. They are destroying our country.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to have something to say.
Yeah, go ahead, Jeffrey.
You see, brother Madid, and the person who asked the question. Hello?
Yes, Kwano.
Yeah, but person who asked the question, he had two questions. He had two events happen in different timing, and all have a similar reaction. In 91, it was in his question, and 2013 was in his question, right? See, all of them, people died, and the death of people is matter to all of us as people of South Sudan. Death of anybody is painful. All of them happen, and all of them have the same narrative. You see, in 91 was a different in ideology. that the Nasser group and the Torit faction, the Nasser group, they paid up with what called the notion of having united Sudan and all this. They have to make a shortcut, and the leadership was very. The Garang was a very smart man, and he ran his business. If you are against him, it doesn't matter if you are Dinka. You will have a question mark on you, and your day will be numbered. So that is the good thing about Dr. Garang when he lead the movement. He disagree with those in Nasser, and but they have a point, and their point now landed us. The good news is we are independent now, and the bad news is we have injustice and and mismanagement of our country. That's two things happen this time. To come back to this question of these two questions, you see, tribal association always a question. Tribal association into organization always problematic, very very problematic. That's why some of us we are very 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 we are criticizing Jen Council as their involvement in the 2013 events. The Jen Council does not only that, they they plan to wipe out other ethnics, and this is a self-evident now. We have a Bible that outline everything in detail, in details, and also other speakers were interviewed in this Bible. Okay, there is no way in which Jenkins will get out of this. And brother Morris was right. Was right in some point by saying that both IO directional forces by then was no SPLM IO. That was directional forces. They also created massive killing based on the ethnic line, and they are not free of charge. Those who kill people, if there is a trial, some people will go to jail for sure. Both in the people who respond in Jungle and other areas, some of people will go to jail. But more precisely, President Kiir and his commanders in J1, they are so reliable because they are the government. They're supposed to hold up the law of the country by not targeting ethnic Nuer. And JC is the one. Is the one. JC are the one came up with this policy. And here we are saying that JC has. I think the person who can be forgiven here is President Kiir himself. President Kiir himself can be forgiven because he was manipulated by the JCs, and he grabbed his ideas and put into action. He left alone the SPLM idea. If there is a forgiven, yes, people of South Sudan will forgive him. But the idea of both of them have to go. That idea that President Kiir and Dr. Machar has to go, it's not going to go nowhere. Take it from me, it's not going to go nowhere. These people have to stay, and if there is a reform, we have to make reform through them. If there is a reform, we have to make reform through them. And if there is a way we can convince them to make vacuum to power, yes, South Sudanese systematically can do it. Because remember, all these two gentlemen has involved a lot of things. To push them out, like Moses was saying, they both committed crime in both sides. Who in this world will agree to go to jail voluntarily? Nobody will do that. So that's why we those who with the arses, we are saying that let's implement the arses while this gentleman is here, and gradually within we can transform the system within. But to say all of them have to go, that's another fireball you're going to handle. This kind of tribal killing, it is the nature in which South Sudanese, we have to learn from it. Because any mistake, if I disagree with Moses disagree with me. If Moses run, I will target Moses. Not only Moses, beyond Moses, his tribe. That is what happened in '91, and that is also what happened in 2013. whereby the disagreement was only in the SPLM organ. And then you split it from there. You went to a tribal targeting. And that's a history we cannot run away from it. Who did this? Who helped it to enhance it? It's the JCs. Because they said in the room out, by the way, you're saying that JC themselves, they're saying that they are not appointed by Jeng. They are self-appointee.
What happened,
Yes,
Jibril?
may I respond if my brother Jibril has finished?
Yeah, you can. You can. Jibril, can you hear us? Yeah, you seem like Jibril network is cutting off. So, yeah, Moses, you can go ahead.
Yes, I would like to say that um, concerning what my brother has said, Solomon, is that we have agreed that none of these leaders is innocent. They are not innocent in what happened in 2013 and 2016. And I was there in 2016. But at the same time, you cannot say that somebody is not innocent and you want them to continue to be leaders. As my brother Jibril is suggesting that yes, we know they are guilty, they have allowed the citizens to kill themselves because they were the leaders. And yes, we know that, but let's continue to forgive them and let them continue to rule us forever. I disagree with that thinking. What is the problem here? The problem is if you are not performing as a government for the national interest of the people, people has the right to oppose you in a peaceful manner, in a peaceful way, and they have a right in the constitution to protest, to say we are dissatisfied with the performance of the unity government or with the performance of the revitalized peace agreement. Because these two leaders, they don't want to implement the peace agreement because of three reasons. First, President Kiir doesn't want the unified forces to be formed because he believes that that can create another war in the future if he's dragging his feet away from the implementation of peace. And that will put Dr. Riak in a strong position to repeat the 2013 war again. That's why President Kiir does not want to implement the unified forces. The second reason that they don't want to implement the peace agreement is the election part of it. They all know that they are going to lose. Both IO and President Kiir, there is a high probability that they will lose the next election if it is fair and free. But we all know, the dollar polisia, mafi intikabat bukun nazia. In any dictatorial regime, any election cannot be fair and free. But they know that, but they are still afraid. Dr. Riak and Kiir, they want to keep extending election because they know they might lose the election. Number three, the chapter 4 in revitalized peace agreement is the key. It is about justice, that there should be court, and all the people that have killed people during 2013 or 2016 should be taken to court. They don't want to implement peace because of that chapter 4. They don't want justice to happen. They want to sweep it under the carpet and move on with extension so they can continue to loot the oil money. Last point concerning Jain Council of Elders. You know, when Jain Council of Elders came up with the idea of 28 and 32, They came up with this idea to please President Kiir, as my brother Philemon said, so they can have a room to influence him, because they saw what is the interest of President Kiir. And Young Council of Elders have seen the interests of President Kiir are two: to continue, number one, to continue to stay in power without election, to rule forever without election. Second, to continue to loot the oil money and compensate himself and his colleagues, and use the unwritten policy of accommodating the rebels, and give them high ranks and give them money, and no progress for the interests of South Sudan, the masses of South Sudanese that are living under poverty and illiteracy. And they came up with this idea and told President Kiir that for you to defeat Riek Machar, make sure all the state that has oil has to be put under the map of a state where Dinka are. So this is where President Kiir bought the idea of 28 and 32 states. It was not meant for administrative areas, I mean the administrative expansion of the way of governance, but it was meant to bring the oil to be part of Jiang land. They didn't even care whether this oil belonged to Jiang, is in Jiang counties or Nuer or Cholo. They just want to bring those maps and create a problem among those tribes, so the war can continue, so they can keep extending without election. And President Kiir bought this idea. Yes, if this is going to prevent President Kiir from telling US or UK that the oil belongs to Nuer and get support to be supported, then we can do this map and say 32 state and put the whole oil land to be part of Dinka state or counties. So this is why President Kiir bought the idea from Jiang Council of Elders, and that's the point, the stage when they got became more influential, when the debate was hitting and was heated, and the government was losing some soldiers in the war, and Riek Machar was using oil, that oil belonged to Nuer and all that. But the point is this SPLM government, it doesn't matter whether oil is in equatorial land or oil is in Nuer land or Cholo land or Dinka land. They will steal the oil money. They will still loot the oil money. It doesn't matter where you put the oil in South Sudan. So it was a rubbish idea in the first place. But it appeals to the elites in the SPLM, in government, because all they want is to secure the oil and loot the oil money to enrich themselves. Right now, I am convinced that the current SPLM government, whether you put that oil in the border of Madi, in Madi land, or whether you put that oil in Jiang land, or in Nuer land, or in Dinka land, does not matter, because that is a national asset. But the problem is, what did they do for the last 16 years with the oil money? They have stolen the oil money. And that's why they are still in power. And they are using tribalism so people can kill each other and hate each other. They are using regionalism so they can divide people. And they are using hunger. A Jaan, a Joe, Zema Bugulu, El Joe Kafir. So our citizens can kill themselves, and nobody will be talking about accountability. Nobody will be talking about oil money. Nobody will be talking about social and other economic services or public goods that the citizen deserve to enjoy the fruit of the independence. All this chaos is created by the elites, so they can walk away with the oil money without accountability. It's all about oil money. So these elites, our people should understand, all the masses of South Sudanese should unite. We should unite as masses of deprived people and suffering people or marginalized South Sudanese to unite against the masses. If my brother is telling me that these two leaders cannot be kicked out by the people, I disagree with you, my brother Jibril, because there's no power that is above people. Unless people are not united, unless people uh, are not serious about their suffering, unless people are still enjoying their suffering under these two leaders. But the question is, for how long will South Sudanese continue to enjoy their suffering under the umbrella of dictatorial Juba regime of the SPLM? Whether SPLM IO or SPLM from A to Z or O, they are all political elites and military elites that are looting the oil money. And they want to continue to loot the oil money forever. We cannot allow this to happen. We have to speak up. We are in 21st century. We we will all work hard. They will be sanctioned individually, and they will not benefit from that money. Even their kids will not, their children will not benefit from that money. So all we need to do is to be united and to fight as marginalized or deprived citizens of South Sudan, not as tribe. And there are no political parties yet in South Sudan. All these are elites that are looting South Sudan in the name of political parties. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Usas Moses. Before well, Richard is asking you, what about 28 state? Who is coming up with those? So, what Richard is asking you about 28 state, and which is Palmun, you too can answer that, because I know this question is coming because 28 state, if I'm mistaken, was introduced by first Vice President Dr. Yak Machar. So, do you want to answer that very quick, Moses?
Yes, I can say that it was uh, the first person that came with the 21 state was Dr. Riak Machar. I agree with that. But
Okay.
28 and 32 was preached, but they did not talk about the borders, the borders of all those states, and the logic behind 32 states from the perspective of Young Council of Elders is different from the logic that was in Dr. Riak mind. Dr. Riak mind was using 21 districts during colonization.
Okay, thank you. Before we are come to an end, so Philemon, you will be respond. Dr. Moses, if you want to respond, but before you doing that, um, Philemon, I want you to answer the question that I'm asking you about the and Moses mentioned it before, and this is one of the things that I almost do a show about it. I invited IO supporters to discuss about the issues, the comment that the Vice President Dr. Yagmachar mentioned about to change the name of South Sudan to people Republic or something like that. So, what is your intake on this? Do you agree with your boss to change the name or not? Go ahead,
Unmute
Philemon.
yourself.
Yeah, thank you for giving me again the other chance to, talk. I think we've driven out to other subjects, and we seems like abandon the original topic about discussions of, the effect of Clubhouse. Let me answer that very brief. First of all, 28 states was not a Riek Machar idea. 28 states was Kir policy after he heard that Riek Machar is, restructuring South Sudan into 21 district, the former district during the time of colonial. Immediately they jumped and did that in the reaction of what Dr. Riek Machar did.
Philemon, your voice is very low.
Oh, my voice are very low. Okay, can you hear me well now? Okay, yeah. So 21 states and 28 states. 28 state was the reaction to the what Dr. Riek Machar proposed in 21 states based on the district, former districts, as Moses said. And 32 states comes from Jin Council elders. I'm not shy away from that because when they see that 28 states is not made the interest of what they need from Kir, they immediately influence to act, which they structure and affected me personally. In our county was affected because they put us uh, with with Rang and Malut simply because we have a dispute on kilo ashra, which is 10 kilo in at that area. There is a dispute there, and they know very well. They sent James Waniga there to investigate the dispute, and the report was not released because of this. And these are the problem that I always said. Young Council elders brought a lot of problem to us. Your second question, about the name changing. I think we have a very important issues that as a IO we want to deal with it. One is the implementation of peace agreement and making sure that the peace agreement is fully implemented, and so Sudanese have the platform to to decide what kind of government that they want on the future. And name changing, it is not something that we can discuss now, but it is something that we need to you know put in mind. If on the future the parliament there will be a suggestion, that suggestion might be discussed in the lower house, which is the parliament, and then if there is South Sudanese agree to change the name, it is up to South Sudanese, you know. But the most important thing as IO now, we have a problem of implementing the security sector. We have a problem of uh, why peace agreement is not being allowed to be implemented by our partners in the peace agreement. We have a very important issues that we need to discuss: how to end the destructive war in our country, and that is something that the chairman is doing now, and that is something that we want to see also Sudanese to join. Guns cannot solve the problem. Yes, peace cannot be with the absence of gun. Gun is that, and then we can come on the table and agree as South Sudanese to build the nation that we want, you know. And now we know that peace agreement is not moving, but that cannot also push South Sudanese to go back to war simply because the peace agreement is not being implemented. There is no logic there. So let's struggle with this peace agreement and bring all our brothers who are left out by the revitalized peace agreement so that we can discuss. We need to have a political discussion on what kind of nation that we want to build, what kind of political system that we want, and what kind of election that we need to have in our country. And that is the discussion is very, very important for all of us South Sudanese to join the peace and struggle to make sure that unified forces happen, and then we can have a constitution that reflects to all South Sudanese. And those are the most important question that in the mind of our chairman in Juba. But I know that there is a notion going on that React surrender and IO surrender, or IO become a part of them. Yes, there is nothing. You can be a friends with the enemies, your enemy, so that you can build a concrete a concrete system that you want. And then South Sudanese, if time comes for the election, it is up to South Sudanese to decide what kind of government that they want. And IO as a political party will have the right to preach their ideas on the future when the election comes. But now, even the idea of election shouldn't be the focus now, because you cannot go to election when your population is still scattered, living as refugees in different countries. You cannot have a election when there is no census done. You cannot not have an election when there is no security. These are the questions that we need to talk about before we talk about the election. And if the agreement, or revitalized peace agreement is being extended, it doesn't mean that we rejecting the election to happen. But we are seeing the destruction. We're seeing something that if election should be carried out, in coming years, I think there will be a lot of problem will happen, and we don't want to go to that chapter again. So my conclusion is this: we don't have to be very angry when people criticize any entity in political system, and we have to find a solution, a common way, how we can correct our views. We cannot correct our views by insulting each other. We cannot correct our views by, regrouping as a tribes and defending ourselves as a tribe. It is not going to happen. It is not going to help us. These are the problems that I see in social media when some of the most important people begin to behave like, they are not intellectual. And that is the problem that we have. Yes, there is a disagreement all over. We have a disagreement in how the nation should be led. Okay? And that is a democratic way of how we can question, our ideas, how we can confront our, how we can, you know, uh, fight the wrong ideas. And that is what I see should be embraced by all South Sudanese. And that's something that also I believe on the future. We have to think about the future of South Sudan after this war. Because war happened, and then something good is coming. And examples are very plenty. You can see Rwanda is the same problem happened, but now Rwanda is the brighter, maybe country in Africa. So we should not, lose hope because we have problem in our leadership. But we have to be strong and come up with the ideas that can bring us together and discuss, something that divide us, so that we can be able to establish the truth and then build a nation that reflect to you, a nation that reflect to me, a nation that embrace all our tribes. And that should be the discussion South Sudanese should embrace. But if you look now, South Sudanese are not discussing about the ideas anymore. They're talking about this tribe is not good, this tribe is that, and personalities, and this is the problem. It can block our good ideas to think about. Even me, I sometimes I begin to disassociate myself from the debate because the idea is no longer we are discussing about political ideology. We begin to discuss tribes, which is it is wrong. Tribes are not the problem. It is the elites that using our tribes, they are the problems, and that is something that we need to talk about.
Thank you, Brother Moon. Let me welcome Comrade Brother Simon Chongpat. Welcome to the State Media. Long time no see, my brother. Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and Happy New Year. Welcome to the State Media.
Comrade Chenko, how are you?
Very good, very good. How you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing well.
Okay, long time.
Yeah, I'm still wearing my Christmas party T-shirt. Yeah.
Merry Christmas to all of you. And I was just busy watching you guys. You are doing great.
Thank you. Thank you, for that. Welcome. Long time.
Yeah, it's been very long. You can continue. I just want to come and maybe add a bit of my perspective on some of one or two issues that I've heard earlier. So you guys can continue.
Change the name, right? Change the name.
Okay, this is how it goes. Welcome to Lagos State Media again, brother Chinquat. Nice to see you. There's been a while, as you said. Because we want to wrap up, and the way I want it to be done is simple. First of all, here, all the those who have contributed already to this show, we all agree. The whole issue of Gen Council of Elders has nothing to do with Dinka. Dinkas are suffering. Everybody in South Sudan is suffering. Okay, it is clear. I don't see the reason why we will be circling this every single day, Gen Council of Elders. Let's say we are talking about worse. That was, okay? Now we have a government of national unity. Dinka Council of Elders don't have influence anymore. Everything will come from all the parties that are part of the transitional government of national unity. We have the members of the parliament that will pass the law, everything according to their party. It is up to the transitional national government of unity to further. It's not going to come down as, it was influenced by Gen Council of Elders. Why would the members of the IO, the SOMA, and the other parties are part of the transitional government of unity? Why would they accept it? So we all agree, yes, blaming each tribe is not going to take us anywhere. Now, we are going to 2022. This is the question that I'm going to ask all of you. Yes, what is next? Now we have a government of national unity. It's not an SPLM that is being implemented by Gen Council of Elders. So what is next? What would you want to see next year? So Chenkwat, I'll start with you, and I'll give you a little bit more time, maybe 3-4 minutes, because you have something to comment it before you answer the last question.
Okay. Thank you so much, the host of Lake State Media. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yes, you loud and clear.
Okay. I really appreciate the host of Lake State Media for the tireless work over the years in trying to bring to the focus of South Sudanese, or attention of South Sudanese, the issues that are important, the issue that are affecting our people, and also the issue that we can harness to make a better South Sudan. I have to commend you on the great work that you have been doing over the years. The social media forefront is not, or is no longer anymore, a playground where someone can just come and play and think that they will get away with not mentioning facts. So if you want to be a media that has to be respected and followed thereafter, you have to be a platform as this Lake State that will always avail the opportunity to all South Sudanese in sharing the ideas. I have to also appreciate my comrades in the movement, Comrade Philemon and Comrade Kwano, who had been here earlier, and I believe he left. I also have to thank you, Brother Moses Kenjok, for your actually insightful explanation of the issue of JCE. And the host of Lake State, once again, thank you. To be honest, let me start with where I found your discussion earlier. I came at a time when Moses Makir was expanding in details what he knows about the JCE. And perhaps he was also explaining the agenda, because as per you guys on the Lake State, you might have watched the interview of Aldo yesterday. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. All of us has watched that interview. Few of us also have concern in all the mentioned details of his interview. But thank you for bringing it up. So, Comrade Moses, I thank you, because you have mentioned a lot of things that are tangible, information that some of us cannot dispute. What I will comment on in regard to the JCE issue. my brother Philemon Tom also explained it very, very well earlier. One thing we have to get rid of, as you have, this is part of answering your question, Brother Peter. You asked about what should we be doing as we approach a new year. I think one thing we need to look into as South Sudanese is that when we are debating issues, regardless of whether that issue has a tribal attachment to you or a clan attachment to you or personal attachment to you, we must humble ourselves and lend our ears to whoever is actually talking to us. Perhaps we might find something that is good from that person. Because what I've realized in the last 8 or 10 or so years as South Sudanese, when you speak and people know you are a Nuer, automatically a Dinka will close his ears and they will never want to listen from you. If you are a Dinka and you want to speak, and somebody from another tribe find that you are a Dinka, you are an Equatorian or a Fertit or a Kakwa speaking, they automatically will shut their ears and never want to listen. I think this is something that we have to change, because in the world that we live in today, change comes when you listen to people. If you don't listen to me and you don't want to listen to what is hurting me, then in return, how do you expect me to listen to you so that I can actually understand what is hurting you? And the payback will always be the same, year in, year after, that if you don't listen to my cry today, tomorrow if you cry, I will not listen to you. I think that this is where I have to appreciate my brother Moses Makir for speaking loud and clear today on the issue of JCE. You are a Dinka. Majority of our Dinka brothers and sisters might vilify you for what you have said today. But I think as the question from Peter Kenny said, what do we need to change in the next year or so? We as South Sudanese people must always listen to one another, whether it is an issue that is hurting you or issue that you are enjoying. Lend your ears to your brother and actually own their problems. Listen to their problem and try to own them so that you become a solution to them, rather than you becoming a runner because you are running away from the issues. So the issue of JCE is an issue that does not want us to run away from, because comrade brother Madid and brother Peter, we have been on this social media for the last 8-10 years. You know what we have been talking about. We have now reached to a point where even talking does not make sense anymore, because we have been repeating the same thing, and you've been, I'm not saying you as a person, we've been saying the same thing and you've been defending it. You have been saying the same thing and I have been defending it. That means we have no any improvement to make. Now the improvement will come in realities that has been mentioned by our brother Moses. Someone will vilify Moses because he said JCE are self-centered individuals. They are serving their personalities' egos, but they are hiding it behind an umbrella, which is, for example, Jiang. Now, as Brother Philemon said clearly, when the JCE use that umbrella, the rest of South Sudanese people automatically will come in the light of the day to challenge that umbrella. And now when you fall under that umbrella, you will feel that, oh, these South Sudanese people don't like me. But it's not because they don't like you. It's because you have given the leverage of your shadow, your good shade. You have given it to the JCE, and they are using it to satisfy their personalities. I have said so many times on this platform years ago that JCE as a young community, as a people, as a community, has got no problem with Nuer, have got no problem with sons and daughters of Greater Equatoria, nor do they have direct problem with those of Fertit and all that. But when we are coming to a nation as citizen of a country and we are discussing this issue, when we challenge the integrity of the JCE, just because they are using the umbrella, a son from a Dinka will say, oh, the Nuer are challenging the Jiang, which is actually taken out of context. We are discussing a national agenda, something that is hurting me as a son of South Sudan. And somebody, simply because you are from Dinka, please, you don't own that issue, because it is bigger than Dinka. It is bigger than Nuer. It is bigger than an Equatorian. It's our problem as South Sudanese. So I have to compliment what you guys have discussed today, and in particular, Moses. Over the last years, we have been blaming young community not because they are the engineer of the problem. We blame them because they kept silent while the rest of the country was burning. That was the reason as to why we blame them. But when it comes to love for the Dinka, we love Dinka. I say this years ago as well. When it comes to relationship, we all have family relationship, blood relationship with Dinka, with Equatorian, because we are sons and daughters of that great country. There is no way possible I can hate a Dinka because he's a Dinka. Because if I hate a Dinka because he's a Dinka, I'm hating my family because I have also a blood with them. So let us now move to a new era where we have to discuss issues as sons and daughters of South Sudan. If a Nuer is mentioned, you have to tell me exactly what is wrong with this Nuer that you are mentioning, so that I might be a supporter of yours as well against that Nuer. I cannot blindly just support the Nuer because he's a Nuer. I have to be a nationalistic minded person where we have to discuss issues that are affecting us as a people. Brother Philemon, again, I have to echo what you have said earlier, that JCE have used young community to their advantage. And the silence of young community has been harnessed by these JCE elites. They have used it to their advantage so that they can manipulate the policies of the country, and so that they can inhumanely mistreat others on the perception that they are satisfying the ego or the interest of the community of Jiang, which is absolutely incorrect. So I agree with both of you on that. So the reason as to why I keep mentioning Moses Maker is because he's a son of a Dinka, and he comes from the community of Jiang. Now, if all Jiang can sit and analyze things through the same lenses of Moses, I can be very optimistic about what future can bring to us. But if we defend JC simply because they are sons and daughters of Jiang, then our future can always be thorny. I finish on that issue of JC. I'm just coming to make sure that I put my voice on that case of JC, that JC are the one responsible for distortion or policies in the country. They were responsible for engineering the conflict in the country. Someone will say no to me, it's absolutely your opinion. But the research and all the investigation, whether you went through AU, you went through IGAD, you will come to conclusion that they had a hand in it. You know, running away from it will not be a solution. Now owning it is going to be the solution. Because once you own it, you will force me to acknowledge you and respect you. Going to the issue of, there was one issue that have been mentioned, and this is why I came to the platform. There was an issue where I think it was brother, he left, I forgot his name. He said that no, I think it was Madid. Madid, you say that as soon as the war happened after 2013-14, the elders of Nuer and the elders of Jiang went to where? Went to Kenya to meet with Daniel Troitich Arap Moi, the former president of Kenya. And you have said that they went and discussed issues to pinpoint where the problem was. And they came up with a resolution that the problem was not a tribal-based problem. It was not a problem between Nuer and Dinka. It was a problem from the political elites. That is absolutely the opinion. But today, if we look at things in the perspective of how they evolved, it was a government of South Sudan at the time that used all the resources to recruit militias, whether they were from Dinka entirely or they were from other tribes. At least we have noted that the government of the day used resources of the country to recruit militias and use them to kill innocent citizens of the very country. Now, when they went to Kenya to meet Moi, it was a plan from smart individuals because they want to get away from the blame. And this is what I've said earlier, that when you want to run away from the problem, you are not a solution maker. You are a problem yourself because you start the problem and now you are running away from it. So my brothers and my countrymen, the best way forward for us as we gear our country back in the path of peace is to acknowledge that we have done wrong. Whether you will say it's Riek Machar that started it, that is not the solution. Whether you're going to blame Chenko, that's not the solution. Because we have been in this problem now for the last 8 years. If we don't start owning our own failures, we are not going to fix it. And it will take us back to square one. And this is something we don't want to see. So the best way forward is to acknowledge our failure as a people, as a country, so that we can be able to pick ourselves up. JC, if there is a way to get rid of JC in any political platform in South Sudan, it would be for the best interest of that country. It would be for the best interest of that country. I know majority of us might be laughing at it and they might not want to agree to this point. But I believe time will tell. Time will tell. As long as these JCE elites continue to meddle in the South Sudanese politics, we are in problem. Because these elders, they have a very deep underlying ego that none of us can understand. It is even beyond politics. It is even beyond hatred. It is something else. At least, Brother Peter Kenyon, now you and I can sit on a table and we can agree. And you would say, Chenko, this is something I needed and you denied it from me. And I would say, Kenyon, this is something that would have been beneficial to me, but you deny me. And we would both agree. But these elites, there is no any way that they would ever agree with a person that has a diverging views. They will always find a way to take us back to square one. Lastly, on the issue of peace, I've said this, I think, in one of the platforms nearly a year ago. I said Dr. Riek Machar have chosen to take the SPLM-IO back to Juba in his quest for peace. Sometimes we South Sudanese people, what we speak, we do not understand that what you are saying is something that can actually hone us to tomorrow. Now, when Riek Machar say, okay, you pressure me to go to Juba, okay, let me go to Juba in quest of peace. We, even the members of the SPLM-IO, we say, no, we are not going to Juba unless secure arrangement is implemented. If I'm wrong, my brother Philemon Daud will attest to this or disagree. Even we, the members, including myself, as a leader in the SPLM-IO, we never agree with the notion that we should have gone to Juba for the second time without equitable implementation of the secure arrangement. But because Riek Machar wanted peace, and he wanted the people of South Sudan to at least recuperate, he chose to take us back to Juba. He was told, oh, you are going to be killed at the airport. He said, if I'm going to be killed at the airport, so be it, and the peace will come to the people of South Sudan. Now he went to Juba. And some people are making it a laughable matter. Instead of actually applauding him for that bold decision, we are now insulting him for taking that decision. Even those who are supporting Salva Kiir, they are using it as a preamble to show a weakness in the leadership of Riek Machar. People are not using it, and they don't see it in the lenses of peaceful people. We should just applaud this bold decision by Riek Machar in taking SPLM-IO back to Juba, although it was not popular decision. And let me be vivid clear to you, my people. I know this show is always watched by nearly every South Sudanese. The reason that you see a lot of indifferences within the SPLM-IO, it was because of that decision to go back for the second time without equitable dispensation of the forces, without the full implementation of the security arrangement. That is why some among us were bitter. They said, why would we be taken back to Juba again without full implementation of the security arrangement? We have seen and witnessed what happened in 2015 peace agreement. Now we are repeating the same. But Dr. Riek said, no, we have to go back. Now, what point do I want to make as I conclude? Sometimes when someone is alive, Brother Madid, Brother Kenny, Brother Philemon, Brother Moses, now when we are alive and we are seeing one another here, I would find it very hard to acknowledge my brother Peter Kenny. But as soon as something happened to Kenny, I will be the one crying in front of everyone saying Kenny was a great man. But when he was on earth with us, when he was walking on the same road with us, when he was sharing the same bed with us, we do not acknowledge him. So as I conclude, let us give credit when it's due or where it's due. And in this point, I have to say this. The going of Dr. Riek Machar to Juba and the leadership of IO should not be used as a laughing matter. It should be used as a mean to exert pressure onto all the leaders so that they can implement the agreement. Because the question that should follow thereafter is, what if this agreement fail again? What will happen? Now, most of us don't want to answer that question. Now, if this peace agreement, if Riek Machar say now, okay, I don't want this peace agreement, we don't want to answer that question, what would happen? What can happen to us, to our country? We don't want to answer it. But yet now Riek Machar is breathing in Juba with us, and we want to vilify him. We insult him every day. We abuse him on a daily basis. So my brothers, while we are still breathing, all of us, let us acknowledge our failures, let us acknowledge our achievement, and let us give credit when it's due. So I thank you, brothers. That is what I have come to make. And in last statement that I have to make, let us not try to be getting away. Let us not run away from our problems. Let us own our problem as South Sudanese, and then we will fix them. We will find solution. When we learn to own them, we will also find solution. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, brother Simon Shankwat. Peter, you can give that the rest. Before you do that, William and Borna, Machik, you guys are in the lobby. I see you guys, but I cannot able to bring you guys up. Please, you try to connect your mic with your camera. That in order I can bring you guys up. So your connection, your camera and mic is not connected. So try to connect your mic and camera, and then we'll be able to bring you up on the screen. Thank you. Okay, thank you, brother Schankwas. I will give this chance now to Wilson Lual. Welcome to the media. This is your channel. You can go ahead.
Salam. What?
Yeah.
Are you hearing me? Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Yes.
Now, are you hearing me? Chance given to me, Charles. Hello?
Hello, Lual. Yes, your turn. Yeah, we can
hear
you.
Hear me?
Okay.
Yes, Charlie, we can hear you. So mute your mic.
I really come late and I saw the topic is about JCE and all this. Can somebody just brief me a little bit before I jump in?
Okay. Anyway, Lual, the topic was simple because now we have another social media called Clubhouse. And that Clubhouse, the whole discussion has been this tribe, that tribe, did this, that tribe is this and that. And recently, it's all about Young Council of Elders. The first question was, how healthy is that debate in Clubhouse? The reality is, those who are only in Clubhouse are the one actually listen and have a conversation by itself. But it's not entire public Junub Sudan. Okay. Now, where do we go from there? If it is health conversation in Clubhouse, how? If it is not health, why and how?
Thank you, brother. I think the so-called Clubhouse has become the war zone for South Sudanese. They took their politics from Facebook to there. It's not health. It is the toxic and hatred is being built toward one ethnic group. And everything is about JC and Jill. There is nothing good. But it surprised son and daughter of the Dinka when the people we think that they are really alternative to change the government, especially the so-called Facebook opposition or rebel. I call them a rebel, fake Facebook. These are the people who are generating the hatred and mobilize some other tribe against the Jiang Council of Elder and then the Jiang in general. This is the discussion going on there. And for me, I do my own research. Why I do say opposition. These are opposition. These people are members of the NAS. Member of the NAS are, we know them, Sister Teresa Majasip. They've been campaigning for almost 5 years. Member of the NDM, headed by Mr. Emmanuel Ajawin, is another problem. Campaign against the Jiang. And then the other opposition is the SPLMIO, who signed the peace with the government, where you get Salman Dendera and people like Paul Mons are still preaching something different than what they signed, and their leader is in Juba. You know, you cannot understand them what they are talking about, rather than to support the peace. And then the other group is a group of the so-called real SPLM. Really, SPLM is the one who hiring the guy called Edward. He's a member of the SPLM. We know he's the one who making campaign about the Jiang Council of Elders and the Jiang. And the rest of opposition can go on. So in this case, what is going on in Clubhouse is worse, because as South Sudanese, they become a blind walking majority, or a lot of group does not know what is their agenda, because the war is not started by the JC. It was the SPLM war who fight themselves for power struggle. They divide themselves, and then they scatter. Some of them, they become opposition. Like the opposition I mentioned, they were part of the SPLM, being Thomas Cirillo, being the so-called ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin, being Paganamum, being Riek Machar, IO, being Bakasora, those of SOA, being Paul Malone. All these are members of the SPLM. They are not a member of the JC. And these are the group who turning country to one another. And we are surprised as a Jiang when those opposition does not see their own goal. We thought that their own objective is a government of South Sudan, whether to make a regime change. And when you are opposition, your language should be clear to attract other people who are not part of you in order to join. But now they are scaring people away, you know, by targeting the JC. And it is very clear that JC are a select members themselves to represent Jiang. And another true thing, they were not being called in Addis Ababa to go and sign the peace at the party. So why you bring them up? These people have nothing to do with the government. The government of today is a unity government, where there is SOA, there is IO, there is a government of Salva Kiir, which is the SPLM-IG and SPLM-IO. Where did Jiang Council of Elders fit here? And on top of that, they are not recognized by the Constitution of South Sudan to be a body that can be a part of a decision maker. So what I realize here, the people are just become addicted to their mind, that because there are their mindset that the problem is Jiang Council of Elders, which is not true. They need to find their own problem, the South Sudanese opposition or South Sudanese at large. And that make a lot of the Jiang people to become angry. On top of that, if there are people, they are even denying the participation of the Jiang who were against the government. We told them, those who were against the government, from the Jiang members, they are not alive today. A person like George Yasser was killed. He was rebel against the government. And the last person was Corbino, was killed. If you look to the other part of the other tribe who are crying, we never see their member has been killed by the government to oppose the government. With that being, all these Dinka who are opposing government, they don't see them. They just see them as the spy. So people are confused, and we don't know where are we going to end this. But it is up to them. Me as a member of the gang, I will protect myself because you cannot destroy me while I am not a part of that government. The government of today is, there is nothing called Gen Council of Elders in. It is a government of 4 by president or 5 by president. There are members of the parliament, 500 coming from the different constituency, with all across the tribe, not from one tribe. You have a governors, 10 state governors. They are not all Gen. Entire the region of Upper Nile, there is no single Gen governor. If you look, case of Jongle is Nuer, Upper Nile is Shuluk, Unity State is Nuer. You come to the Equatorial region, all 3 governors are Nandinga. They are coming from Equatoria. You go to Barakazal, maybe only 3 states, Warab and Lake State and West, and Northern Barakazal. And Western Barakazal is not a Dinka. So within the old 10 states, you end up getting 3 governor of the Dinkas within those 10 states. With all these, South Sudanese are not seeing. They are still backing on JC and their Jiang community. So a lot of Jiang, we are the Jiang are seeing this is this is enough. It's not about government of South Sudan anymore. It is about people are targeting Dinka as a tribe, because we have a members been killed posting government, nothing. We have the government that has been set up. There is no Gen Council of Elders went to Addis Ababa or Khartoum peace agreement, has the body. Why are you bothering for them? If there is a new government, this new government of South Sudan will be the part and partial to make a decision, whether through parliament or through presidential or through cabinet. All these are myth. They are not, there is no. So why are you keeping backing on JCE as a problem? This to me, I see it is wrong campaign, and they are fighting something that they will never win it, because Jiang believe that if we organize ourselves, and there are people claiming that to be our leaders, not the government of South Sudan leader, why would allow them to be attacked 24/7 and abuse them? That is really, you are targeting Dinka. This is the way we look as a Dinka, son and daughter, that we are being targeted for the purpose we don't know, but it is a campaign by the opposition who failed miserably to remove the government. Now they want to find another avenue, thinking that if we come and do campaign against the JC, we will win it. That's just wrong. Now people are crying about the JC, and the government is moving. Riek Machar there are by president. Decisions have been making without JC. So, brothers and sisters, the problem is opposition. We are not going nowhere because they don't know their goal. They are just targeting ethnic group. Jealousy, because they don't want that ethnic group to have their own unity or their own leadership where they can solve their own problem. Like any other people in South Sudan, there are elders. If your elders fail not to organize themselves or not to come up and do something good for their tribe, you cannot come after our elders. You are really making problems. But this issue of Clubhouse is way more. They will be backing there, and the new unity government is going on. Now, what will be the solution? I don't know. I don't know. The only solution, because these people they don't know their agenda. They don't know their goal, whom they are fighting. Whether either they need to fight the unity government. If
what
they
is
are
going
new,
on? We are not hearing anything.
Is that from my side?
No.
It's fine. Probably it's you.
Huh?
Can you try to refresh your?
No, I
Now
can.
it's clear.
I can hear him. I can hear him well. I think he's on. It's
Yeah.
on your side. I can hear him really clear.
Okay.
Peter,
I think there is echo, but I don't know where it's coming.
he has to mute himself.
Yes. Go ahead, Wilson.
Yeah. So, brother and sister, if we want to unite the country, my advice is the so-called opposition. They need to change their language. They need to change their political statement, how to address.
No, Peter, I am not hearing anything.
Okay, Moses, log out and come back.
Charles, I think it's Charles who have that problem. All right. So the only advice I can give, which is not a solution, is an advice. If they are really opposition, because the people call themselves opposition are alternative to become the next government. So their goal not to divide the community or divide the country. Their goal is to unite and act like a good boy to be different than the current government. But now if you act tribal like that, like all those opposition that were making noise, they are more tribal than JC. In the party of the so-called Emmanuel Ajawin, the deputy, this is his own cousin. The secretary is nephew. Where is the balance here? The same to Paganamum, his deputy is Wuyai, the same, and the list go on. These are all Shuluk part. Okay? You come to the NAS, it's all Equatorial. Okay? So why are you blaming? And some people are talking about the Matianganyor Malaysia. You have a 10,000 Agulek, they are not talking about it. You have the Murle militia, they are not talking about it. You have a white army for Nuer, you are not talking about it. And you have Arrow Boy for the Bagasoro in Western Equatoria, you are not talking about it. To me, we are not fair. We are not fair to one another. And in that case, there will now be a legitimate feast to ourselves. We who are fighting on the social media, we are not even a part of a decision maker. What we will add is more problem. Because when you are an outside and you try to play that dirty game, you will not be a decision maker. You rather to bring down your tune because you are putting other group who are on a really field or on the ground into risk. This is what we are going to contribute, because even we are going to rule the peace agreement. Some went as far as saying that they don't want election. I don't know why, but that election has been mentioned by the document of the agreement. You know, they have to have election. Now, if you're refusing election, then you are giving more time for Salva Kiir and his 5 vice president to stay more in power. If there is no election, then you are talking about extend. Some of them, they say, no, we cannot extend that one. We have to change the government. How? There is no solution there. We are really confused. But what we can beg, me as the son of the Dinka, I will say, please leave the JC and GN Council of Elders alone and target the current government, which is a unity government or transitional unity government, where there are so many parties in it. There is no party of JC in that current government today. So people are beating the bush, and they don't know the real cause. The real cause is the government. So this is my little contribution to advise those opposition who are feeling more hatred toward ethnic Dinka. It's not going to. And one more thing you need to know. Majority we of the Dinka are not the followers. We are decision maker to our own, with our own observation. You can have as more. We can go back to the 91. How many general who defect? Person like Arangoton, Karbina Kwan, Makura Layo, how many Dinka follow them? None. So we are, each individual has their own decision. Seeing the way you see things cannot make sense. We cannot just jump in a boat we don't know. So if there are people thinking that this thing will go, no, you got to see the nature of the people first. It started them. It's not going to take nowhere. And we will not stopping to defend our JC, as they call it, JCE, a Young Council of Elders, which is responsible for the Jing, even though they are not elected by the Jing. We accept that. But this campaign, Yajama, is not going to bring a unity, because opposition, they don't know what they are talking about. They are just generate more hatred. That's what I can say is a little my contribution. When it comes to militias, they left all their militia and they are talking about only the militia of the government, which is the so-called Matianganyor. While there are thousands of white army in a different division, there is Guajam, there is Guawat, there is whatever. And the same thing, you got 10,000 from Shuluk, Agulek, they are not talking about it. And now you blame on JC. How many times now IO is divide itself? Is that a JC problem too? I don't think so, ya Jamaa ya Jinubin. 1991, there were no JCE. Somewhere went as far as 83, there were no JCE. Whether being in the case of Malakal, who were in 70, there was no JCE. Again, in 82, the reason of Malakal they are using as a legitimate. This land issue has been before SPLA went to Bush. Now you connected with JCE and Salva Kiir, it doesn't add up. It's all just about hatred toward the tribe. But we need to be honest. We need to know who is our target, especially the opposition, not all of us, those who are not in government, but those who want to change the government. They need to know, is it a government or they will deal with JCE, which is JCE are that the game that they will never win it for those who are trying to play that game. They will never go nowhere. 100% I'm sure. Because you simply we categorize you as somebody attacking the Dinka. Because we know 100% JCE are not constitutional body that recognize to make a decision. Even if they have a chance to make their own decision, I think their decision will be turned down from the 5 by president plus the president. These are the thinker people. They cannot take a plan of JCE. That's the fact. If it doesn't work there in the presidency, if it go to the cabinet, it will still fail because cabinet are not all JCE. There is no JCE there. So why we keeping a song that is not going to change the dancing, only to hate more and make people to hate themselves. Brothers and sisters, we are heading New Year. I will stop here. That's my contribution. I will advise the opposition to change their political arena and their goal, whom are they want to target to change that government, not JCE or not GM. If they keep doing that, we are not going nowhere. Thank you.
One second. Thank you, Brother Wilson, and thank you to everyone that have contributed. I would love to say, if you want to join the show, you won't be able to have a chat right now. We have went over 3 hours, and we planned it for only 1.5 hours. So I will have a chat for the people that have already are on the podium, and then we will do the conclusion. Charles, and mute yourself. Moses, please, I know I will give you a chance to make your last remark.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Yes, 1 second. I will
Nice.
give you a chance. Let Charles and Peter have a chance. Charles, you have been following the topic the whole night. All I want is, as a South Sudanese, if I have to hear you, if I had to hear you from a different show, and it's all about blaming one tribe, either it's a Nuer, either it's a Dinka, either In things that are national to South Sudan, you are not helping the situation. You are not solving the problem. We are not going anywhere. Believing each other tribe, we are going to be there as a tribe. Nobody's going to take us away. Not even a single tribe. Even if we have one tribe that has only one person, today, there is no way we are going to take him away. He will remain as a tribe in South Sudan. Now, blaming him is not it's not taking us anywhere. That's the whole reason why I'm making this show. Next time when you are in the show, actually, I like one comment that person I have put it out earlier. That said, while you are blaming yourself, while you are blaming a tribe, I'm blaming my brother who is a member of the parliament who decided to go and eat in Juba and forget about us in the village. If those are the things we're discussing, if that's how we think, we are having a better future. We are having better future as a South Sudanese. And this is a wonderful discussion. I love it. I love it. Anyway, Charles, go ahead and mute yourself. Charlie, unmute yourself. Madid, can you tell Charlie to unmute himself if he doesn't hear me?
Charles, can you hear me? Charles having a network issue.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead, Charles.
Much. Thank you very much, Peter.
Charles, your network is breaking down.
Your network is bad. We barely hear you.
Hello, can you hear me? Network. Hello?
Yeah, somehow. Yeah. Go ahead.
Hello. I'm going to be very short because my network is really disturbing.
Yeah, go ahead, Charles. Go ahead.
I'm in a bad location now. My network is weak because we have big snow here and it's changing everything. Okay, Merry Christmas to everyone here. Our neighboring citizens of the Republic of South Sudan. This is General Charles Pinson. We're a separatist movement, and we believe as Equatorians that Equatoria belongs to Equatoria, and non-Equatorians should leave Equatoria. Analyzing the speech of Dr. Aldo Ajou yesterday, it is very unfortunate his speech. Okay, the speech is proof the Dinka occupation of Equatoria, in which he said, when the SPLA came to Juba, they captured in 2005 the area of Tongfing and other areas near Kujur, Jebel Kujur. Where did the SPLA capture? Where did the Dinka capture? Capture when? Where was that fight? In 2005, that the Dinka captured the areas around Equatoria in Juba. And also he confirmed that the Dinka really occupying Equatorial land, and this issue is serious. And the Dinka, you are lying here and keeping lying where those of Wilson, keeping lying and denying all night and day. And you are not solving the problem. You are not resolving the problem of South Sudan. The Dinka are letting the Equatorians not to come back to their land. Do you think we're gonna be living in exile for years? We don't belong to Uganda. We don't belong to Kenya. We don't belong to Congo. That is our land that God has given to us and blessed us with. Now we are not enjoying our land. Foreigners like Dinka are now occupying it. Our farms have been used for grazing cattle. Our mothers are raped Our brothers and sisters are raped in front of us. This must stop now. The Dinka policy under the General Council of Elders, which was confirmed by Dr. Aldo Ajou, is right. Okay, if the Dinka are coming to protect their interest, why not me? Why not the Equatorians to come and protect their interest? Why not the Nuer come and protect their interest? Why not the Cholo people? What is special for the Dinka to protect their own interests? Why? Did you see one day the Equatorians go and occupy any land in Barghazal or in Abyei? Call Abyei in Abyei, Juba Road في Abyei ولا تاكيل Road.
Brother Charles, your network is really giving us difficulties to listen.
So, Charles, we cannot hear you. So, can you fix your network?
You must think twice. You must stop this. This is a modern world where people have to live together. Imagine,
Charles, your network is bad. We cannot hear
you're
you.
intimidating somebody's land.
Okay.
Yeah. Charles' network is terrible.
Network bad, so let him try to figure out his network.
Come back, Charles, if you have a chance. Peter Belieu.
Yes.
It's your chance, buddy.
All right. Nice to see all of you again, Brother Peter, the host, the entire host of Lake State Media. I want to thank you again for having this opportunity to be able to comment on the topic. So I have seen the topic here, the one that you put to say, presentation of Dr. Aldo Ajou, and a reaction from opposition. And also, you mentioned something about Clubhouse and all the discussion that has been going on, if it is something that helps South Sudanese or not. So unfortunately, I did not get a chance to hear the speech of Uncle Aldo Ajou. So I will talk about Clubhouse. It was last week. First, I learned about Clubhouse. And when a friend of mine talked to me and said there is a discussion going on, a group where Mr. Chairman Wilson Wall, also the leader of Padang community, we, a couple of months ago, we've been having a discussion on how we can reconcile the entire Apanal community. Now we can come together. So unfortunately, due to some work schedule change, I was unable to continue that meeting. And then one of the members texted me the information that there is a discussion going on that Dr. I forgot his name, Dr. Lamakol was addressing, and he asked me if I could come and join. So I was in the middle of work. I wasn't able to go there. And then after I get up, I was able to download it and set it up. And the next day, I followed that there was a discussion. But to come to the point, let me just simply answer it. I don't think Clubhouse is not helping us. It is actually tearing South Sudan apart. Some of things that I have heard is not helpful. Sometimes when I think, I see people that are educated, went to school here in Western world, and has all the credentials that, fit you as an intellectual. And also somebody who might have a credential of law degree. And then you're going to go and blame somebody else. Brother Peter, if you have a son who is 18 or 19, if your son has done something wrong, I have a degree in criminal justice, and I'm doing my graduate school now. Based on my study, and I work as correction facility, since 2015 as case manager. All the cases that I, whether it be through my cases study or through my works, I have not read any person arrested because of the crime committed by somebody who happened to be members of the family. When I hear people are being blamed because they are from that tribe, that is completely ridiculous. It is taught when we used to have Facebook show. It was the time when you guys established Lagos State Media. I used to have my own show, and I talk about it. When I give a speech, some people who are with us in this platform now, they accuse me. They accuse me being some of Nuerweo and all these things, because I was telling them the truth. So they made up some name. I came in the pen of Gian Council of Elders. And what I said was, at that time when I talk, I did not, say they are not contributing anything related to the problem. But you cannot blame the lobbyists, because the way that I look Gian community, JCE, I look them as intellectuals that are organized themselves to lobbyists on behalf of their own community. In any democracy like America, such a thing is allowed. It's not a crime. But if things went wrong because of foot from lobbyists, you blame the person that you elected. And what I try to direct all my friends of social media that use social media, let us blame Salva Kiir, not Dinka as a tribe. Let blame Salva Kiir. In 2009, when we had election, I voted for Salva Kiir. Salva Kiir Riek Machar has failed us. I don't even know why people don't channel the debate in that direction. I don't see the connection between the JC or between the Yang of the community with what happened in South Sudan. Because the government we have in Juba, you see all the ministers. This guy from Equatorial, I think he's position Minister of Cabinet Affairs. Minister of Cabinet Affairs equivalent to Prime Minister. So he's the one that's running a lot of role and a vice president. And then you have all the tribes are represented in that government. I don't see how it become a Dinka government. Why don't you blame Salva Kiir? As I have been. And I told people whom I have a private discussion, I said, look, when I appear on social media, I blame Salva Kiir for his failure. I have never been attacked by Dinka of criticizing Salva Kiir. You see? Because he's my president, I vote for him, and I have a right to criticize him. You see? But when I see people that are educated, leaving the right person they should be criticizing and jump, what they are doing, they are recruiting Dinka to unite themselves. I talk to people a lot of social media. I said, if we have to get Salva Kiir, we need to use a different approach. We need to bring Dinka aboard. But if you had declared war on somebody, he's not going to join you. And I know there are a lot of Dinka that are not in the same boat with Salva Kiir. But if I'm saying you, the Dinka on social media, the mistake in Juba is yours, then you're not going to be able to join me. I think if I were a member of the opposition, I would try to come up with a different way to convince moderate Dinka to join me. There's a lot of radical people that are there on social media and also on Dinka side. Dinka are a lot of extreme group. Even though my position is known, there are people who I went to a Clubhouse. They're led by somebody who is Dinka. And he speaks no fear. He shut me up. He didn't want me to speak because he wanted to direct me to his topic. I said, no, I'm not going to talk about that topic. I don't think it doesn't worth my time. I want to talk about how we can discuss positive things that can bring unity of people of South Sudan. That's what our role as a diaspora should be. What can we do to come together to bring the unity? You see, based on my own analysis, I don't think Salva Kiir is not pro-Dinka. And why? Let me just say, even though some people will not listen. There are a lot of bad things that are happening to the young community. Let's take RBA. RBA now is being taken by North. Dinka are suffering in that area. What is Salva Kiir doing? Nothing. He never said anything about it. What about Panso? Panso is taken by North. What about 14 Mile? You guys from Bargadel, you probably know that area. I've never been to that area, but I heard about it. It is the area of South Sudan. Arab took it, and it's the Dinka area. What is Salva Kiir say? Nothing. There are a lot of things you can use so that you will find Dinka that can side with you. You see, if you come and preaching hatred and all these things, you're not going to succeed. You have to have a national agenda to be able to win the heart and mind of many Dinka. But if you're telling them, oh, you're bad, then you're telling them to unite. You see, that's the only thing that I can say. I disagree with a lot of people that speak on social media. That's one thing that I can have. I think whoever create Clubhouse create problem, because it is not like this social media where it can be recorded. Now these people are speaking openly, and you don't see their picture. You see, and they're saying a lot of bad things. You see, so it seems like it's creating a lot of distraction. It's creating a lot of division, and it's not going to help us. I would encourage you, from those who are listening, let us have a nationalist South Sudanese who can have an official intellectual discussion of how we can come together as South Sudanese. That's the discussion that I want to be a part of. They're not insulting any tribe. Whatever happened, it happened. Let's move on. Let me just give you an example. In Rwanda, if you read Rwanda and see how many people were killed, if Rwanda is still talking about it, being talking about this, Rwanda would not be in where it is now. In the United States, we had war. You see, are people still talking about all those things? Why don't we discuss positive things that can bring us together? Because I cannot blame Salva Kiir did for mistake of his father. I cannot blame Riek Machar's son for mistake or a crime that Riek Machar committed. That's the reality. That's how the world functions. The real problem, also opposition. If you are a part of the government, some opposition is still talk as a rebel while the leader is in Juba. You see, if there is a mess in a feast we have in Juba, it is Riek Machar. He gave all the position to his family and leaving the leader of IO. And that's why we have mess. You will see some of these family members-in-laws that are coming trying to feign him as a leader. But it's not. I think my word for all of us, let us have a positive dialogue that can bring us together. If we succeed in this piece is implemented, 2023, Riek Machar and Salva, we can even give them a mandate and say, implement this piece. What we don't want you to run in 2023, that we as the people of South Sudan, if peace is implemented, then we can have election and vote them out. If they want to put themselves in by force, let us all as South Sudanese, we can keep them out if we come together. For those who like to preach hatred, whether toward Nuer, toward Denga, toward Equatorial, you're not going to succeed. Because our unity is the only thing that I can believe can chase Riek Machar and Salva Kiir out of Juba. But if we are saying destroy, it's not going to help us. So, brother, that's the only thing that I can add on this discussion. With Uncle Aldo Ajou, did not listen to his speech, so I have nothing to say about it because I have to listen it, and then I can analyze and see if there's a positive things or negative thing that he has said. So I did not hear. I did not get his step.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much,
you so much,
brother.
brother.
That is a
That is a
wonderful.
wonderful.
I see you. Okay, Marial, I see you. You are on the lobby. Please, I see you. That can you sit in the right place so I can put you up? Thank you. Charles Pun. Charles, welcome to Lagos State Media again. I know your network was bad before. Please, I would like you to focus on the topic. Yeah, so this is your chance. So focus on the topic.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Charles. Can you
People
hear
are
me?
calling me. I don't know why.
Okay. Do you want me to give you a second to pick up your phone? Okay, while Charles figured out something like that, so he will be back. Welcome, brother Abiel and Maria. Welcome to Lagos State Media. Abiel, I think this will be your turn. Moses, I know you want to put your conclusion. Can you hang tight? Because we have a lot of people who are coming in to join this debate, discussion. Brother Abiel, you know what we are discussing today is about we want to talk about the speech of Dr. Aldo Ajou for last night in Clubhouse, and also to the reaction that opposition are doing in social media. So you can put your, I think you learn enough if you follow the discussions in 24 hours ago. You can go ahead and put in your word in. So welcome.
Madid, you can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear Moon.
Yes, if you can give us the final thing, because it's almost 1 o'clock in Ontario. Me and Moses, we've been here so long, we might, say our
Right.
final word and then we exit to give chance for
Okay,
those
that would be
people.
good. That's a good idea. Okay.
Yeah.
What I should do this second round, I will
Yeah.
time people. So that's a good. So Abiel, you can type that. Let me give you to Shan. So I thought that I will keep you guys here because there are a lot of like Abiel's here and Wilson is here, and others will come. And I like to you guys to have a discussion. If you want to put your conclusion, that will be fine. You can go ahead. I will give you three, each of you, Philemon and Moses, 2 to 3 minutes to put on your conclusion, your last word, and I will let you guys go. So Moses, you can go ahead.
Yes.
Moses.
Thank you so much, brother Philemon, Tom, for suggesting that, because that's what I was thinking. We've been here for so long. We need to give our conclusion remark, so we can give space to other new faces to come and put in their input. Every person idea is very important, and we will come and watch outside. And I would like also to advise Lagos State Media next time, when there is a topic that is being discussed and people are nearly at the conclusion point, we don't need to allow people who did not listen to the other people's perspective to put in their last point, because they have missed what we have discussed. And and that will take us to a never-ending discussion. It is good to discuss the topic and give a conclusion and open another topic. Right now, we have a lot of topics that has fused themselves together, and it's going to be difficult for us to have one conclusion. We are going to end up with a different conclusion or many conclusions from this discussion. Now, let me go back to my 3 minutes. Thank you so much, Lake State Media, for giving us this chance. I'm going to go quickly. The first conclusion is about JCE and the revitalized government. Well, I thank you, my comrade Chenkwell, though you are from Iowa and I'm from different um, political group. We all agree that we all love South Sudan. All of us here, we love South Sudan. And we all agree that our fundamental problem is the elites in South Sudan. And these political elites and military elites and business people elites, like those of Kura, Jing, Bolmel, Lukang, and others, so many from other tribes, they have business elites and their military seniors, generals, and their politicians. It is the elites that are destroying the South Sudan, not a tribe, not one tribe. So that's my conclusion, and it is very important for us to understand what is destroying us, our enemy, in my perspective, and we in the United Citizens for Change. We believe our problem is not Nuer, it's not Madi, it's not Joli or Equatoria, it is not Sholo, it is not Nuer, it is not any tribe in South Sudan. Our fundamental problem and what we are fighting against, and that what we want to change, is the elite that have controlled the power and are looting oil money for the last 16 years. And when you talk, they will kill you, they will jail you, like Honorable Quel Aguer is in prison now because he was challenging the elites, the corrupt. So we need to know our enemy. So personally, I don't think that Jiang Council of Elders is the fundamental problem right now. Jiang Council of Elders was a problem from 2014 to 2018 for 4 years. But after the revitalized government and the 5 vice presidents have been sworn in, and the President Salva Kiir has taken over the leadership of the government from 2018 up to now, any political mistake or corruption or mismanagement of the government, we should blame the revitalized government. And regardless whether they are IO or whether they are SPLM in government. And that is what we need to make clear. That's what I need to make clear. Having said that, I'm not saying Jain Council of Elders is innocent. And I will give you a very short story in 1 minute that can explain to you what is Jain Council of Elders. Jain Council of Elders is like a fox. We all know this is small animal called fox, salop. And and President Kiir, as a politician, is the lion. So there were 3 animals that agreed to go for hunting. The first animal is the lion, the second animal is hyena, and the third animal is the fox. So all 3 of them, they agreed to go and do hunting. Luckily, they went and they all killed 3 animals. The lion killed the giraffe, and the hyena killed antelope, and the fox killed a rabbit. And then they came and they brought all their prey together, and the lion say, "You hyena, distribute these animals or food equally to us." So the hyena said, "You, Mr. Lion, you are going to have everybody of us will eat what they have killed." The hyena say, you lion, you have killed the giraffe, you have to eat it. I have killed, I hyena have killed the antelope, I will eat it. You fox, you killed the rabbit, you eat it. And the lion was very upset and got angry and kicked and killed the hyena. And then the lion looked at the face of the fox and said, fox, it is your turn now. Distribute all these dead animals equally, and so we can move on with our discussion. So the fox said, you, Mr. Lion, you will eat the rabbit as your breakfast. And then again, you, Mr. Lion, you will eat the antelope as your lunch. The giraffe as your lunch. And the antelope, you will eat it, Mr. Lion, as the dinner. So then the lion say, wow, who taught you this wise way of distributing these resources or this food? And then the fox say, in Arabic, it say that min alamaka hazal hikmah, min alamaka hazal taksim. And then Fasalib gal alamani modazib. So the fox say, what taught me to distribute these 3 animals and give them to you all? It is the death of the hyena. So to make these things, I want to say my point of view without touching anyone, so people don't get aggressive on me and get agitated. So I will say it in form of a story and explain it. So the fox here is the Jain Council of Elders. They have seen the lion, which is President Kiir. He has kicked and killed the hyena, the SPLM, IO, and G10. And now, for them to get their interest, they have to praise President Kiir and allow him, give him more states, give him more extension, and praise him. So we, the South Sudanese, should go back to that story. It is in one of the books that is taught in primary school in Sudan. Interlograte في Sudan, في خرطوم, يمكن integrate قصة. I have translated it into English, but it could not be in the same way when you read it in Arabic. But I hope you got the message that our fundamental problems are the elite of the SPLM in government, or the SPLM. They want people who don't challenge them. They don't want people that can distribute resources and power equally to all the citizens. So this is where the Jain Council of Elders captured the attention of President and became influential group for the last for 4 years, from 2014 to 2018. And President Kiir listened to them, because Jain Council of Elders are saying that the lion should eat the giraffe, should enjoy the giraffe for as his food, and the antelope and the rabbit. Everything should be given to President Kiir. Every powers should be given to President Kiir to kick anyone based on his mercy, or to employ anyone based on his own decision. So is this the way we South Sudanese want to go as a nation? Of course, no. Nobody will accept such distribution, even in Dinka land or Nuer or in Nilotic lands. We know how to distribute food in a good manner in our culture. But this SPLM has become the cancer of our society as South Sudanese. We have to unite and kick out SPLM in a peaceful manner. And my last point, for those who believe that SPLM is very strong and cannot be changed through popular uprising, I can tell you, you are hopeless. We are hopeful the SPLM of President Kiir will go. Salva Kiir will go. I am Mazika command. I am during the daylight. President Kiir government will collapse. The real
Okay, that means that your network kick you out. That means President Kiir kick you out before. President Kiir kick you out before you kick President Kiir out.
He collapsed before even kicking Salva Kiir.
He's back. He's back. Uh, Moses. Okay. Yeah, his network is still loading. Is okay, Moses, your network is not connected. You need to press your phone, and I think your time is up anyway. Okay. Okay. Moses,
may I
can you hear me?
conclude, Ustaz Abraham? May I
Yeah.
conclude just
Yeah.
less than a minute?
In 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yes. So I'm sorry that I don't want to be cut off. I know what I'm saying will not make people happy in Blue House and in Juba, but I don't really care. I care about
I was
this.
saying, Moses, that President kicked you out before you kicked President Kiir out.
No, he never kicked me out. I'm a technocrat. I cannot be kicked out. I just left because I was dissatisfied.
Okay, go ahead. Put your conclusion.
And
1 minute.
so if you believe that President Kiir is too strong and his government cannot be changed, you are hopeless and you have no future. You will follow President Kiir forever, and your kids and you will die in poverty and illiteracy. What we need, if you look at history, the Soviet Union was the strongest government. And if you ask yourself, why did the Soviet Union collapse? The Soviet Union collapsed because it was not sustainable and it was isolated internationally. The same thing will happen to SPLM government. The SPLM government of President Kiir is unsustainable. Whether you support it, whether you have empty belief that is not going to be changed through popular uprising or through other means, this government of President Kiir and his political elites is unsustainable. It will collapse during the daylight. It will collapse during the day, not even at the night. It is not sustainable to run a government where you loot the public money and you don't want to invest them in education and in infrastructure and the social services. It is not sustainable to continue to loot non-oil revenues in a fake budget that is not given to states and not given to the ministries. Only few elites go and claim the money and use them for personal benefit. It is not sustainable for SPLM to continue to rule based on an extension without election, without implementing the peace that can bring justice, for example, transitional justice, as it is stipulated in the revitalized peace agreement. They don't want the revitalized peace agreement. The SPLM doesn't want the national dialogue outcome. They don't want everything that can change them.
Okay.
So what they want is to use tribalism and regionalism to divide us. As my brother Charles was coming here, because he bought in the idea of regionalism. Good luck with your independent Equatorian state. If you can make it, Charles, I wish you can go and capture Juba and declare Equatorian state tomorrow. But that is a wishful thinking. It will never happen. What you need to do, join hand with us. Let us unite as South Sudanese that have been deprived by President Kiir and his elites and kick them out. So Equatorian will have right as South Sudanese, not because they are Equatorian. I will have a right as South Sudanese, not because I'm a Dinka. Chankwat will have his right as a South Sudanese, not because he's from Nuer or IO. It doesn't matter. You can be in any political party or in any tribe, but your rights, fundamental right as a South Sudanese, should be respected, regardless of your political party or your religion or your region or your tribe. Tribe by itself is not a crime to be Nuer or Dinka or Sholo or Bari. What is the problem that has been destroying us is tribalism. That's what we are fighting against. So let us not mix the card. Let us join together, and Salva Kiir must go with his revitalized government, because they are not going to implement it. They will not unify the force. They will not go for election. They will not go for Chapter 4 for transitional justice, because all these things make President Kiir guilty and his elite group. Thank you. And
Thank
this
you.
debate is ending. Let's know that our enemy in South Sudan is the elites, political elites, economic elites, and business elites that are ruling South Sudan. Not Dinka, not Gen Council of Elders. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ustad Moses. Appreciate your input. You can go, Pelemun, is your chat.
Okay, I think I don't know if my voice is clear because I changed the mic. Is it
Yeah,
clear?
your voice is okay, but you can speak a little bit louder.
Okay. Thank you, Madid, for the last chance that I should take to make my final remarks about what we've been discussing almost 2 hours or 3 hours. And also, I'd like to welcome some of our comrades and also Brigadier uh, General Ambassador and become a separatist, Mr. Charles, long time. So I hope your network is should help you, and separatists should funded your network so that you can campaign for them. So I'm glad to see you today here.
CNC.
Uh,
They cannot fund the snow, the weather. Yeah, of Canada.
yeah,
Commander in chief.
yeah, yeah. So Lagos State Media, I want to thank you for the great work that you guys are doing, and this should be the spirit that South Sudanese should invest for all of us to have a different, opinion when we discuss, and it is not a problem that when we differ in political agenda, that is normal in a democratic society. Let me make my conclude remarks on what will be the way forward for all South Sudanese. I think I mentioned very well that the first thing that we need to do is to listen to one another, as my brother, or comrade Chenkut mentioned earlier. Listening is become one of the bigger problem in South Sudanese society, given the fact that our country being polarized politically and divided in different ethnicity or ethnic ideology. So if we want to build a future and better South Sudan, then we need to listen to one another. We need to have a ear that understand, even though you disagree with some of the issues that people are talking about. Listening is a capacity. Listening should give you the idea that what is wrong and how you can sort it out, the truth, fictions, and why is wrong here. But what I found out within us, I can use the word us. What I found out is that, South Sudanese, they are not listening to themselves. South Sudanese, they are so reactionaries, whether in a political or in a community level, we become very reactionary in everything. And that is a bigger problem that challenges us, even if we have a political, strong nation, we still will have problems because of the way, the nature of how we don't listen to one another. So that is the first thing we need to invest as we are moving forward. And the second thing is we need to stick on the, implementation of peace agreement. I know many people they disagree with that. That is okay. That's the nature of any human being. Okay, going for or saying that we can stick on the implementation of peace agreement is not a surrender. Okay, this is our country. Okay, and our country need all of us. Okay? It's better to be defeated by preaching peace or by working for peace than being defeated fighting in a bullet. And that is what the chairman, we in the SPLM IO, like, when Chankwet was speaking, I believe all of us agree that we should not go to Juba. But because of peace, that is why the chairman went there, and that will be the right moment for all South Sudanese to prepare the ground. Even the peace agreement is not implemented, but IO present in Juba will silence every guns that is taking place. And now I believe there is a calm a little bit in South Sudan. And that will prepare all South Sudanese, to think about what country that they want and how they're going to establish the institutions and the government that they want in the future. So I think sticking on the implementation of peace agreement is very important. To also build a civil society that represents, the voices of the people of South Sudan, and by representing the voices of people in the constitution making process. These are the things that we need to think about. I think many people saying that my voice is not.
No, your voice is okay.
It is
It's
very
okay, right?
clear,
Yeah.
Philemon. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yes. So it is peace agreement. It can determine us how we're gonna, make this country a better place for every generation of South Sudanese. It is not perfect, as we speak. It's not perfect. All the protocols have not been implemented, but it doesn't mean that we can try our level best to make sure that to make it, something that will, on the future, represent the wills of the people of South Sudan. So that is number two. I think is most important for us to think way forward. The third thing is acknowledging the mistakes. You know, as a South Sudanese, or when you look at the government, there is no admission about the destruction that is happening
Solomon, can you
in our
give me a few
country.
seconds? Mon Marial, you are in the bed. Please, can you go to the place where you can sit? I will put you in the lobby for a second. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So what I think is the third is to acknowledge the mistakes. When we speak now, nobody own the problem. Nobody want to acknowledge there is a problem in South Sudan. So lack of acknowledging the problems is a bigger challenge for us to build, to listen to ourselves, or to make sure that we can, understand why we went to this direction. Okay? And admission should come from the top level. The president, the vice president, and all the presidency, all the political parties that, engulfed in this war. And also it comes down to us, the South Sudanese, how we can acknowledge that, yes, we did the mistake, and yes, we need to build a nation that reflect to all our tribes. If that happen, then we will have a future for South Sudan. And number four, I also, thinking about, if we want to think the next year, one thing we need to do is to change the language. The language that, going on around here. So, like, the topic is about what is happening in the clubhouse. And the language was or is not defined the way reflect to us. I think we need to define the language. If it is a language of political struggle, let it be a language of political struggle instead of using a language that divide our country and divide our society and also create more division within us. And these are things that, number four, that I want us to, as a politician, as a political advocate, civil societies, even the ordinary citizen, the way we speak, it needs to be designed so that people can understand what do we want as South Sudanese. But the moment we speak the language of, divisive language, then it creates a lot of tension within our community, like the way we are doing now. And then the number five is I'm also looking at the, communication. To communicate the message is the bigger problems now. So people want to hear from all the political parties what message that you want to send out to the people of South Sudan. What message that, you want to design as a political party. You know, even when we look at the government of South Sudan, you know, there is no any message. The message there is, you know, is not reflecting to the people, and that is, it become the source of confusion, source of, you know, mistrust within the people of South Sudan. And I think communication is very important for anything, and that is something that, you know, should be designed by all the political parties and ruling party, and even people that advocating for the betterment of South Sudan. So it is very, very, very important. So, and the last one, not the least, the citizen responsibilities. You know, one of the reasons that we are divided because we are not taking the citizen responsibilities. What do I mean by citizen responsibilities? If something happened to somebody, so Sudanese, you need to say something. Don't hide your face. You know why I'm saying this? Because when the crisis of 2013 happened, many South Sudanese, they know that this crisis is going to divide us, and everybody hide it. You know, everybody, you know, people don't want to say it, and they begin to blame that this is the problem of Nuer. They done in 1991. This language is not the language of citizen responsibilities. You see, and it will happen to Nuer. It will happen to any tribes because it is the system that fighting the tribes. So that is the problem that we need to take citizen responsibilities very, very serious if we want to be really uh, living together, build the nation that we want. We need to take the citizen responsibility very, very serious. And that is something that, you know, I see is not happening. So Sudanese, they don't value citizen responsibilities. What we value is, where is my group? You know, and I don't blame them. And I don't blame our tribes because the government made them to be insecure. And that is something that, you know, we need to talk about this because it is, you know, it is not good. We have to take the citizen responsibilities very serious. And lastly, I think the government has to speed up to talk to people like group like Soma, okay? Peace without Soma will not go anywhere. We need Soma. Even the group that is now become a Kidguang, I think there has to be a conversation. You know, I'm talking from my bottom up, not a political, you know, way of talking. Because if we need peace in our country, then we need to include everybody. It should be an inclusive peace. And that is something, you know, I believe if it has happened, I believe that, you know, we will build a nation. And those are the things that maybe I want to make a final remark on this. But we in the IO, we believe that this peace agreement should be the final, and this peace agreement should be the alternative for us to build and correct what went wrong in the political system in South Sudan. So thank
Thank
you,
you.
and thank you, everybody. So I'm so glad to be here. It's first time for me to stay late, you know, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Brother Philemon. Have a wonderful night. Merry Christmas. I will let you go. Let me give you Brother Simon Chankwa 2 to 3 minutes to put his conclusion.
Okay. Thank you, Madid. Once again, I think many have been spoken already. I don't have much to say as I wind down to my conclusion. What I need to say here, though, is to acknowledge the participation of all our speakers here. All the panelists have done amazing, regardless of differences in views. You know, we cannot all walk on the same views. We all have diverging views, and we must respect each other as we debate debatable agendas. One thing I have to highlight as I conclude was regard to a speech by our brother, I think it was Wilson Luang. And according to the information I heard from my brother Peter Billiw, Wilson Luang is a leader. And if I'm not wrong, I think you said is a leader of one of the communities in North America. Per what he said, if you have listened as I did, you would agree with me that the language he was using was not of a leader, but maybe point taken as a defensive position where he was defending his community in which he is leading. That's okay, we can excuse him. But I have to also advise him that sometimes we can defend ourselves or our communities or our families and our household to the last blood. But the truth be told, that unless we tell the truth and be admitted to the truth, nothing that we can find to bring us to a point where we can agree. When we discuss these issues, I think one point that I know we are looking for is to try to narrow the differences and come up with a better way forward, because they're always proven destructive. They're always proven, they are proven beyond reasonable doubt that they're not conducive to a peaceful coexistence in South Sudan. Therefore, for a leader to come out and say, stop talking about JCE, because if you talk about JCE, you are not going to. If you talk about JCE, you are not going to encourage peace in the country. If you talk about JCE, you are encouraging us to rally behind them, and so forth and so forth. This is not a responsible statement from a leader. In fact, a leader should come out and say, as one of our brothers said, I think it was Brother Moses, he came out clear and said, look, I am a Dinka, but a wrong is a wrong regardless of who is committing it. Let me say that what we need now into the future, as it was a basis of the question, is not to run away from the problems that we engineered. It is rather to come and meet the problem, so that once we accept and acknowledge the problem, we are able to find a solution to the problem. If we continue to encourage ourselves to shy away from responsibility or owning responsibility, then we will continue to destroy our country and make it, unbearable for all of us to live in. Last but not the least, all of us has the right to outpour our anger to the leadership and to the political elites. If there are any groups that has influence in how the political decisions are made in the country, and these individuals has a hand in scenarios that has unfolded in the country, we as sons and daughters of that great country also, we have the right to blame them so that the future can be different. If we fail not to acknowledge that these individuals or these elites has a hand in what we are witnessing now, then we are shying away from a possible better future for us. So the last statement I have to make here is to say, sometime new year come with new responsibility, and new year come with new beginning. A new beginning cannot come from nowhere unless we have started it. Maybe it might be as tiny as the current peace agreement. I know most of us are not 100% in supporting or supportive of this peace agreement. But at least it has given us a glimmer of hope that if we work on it, maybe, perhaps our country can be at peace. the question that I've said earlier, and I will reiterate it again, many of us shy away to give the answers, is that if we fail to work on the current peace agreement and we run away from it, how will South Sudan look like? What shall we do if this peace agreement is not in place? Because some of us are not in support of the current agreement. So as I leave the podium, I wish all of you a great new year ahead of us in few days. And I also hope that we will catch up again in the near future. The only topic that was attracting me to the show today was the question of Uncle Aldo, which we all taken part on in discussing. Let us not think that we should not discuss issues of JCE interest, because JCE interest is an interest that is destroying the lives or the livelihood of South Sudanese people. So it is also within our responsibilities as citizens to discuss it and come up with possible better solution. So thank you, Brother Madid and Brother Peter. I really appreciate your platform today. May God be with us as we approach the new year.
Thank you, Brother Chunkwa. Have a wonderful day over there, and happy New Year with your family. I hope New Year will bring the good and blessing to all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Brother Madid. I have a question for.
Okay, hang on, Simon. What did you say?
Before Simon go, a question to Simon, if you can allow
go
me.
ahead.
Yeah, it's the word been repeating that if you don't accept what you did, it's not going to help. It's been repeating so many group of. My question: you want the entire Dinka to accept what? What did the Dinka do, or the Jain Council specifically? Because there is no law that say if there are mistakes committed by your own father.
Be specific on the question, please, so that we can keep it short, because it's not a debate between me and you. Just be specific.
I am Pacific. Your language is like you posing the entire tribe, entire Dinka tribe, to accept something they don't know. What do you mean by us to accept
so
something?
your question is why am I talking about responsibility or owning responsibility, right?
Correct. That's another phrase.
You know, when we talk on public platform like this, there are thousands of witnesses that have listened and watched carefully. There's been no mentioning of my statement going to the Dinka as a community. You might not have heard me clearly. What I've said is that JCE as an elite group, they have used the umbrella, which is the Dinka. Okay, they have used the umbrella, which is the Dinka, to pursue their personal egos and their self-interest. And I've said again that the community of Jiang silence over the years made it possible for other individuals to criticize them, because they have not been able to separate themselves from these JCE elites. That was my point in the beginning. When I say let us own responsibility, I mean that we know what happened in the country. We know why we are in this mess. For us to create a better future, for us to have a peace in the country, for us to live in unity, you, me, must acknowledge that we have done wrong, and we have to own it so that we can forge a better future together. That was what I meant. So what is it that you did not hear properly? And what is it according to this statement? What is it according to this statement that made it edgy for you, that make you itchy, that Chankos was talking about Dinka? What is it that make it interesting to you to say Chankos was talking about Dinka?
I think you bring a good example about Moses by saying that why the Dinka don't come out like Moses said to condemn the Jain Council of Elders. That's what irritated me. So you want each Dinka to come and condemn the Jain Council of Elders and say they are wrong with mistaken we don't know as a members. So this is where I catch.
It would be very impossible for all the Dinkas to come out one by one to speak like Brother Moses. But over the years, there has been a numb silence of our countrymen, of our brothers within the Dinka as a community. And therefore, I am saying this, that the JC elites found an umbrella to use for their own ego. And this umbrella was never there to say, hey, look, I'm not going to allow you to use the shade that I provide. I'm not going to allow you to use to sit under the shade that I supply. That is what I meant. But it might be hard for all of us to be on the same page when we are discussing this, because I know we are different in how we view our statement. So I think it's not a debate between me and you. I respect you, but what I have to say to you is that when people blame JCE, if you are a true Dinka, a true son of a Dinka as a community, you should distance yourself from JCE, because these elites have destroyed lives. They have destroyed the country. They have tear our national fabric apart. For us to rebuild this destroyed fabric, we must be able to criticize and take responsibility so that we are able to create a better way forward for all of us. I think I will stop here because I don't want to channel it between Wilson and I. So thank you, Brother Madid.
Yeah, thank you, gentlemen. We don't want to do a one-on-one debate, so thank you for appreciate you hearing that policy debate. Thank you. We'll move on to.
Thank you. I have to go to work, but I will keep listening as well.
Okay, sound good. Thank you. Thank you, brother. For coming in.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, have a new year. Thank you. Chief General Ambassador Charlie Ifun, I will give you your channel. I know your network give you a hard time, so I will give you 5 minutes to put it on and keep it on topic. Thank you. Go ahead. Charlie, mute yourself. Unmute.
Unmute yourself, Charles.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you very much. If I talk to some people,
Abiel, you are next up.
Madi nas jenge agamro de internet ay mo karabu. Okay, so Merry Christmas, Abiel. Kevia, how are you? Hello, Nazuru.
I'm hearing you. I mute myself because I want to give you a chance to talk. Merry Christmas to you, General Charles.
Okay, Kalas, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you again, Madit. Of course, Peter Ken, you look to be neutral, but the show meaning. So it's okay. Can I continue? So Nas Gibele there, some people I don't want to say Galmon arrogant. Like the reality we know vision still fi South Sudan. Going back to the analysis of about the topic, I don't want just to talk any. I'm going to talk about the Jain Council of Elders. A spokesperson, hello, Dr. Aldo. Bless you. Okay, Dr. Aldo Deng. Imagine he say the land in Juba was entered what? Juba. The area in Tonfing, the area in, around Jebel Kujur. How can you capture Fikan War? Yeah, Madit Ken, Ma Wilson, Ma Biel, Ma Peter Nen. Was there anywhere in 2005 when the agreement was signed, the comprehensive peace agreement, allowing the SPLA forces to enter Juba? Was there anywhere in Juba between the SPLA and the government forces of Sudan? So, as to see how fake the excuses for the Dinka to take our land, to occupy our land of Equatoria.
I think
that, it wasn't because
you
the SPLA
misunderstood the Uncle Ajou's statement. Was not captured. He say there are some places, both of Tongping and Jebel Kunjur, where a resident of Jalaba
I have it here. I can play it for you.
Yeah,
I can play it for you. Don't worry. If you want me, I can play for you.
Go ahead. Sorry.
He said captured. Yeah. So I listened, and it was recorded in the voice of Ajede, in the Lake State media. So please don't change the wording. Okay. So that is totally a lie and totally a way of how to an excuse to occupy the land. We condemn it in a stronger term, and we say that the Dinka must leave Equatoria in a peaceful way. We don't want to fight anybody. The JC whom you are denying that is not representing the interests of the Dinka. Who are the beneficiaries of this Dinka policy of JC? And Peter Nen also came in, oh, not all the Dinka, not all. Okay, Maluki Kelum for America, black Americans. Why are you saying the white? Is it cool all the white? Manasi kunu wain, come on when you're reasoning. The problem now, people who are living in Nadapal, who are living in Numule, who are occupying Numule, who are occupying Morobo, who are occupying Kajukeji, and other areas within Equatoria are the Dinka. The people who are threatening Equatoria not to come back are the Dinka. The people who are farming their animals in equatorial farms are the Dinka. So who do you want me to mention?
Again, Charles, you are out of topic. We are not talking about
No, we are talking about the land occupation. I'm talking about land occupation.
Land occupation either.
We are analyzing what Dr. Aldo said. You know, and he said,
Charlie, we are talking particularly about Young Council of Elders. Why they are
that's what exactly he said.
Why they are problem. The land issue here is not a part of discussion.
The land was a part of discussion in his show, in his representation. And he said, the Dinka who are now buying equatorial land, they are armed. They put uniforms in form of military and police. This thing was recorded. And if you listen in Lake State media, it is still there. Go and listen. Mataji Kengal Charles brought it. Right? Peter, are you talking?
We are listening.
Okay. Yeah, so it was recorded. We condemn it. You know? And of course, those of Chankos and those of Peter, they don't follow what happened in the clubhouse when Aldo was presenting. He talks about Ajede, Peter, and Ajede, Abieli, you were there, and Wilson Lual was there, Madin was there.
Charlie,
he said,
Charlie, 1 second. This is what's happening.
Mama,
no, I'm not interfering. You get chance. It's your chance. My question is here, if you want me to repeat the whole thing. Is the discussion in Clubhouse, is it healthy for our society as South Sudanese? If so, you have to explain to Junupin, yes, it's healthy, it's good this way. If it is not, you have to explain to us We are not talking about the issue, particular issue that has been discussed in Clubhouse.
The topic you write here is say analysis presentation of Dr. Aldo Ajou and reaction from the opposition. That's the topic. It is here.
Well, it is a topic, but this is the question I ask you. It is a question to. It is a topic that make attention. Okay.
Let me react, then I will answer your question later on.
All right.
Let me react as opposition to the topic.
Well, you have to stick to my question. Is the Clubhouse discussion healthy to our society? If so, how?
Yes,
if
but
not,
I have the
why?
topic. I will answer your question. You want me to answer? Then go to the
because it is
okay.
a toxic situation.
Why the Clubhouse is good?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Charles, we are listening. Go ahead.
Will man of the forum now like the meeting? I'm not going to be meeting.
Oh, you got called.
Charles, can you hear us?
General Charles, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Yes, we are listening, Charles.
Now it's good. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Some people are disturbing. When I start talking, they don't call, right? Yeah. Well, let's just see the guy.
Maybe they are watching you. That's why they're calling you. Okay, Charles, if you can press your phone, log out, and come back, probably they interrupt your network. Okay, let's move on. Let Charles practice. Oh, that's not Charles.
So we can wrap it up. It's getting late now in our time.
Yeah, it's getting late. It's 2 a.m. right now. Charles, please do your network. You are not. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Abiel, I will let you speak. Let me give this a chance to Mozol Marial. I think his time is late over there. Let him put in his perspective. 2 to 3 minutes.
Thank you all by the name of our Father and Jesus Christ.
Amen.
Guys, what you discussed there is not simple like that. You have to read a thing in a line. How many of you went to South Sudan sooner to see what's going on there? And what is our role as a son of South Sudan? One. Second, look for our old faces, how we look alike. If we bring today a Black American or Black Canadian or white American or white Canadian, and we call one of them and tell them, Nuer is there, one from Equatoria is there, whoever there, Shiluk there, and we brought all ourselves together in front of him and asked him who we are. How are you going to answer us? Then we fighting in the bush and we don't know what we're doing. And we don't have any contribution to our innocent brothers in South Sudan. And we're going to talk about government in South Sudan. Even that government, when it gets into South Sudan, there is nothing at all. Even the guy from Equatorial talking in 1983 until 92. What happened in Juba? Who were there? We just go into media and whole world will listen to us and see us, and which it would say that we are dumb. We are dumb people. If you know that we speak a foreign language, we not speak in our native. We don't have our native language. And we don't think about that. We think about something that we don't do nothing. Who in you guys is an engineer in any field, can contribute in South Sudan? Who is in medical field? Nobody. We just, oh, government in JC or whatever. It's not going to help us. It's not going to take us nowhere. Why not going to take us nowhere? Where we at now? Why nobody cheers us out? What brought us here? America, Canada, Australia, whole world. What brought us there? Ask that question. Do we have one day we go back to our country with something in a hand to change the situation there? The politics we talk, you are in it. Is spoil. You spoil yourself. You spoil your community. You spoil everything. You don't have any contribution. Better for us to come up with something like, for example, when I went there in July, I come back in September, in August. I just spent like 28 days. I see a lot of there. Our kids, they are on the street. No shoes, no clothes, no food, no nothing. And we are here with JC. Everybody in my life, okay? I said to myself, I'm poor. I never smoke, and I'm 53 now. 53 years old. I don't smoke, I don't drink. Why? Because I have problem. Not my own problem. My country problem, my people problem, and how I can contribute something to change that situation. Ask ourselves that question. Not Self-Fakir, not Young Machar, not Waniga, not whoever there in JC. That is our old problem. Nobody, even God, cannot come down and fix our problem. God give us the hand, the mind, the eye, the leg. We never contribute nothing. And now we talk. The devices we use, we contribute anything, the clothes we wear, did we make it, the shoes we wear, did we do it? That thing we can talk about it. The JC in Juba. How far we are now? More than 6,000 miles away. We still in Juba. We don't ask ourselves what brought us, throw us out in our land. If that is the JC in Juba, all of us that question. And each individual with us himself. Aizol, okay? Aizol. For nafsu, yes, al nafsu. Question yourself. What is my contribution? How can I educate the kid in South Sudan to be they will have better future one day, and they will make something from nothing. Like white people do everything. They do light, they do car, airplane, ship, whatever. And we just there. We don't think about all those things. We think about, oh, I'm Denka, I'm Nuer, I'm Shuluk, I'm Baria, this is my land. That is, and why we are here. This is not our land. Why we have houses. We have all these things in foreign land. We're talking about where we born, and we don't know nothing to contribute to it. Are we human? Seriously, are we human? Thank you. And I'm going to stop there.
Sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you, brother.
Mwindel Marial.
The Design Marial.
Mwindel Marial.
Mindel. I appreciate you coming out and have your opinion. Yes, some people might be wondering why we are doing this. We are doing this to take things that distract us as society, as a nation, from having a better conversation. Um, so I really appreciate it. Charles, I'm going to give you another 3 minutes to wrap up your point. That way we have to leave here. For Madid, it's 2 a.m. For me, it's a midnight, and we can just it's an ending conversation. So I'm gonna give you a chance. So if you can unmute yourself, I know you get called. Keep interrupting you. So go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So sorry for the inconveniences. So what we are saying here is that, for us as separatists, the problem of South Sudan can only be resolved when we are going in a 3 regional block: Equatorial, Upper Nile, and Barghazal. Brother Jidiana Bugulo, brother Marial, just say something. Marial, it's a massive Juba for July. You stay there 28 days. We as Equatorian cannot go there. Nehna Nastanin did not even go there for years. Why? Because we talk what is affecting the nation. Because what is affecting us as Equatorians. We cannot even see our people on the street, leave alone our children who are on the street. We cannot bury our freedom fighters who sacrificed and liberated that country, so-called South Sudan. That's a problem. It is the government and the Gen Council of Elders that cannot allow people to help the people inside the country. They contributed in a way that the children are now living in the streets. Who are those who put the Nuer in the camp for 8 years? The Chuluk in Nuer in Upper Nile for 8 years, and other places. Now they want to create a new camp in Equatoria. We are saying no. We Equatorians will refuse to any human in mass camp. This testimony from Aldo, Dr. Aldo, prove what we have been saying, that the land occupation in Equatoria is true. And therefore, this land occupation must stop. The Dinka must move back where they come from. They have their own land. Assuming the Arab Jabo Ushalu Ardum, how do you feel? If they come behind and take your land, the Arab of Sudan or the Mesiriyat come to Bahragazal, Shilu, Warab, and areas there, how will you feel? And they tell you don't come back to your land. And they rape your sisters, your mothers, your brothers, your leaders. They kill them. How will you live?
Man.
Careless.
Are you normal?
Yes.
Careless.
Yes, I'm at it.
Don't divide our topic here. If you think having a Dinka in equatorial land is a problem, you say having Dinka equatorial land is a problem. It's the problem that contributing to concerning issues in South Sudan.
Yes.
So that makes sense. Now the question will come: those Dinka, are they organized Dinka, or those Dinka that are living in equatorial land, are they people that suffering and want a peace place for them to live? If the answer is
They're not
yes,
suffering.
what?
The answer is no.
Okay.
They were
Anyway,
not suffering. There's no suffering there. The Dinka who are living in Numule, the Dinka Bor, Jongole is the biggest state in South Sudan. Why they don't go and live in the other dry areas in Jongole? Why the Murle, why the Nuer are not coming?
Okay, so
okay.
I
They
don't
were a
want.
part of Jungle. They were a part of Equatorial in 1948.
Charlie, if you want to continue, that
Part of
has
Equatorial what?
hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second, guys.
It was not both.
They were part of Numule.
They were part of Juba.
Hang on.
Numule is a part of Juba too.
Hang on 1
So
second.
that's why they occupy the land?
They're not occupying.
It's the reason.
Now you are
Charlie.
talking from
Charlie.
foreign country. Why you are there?
Charlie.
Yes.
The issue.
Can I resolve reason there, Marialde?
Hang on, Charlie. The issue of land is an independent and different topic. We can talk about it 24/7, all days. How do we fix it? Not just only saying you go. It's how do we fix it to make it work? That an independent topic.
Easy to fix. Just let them go. The government have the resources.
Charlie, so I want you to stick to this topic in the conversation Clubhouse. If it helps us, if it doesn't, how? If it does, how? And how? So if the GAC, because the last topic was talking particular about GEC, is it still relevant now to the current government in the transitional government of national unity? Is it still relevant? Does it have influence? What influence is it making?
Yes.
So that's what I want.
Listen.
So
okay,
let
me answer those.
Tell Junupin how is that relevant right now? If not, can we put the issue of Jeng aside, JEC aside, and figure out is the transitional government of unity, is it going well? Is all the protocol being implemented? And how do we pressure them as a society? Not as an Equatoria, not as a Barkadal, not as an Afernal, or not as a Lopit, or a Dinka, or Taposa. So if we decided to talk as a Taposa or a Dinka or Nuer or Chiluk, South Sudan is not going anywhere. So this is the issue here. If you want to talk about the issue of land, let me know and I'll bring you here. You can crack your mind all day on how to fix the issue of land.
Put it next. But let me answer you. Yeah. On separatist perspective, we did not sign that agreement. Their access has to be, renegotiated. We have to talk about that access again. That access does not reflect the interests of all South Sudanese. It does not reflect all the 90 tribes of South Sudan. It doesn't reflect there. So therefore, that access is collapsed, and we can even see that Aldo Ajou said that the access is not going anywhere. Salva Kiir and Riek are not talking to one another. And even he said that those opposition who are fighting the government, they put them in their disadvantage. They dismantle them. Okay, you dismantle them, that means you dismantle the peace too. So he wants Charles to go to Juba to be dismantled. I say no. Leave my land first. Go where you come from. We're going to rebuild our own land. We go and our refugees go back to where they were. But you are threatening. What peace are you talking about here, Peter? If the government are threatening and the military are threatening the citizens to return back home, after they say there's peace home, they sign the peace agreement. And people want to go back voluntarily from refugee camp. And the military are saying, no, don't come here. If you come here, we'll kill you. Yatasa Salam, are you talking me that to be implemented?
Okay.
Could you prove that, please? Could you prove it?
Yes. Go to December 8th. Go December 20th.
Mariel, 1 second. Okay.
Mariel Kajam in Juba, Besita Best arrogant. Go ahead, Peter.
I tell you the truth.
So,
If
if
we
that's the
surrounded
case,
Equatoria without nobody going out, where they gonna get things?
hang on, Marial.
What thing do we want to get? We have been living there. Do we
Charlie,
get anything from you? Yeah, Mariam.
Charlie, listen to me here. Listen to me here. I am
You
your
are
host.
outside now from Juba, and you're still alive.
Marial, give me a chance once again. Charlie,
You
if
are
that's the
talking
case,
land is the council and there. You just go, Peter.
Charlie, if that's the
Okay.
case, as all of us as a South Sudanese as Junupin, what is the solution? How do we go about it?
The solution is easy. I give you the solution, brother.
Okay.
Peter, the
Make it
best
as your last
solution
word.
for
You have a minute. Yeah.
the best solution to resolve the problem of South Sudan is let's go 3 regional block with limited immigration.
Yeah.
Or we break the country into 3.
Yeah.
Upper Nile,
3 region.
Victoria, and Barghazal. In
Okay.
that way,
Okay.
nobody will come. Wait,
Yeah. Go ahead. I want to make sure you don't get interrupted. Go ahead.
yes. So in that 3 regions, it will give way. You know, nobody will come and occupy somebody's land.
Yep.
Nobody be abugar bito be kelap bito, you know, to other person land.
Yeah. Correct.
Somebody is just interfering me.
Yep.
I'm talking.
It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. I mute everybody. Go ahead. Everyone is muted.
Yeah. So 3 regional block is the solution. And then from there, when we learn that we are able to stay together, we are people who love to be together, who are not greedy like the current government of Salva Kiir and Dinka Council of Elders and the Dinka themselves, then we'll unite the country. Then Nabijabiga Sawa, and then we build a new country. But otherwise, the best option is let's go for separation. Each country rule itself, whether in a confederation or federal system composed of 3 regional blocks of Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Barghazal. So that, you know, if you want to kill your own people, kill like the Lake State people. Lokan dinga kulu bamul the nizam ta Lake State matony Arabi State, it will be better. Because they don't go and kill other people, they kill their own people. But you come, the government is coming in post and kill our people here. If we are to live in 3 regional blocks, Nuer would have been killing thousands. You see, can Nuer begin enough to happen and but because of saying we are federal government, we live it together. The government target Nuer over 20,000 killed, over 200,000 for your camp. You see,
Brother
for
Peter,
how long?
I think this guy
Do you know the
made
camp
his
is?
point.
Do you know
Keep
this
him
camp
like
is
that,
a?
we are not going nowhere.
Go ahead, wrap up. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry, Charles. Wrap up.
The Dinka, they don't want the fact. The Dinka, they don't want the fact. They don't know. They don't want facts.
Okay, let them
Dinka,
don't know. That's their own problem. Okay.
Go ahead, Charles.
What we are saying that imagine we have now a new reserve in South Sudan, in Africa, the whole African countries. It is only South Sudan that have a reserve. You want all to put all South Sudanese in a reserve and they can move freely. You are not new Kawajatane Akwara. We are all black. We liberate that country together. We deserve to be treated together.
Okay. Anyway, Charles,
we deserve all to. Yeah, Peter Kerenen. I'm keeping. Let me talk. When you are talking, you are given a lot of time. Okay.
No.
So,
Charles, it's
I'm concluding.
I just give you enough time as much as I can. So wrap up.
Okay.
45 seconds.
I'm coming. So I'm keeping the topic. So no reserve to be built in South Sudan. We are citizens of that nation. And the 64 tribe that you know that the 64 tribe you are talking, you are hurting other tribes that are not in that 64 tribe. You are making them like people who did not die for that nation. You are making them like those people who did not vote for that country. You are making them like just either they were enemies of that country. This must stop. We, the Equatorial 56 tribe, we are saying that the Dinka must go. Anybody who is not non-Equatorial, you go where you come from, so that we see whether we are going to build our country the way we used to be.
We develop our own resources for the development of our people. We institute education for our people. We institute health services and build roads to connect our nation. This behavior that Salva Kiir and Dinka Council of Elders trying to eliminate other communities, other tribes, must stop. And you people, you are the beneficiaries. No, but the reality, sometimes accept the truth. You are the beneficiary who are benefiting. Salva Kiir fi Juba, who is sitting in Numule, who is sitting in Kumorobo, is it Salva Kiir? Finadepal, is this Salva Kiir? Is it not the Dinka? From all the clans of the Dinka?
Okay.
And you don't want us to talk. Why?
Charlie, thank you. First of all, you know, here on Lagos State Media, your opinion is opinion. It will not offend me. It will not offend Brother Madid. So thank you for your contribution. I appreciate it. I will not change it, but at least you have to listen to other side of the coin. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Even though you don't give me to give like the way you give other people, it's okay. We are doing analysis of that speech tomorrow in Clubhouse. Welcome. And I want to respond to you why Clubhouse is good. Kelana will relate Peter. You need to join it. Yeah, Peter can. Why? Because in Clubhouse,
I don't tolerate an environment that where its speech are grown. So it's not me. I'm not going to be a part of it.
One of the people who are hating, who are giving hate is Steve Agia, three of them. Biel, Con, and Madid. Yeah, Madid Abraham is there from Lake State Media, and Tani Demuno Lual Wilson Lual is also here. So what are you not? Why you don't know them from the stage here that they are giving hate speech?
Thank you. I want to make sure you don't point finger at people, and that's okay. I know probably you might be joking, but thank you.
Peter Ken, let me answer your question. You say why is Clubhouse good or bad? Can I answer you? The reasons why Clubhouse is good. Yes. The reasons why Clubhouse is good is to bring all the liars up. Because in a Clubhouse, you can find national security, you find external security, you find JC children, all the types of JC you will find in a Clubhouse, and they're able to talk. And they change the name every day. Ask Madid how many times he changed his name.
Then
Madid,
how is that help Junub Sudan?
Ask Madid. How does it help South Sudan by changing your name?
My name is doesn't matter, Charles. Whenever I change my name, you recognize my voice. You say that's Madid. Why change your name?
Thank you. My young one.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Majok Lual. Yeah.
Go ahead, Majok. Welcome to Lagos State Media.
Yeah.
I'm sure you
thank
know.
You for. Thank you for welcoming me for being all Select Media. Thank you so much. I want to contribute for Charles say. I am from Nuer now. I am from Nuer.
Show your face, man.
Yeah. Yeah, you are Dinka. We know.
Show his face.
The Dinka, they know when they do it. They know when they hide it. They don't want to tell truth for media, but they hide it. Why we don't want everybody will go and
no, you're not Nuer. Don't lie to me that you're Nuer. That's you're not Nuer. Go ahead and talk.
Anwar.
Okay. Okay. Anyway, your tribe is not matter to me. So I
want to tell you clear. I want to tell you clear.
Mm-hmm.
We don't want to fight him.
People are sleeping. Put the volume down, please.
Yeah, we don't want to fight him. Everybody could go when the place when we come. Because now the Nuer they will kill in Juba. Now we don't want Dinka with us. Okay, then you go yourself. Equatorial will go itself. After that, we go to development own area, and then after that we could share own resources. After that, we sharing. But when we stay together, because the Dinka, they know himself when to go, and when they will go, they think how we could go, how could we could get in the back home, because they know himself. They don't want to go because they don't have any back home, because the whole thing they want to hide it.
Comrade Peter, let me answer it. Are my charge, Jodung in immediate. Leo my charge to Juben, Mubiam on Memoy in our my charge to Jub.
And chair are Remachar.
Jinanga.
La, I know.
Charlie Dillary,
Peter Net, why are you taking Hadi
And Chalamo joke.
Okay. Anyway, if that's the end of your
Okay. No, Khalid Kallam.
go ahead.
خلينا نتكلم خلينا نتكلم طبعا في جنوب السودان طبعا هما جنوب كرهوا دينكا ما في ناس تانيين في بعض من النوير اخذوهم هم اخذ بعض منهم عشان لو كان طرد النوير كله الجنوب ما بيكون كويس لازم نمسك جزء ونطرد جزء في جنوب السودان لكن في وقت الحالي ده ما قدرنا نمشي نشاكل ثاني
I don't think that's the topic, Ajamana. Why don't you just put someone into the topic that is being discussed? Moderators.
Okay, because itu ما داري حقيقة. دينك ما itu عشان media بتاعكم itu ما داري حقيقة. عشان كده. عشان حقكم itu ده. عشان حقكم itu ده.
Okay, Brother Majok, we try to be very nice not to interrupt you, even though you're out of topic. Our media is for everybody. That's why we welcome you to come in and add your opinion. If you go out of the topic, we know we will always not follow the rule that has been set, and that's why we let it go. But don't go to that point, because you and Charles always get out of the topic. So it's late here. It's 2:30 a.m. So we are so I will let you stop there. Abiel Kon, you can wait in here. So Majok and Charles Ipun, I will let you guys go, and Marianne.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for.
Wait, brother Charles, just listen to me. Okay, that's a good, no problem.
No, he's here. Charlie,
first of all, I would like to wish you a happy Merry Christmas to the Lagos State media, the host, the co-host, Brother Peter and Medit, and all the management of Lagos State media. I just wish you Merry Christmas and all our South Sudanese, wherever they are, and Happy New Year in advance. I came late. I was following the topic when it was just being discussed. But what I just want to say is the topic that is here regarding the presentation of Uncle Dr. Aldo Ajou yesterday at Clubhouse. I was there from the beginning until he finished his presentation, and he talked very well based on my personal analysis and also understanding on the issue that brought him to the Clubhouse. We have seen many people came to the Clubhouse to talk. Many opposition leaders in form of Dr. Lemakol, Pagana Mum is a regular members of Clubhouse, and other Soma. Now that we have the breakaway faction leader, Commander-in-Chief, Mr. Charles Tahili, is also a big propaganda there in the Clubhouse. But it's good. I just want to ask you one question. Are you going to, I know it's out of topic, are you going to have your own peace negotiation with the government now that you are no longer a member of SPLM-IO? The second to that question, you still have in your Facebook page, you still have the cover of the, both the General Simon Garwidwal and Joseph Ulin. I don't know whether if you broke away from them, why do you still have this cover in your Facebook page? Maybe you will answer them the later. But let me go to the question that was asked by the Lagos State host here, Peter. whether the clubhouse actually is good or toxic. To me, I think the app itself is good. The fact that it has brought many South Sudanese together, but it is harsh with the South Sudanese that are misusing it. We are misusing it in a way that the hate speech, those who actually hide behind their names, hide behind their faces, can appear and actually make a hate speech, and that is why I can say it's not going to be good anymore, because what is being fished there. I joined late. I think it was in November when I joined it. I was hoping that yes, if it is an app that can bring people together, 100, and come and share your own ideas and that the topic being discussed, I think it could have been used wisely. But our people of South Sudan are misusing it. There's a hate speech, and I believe those hate speech, if they are translated into the country that we are in, many people will go to jail for speaking out in that language. I think it's a time for people of South Sudan to try to find out who are those spreading the hate speech in Clubhouse, and they can be held accountable, because your voice is being recognized. We know where people are speaking from, even though you cannot show your face, because Clubhouse, you don't have to show your face. But let us use it into our advantage as a South Sudanese. We can use it in a positive way that you can bring people together. So when Uncle Aldo Ajou came yesterday, there are a few things that actually I'm very happy that he came out and he spoke as a member of JCE. Many of South Sudanese, especially the sons and daughters of Dinka communities, have been attacked numerously regarding the issue or the involvement of JCE into the government of national unity or the government of South Sudan, not the government of national unity actually. But when he came yesterday, he made it very clear that they were not elected by the Jiang, but when the time of crisis and illness in Jiang culture, they are not seek permission from the community to intervene, and that's why actually they came up and formed that body, even though they were not elected. The main purpose of forming that body was actually to clean the name of Dinka, or to clean the name that the fighting that erupted in South Sudan in 2013 was not a tribal war between the Dinka and the Nuer, but it was a war made by the SPLM leaders that have brought this country into its knee, and therefore there was propaganda that the war is a tribal war, and the quest was to go on international tour and to make sure that the message of Jiang is being understood, that we are not fighting the tribal war, but the SPLM of the leaders are failed, and therefore they took the country to war. The second thing that he talked about it was the support about the national dialogue, that they are behind the current national dialogue that was put forward by the president, and they are supporting the recommendation that was done as a member of JCE. The third thing, I believe, where the Charles talked here earlier, I think is there. He actually condemned the land grabbing that's happening in Juba, and India understood that. He singled out the Nilotic group, including the Dinka, the Nuer, and the Chala, that we do not respect others, and therefore, if we are encroaching into other people's land, that is a mistake and need to be condemned. He also said that he knows, or they know, those who have committed atrocity in South Sudan, and if the law requires them later on in the future, they can also help in identifying who were responsible into committing atrocities. I think that is what Dr. Aldo Ajou himself said, and he will be continue regular members to contribute into the issues of South Sudan. He also has appealed to the opposition leaders that there's a need for us to go to South Sudan and actually work for implementation of this peace agreement, because we don't need a third war to break out in South Sudan. We need this peace to be implemented. We need the national dialogue recommendation to be implemented. And he also has that this is our work. He appealed to the moderators that were moderating that room, that if you can bring opposition together, even talk to the SPLM-IM members, because them in Juba, they should be holding rally together. President Kiir and Dr. Machar, they should be holding rally together, and all the stakeholders, so that they can actually speak to the people of South Sudan regarding this peace agreement. That South Sudan, the solution will come within us, but not from outside. I think this is what I heard yesterday, and therefore I also heard. I think my Madid was there, the co-host of of Lagos State Media, and they should use the platform. Brother Chankwas was here earlier, and also the other members of armed opposition that was left out. Now that we have a breakaway member, Charles is here. I think we should use this platform and other platform into the advantage of South Sudanese, so that we can bring a lasting peace to the country of South Sudan. We are all concerned about the way our country was going. And hearing what Brother Chanko said earlier regarding acknowledgement of what went wrong, I think most of us here and those who have been coming to social media does acknowledge that there's a lot of things that went wrong in South Sudan, but what went wrong cannot be pointed to any tribe, whether Nuer or Dinka or any tribe in South Sudan, but can be pointed to the political leaders that brought this country to war. And therefore, if there's any apologies that needed from any members, it will only come from a former President Kiir himself, or form of Dr. Riek Machar and other SPLM leaders that continue to be, obstacle into this crisis that we had in South Sudan. It is good that they are speaking about Comrade Pagana Mum, call himself a real SPLM. I believe yesterday that Aldo Ajou reached out to him and Suzanne Jambo that you come back to the country. Let us work for the other to SPLM, whether to go back to SPLM or to work for the peace. I believe the JCE, none of us will defend them, but they can defend themselves because they are high respected individual, they are experienced politician, and they are capable of defending, answering any question from South Sudan. But Brother Peter, your question is very legitimate, that yes, there's a toxic that is going on in Clubhouse. And I myself, I've only be joining a room that talking about the positive thing. I came out and speak about the importance of cleaning the name of Dinka as a community. And anyone can do that, whether you are Nuer or Shuluk, you can defend your name of your community if it is something that's been pointed out as wrong. And it's our job as the sons and daughters of Dinka community to tell people that we are not involved into what is happening in South Sudan. And to answer Brother Chankwa, I was going to say that there has been a silence for a long time. I think many of Dinkas came out and spoke against what is happening in South Sudan. Maybe they have not taken arm, but they have spoken out about the direction that the country is going. But we may not be members of the armed opposition or members of any opposition or even supporting the government, but we do acknowledge that South Sudan government or the SPLM-led government then has failed the people of South Sudan, and it will be up to the people of South Sudan to decide when the time comes whether they should be voted out or voted in. And that's why we encourage, the braveness of Dr. Riek Machar to be in Juba, regardless of, many call from his members of SPLM that they should not be in Juba. But I think his willingness to be in Juba brought a calm. This current peace agreement, to me, needed to be supported of the people of South Sudan. A bad peace is better than no peace at all. So even if the Equatorial separatists are talking that they need to break away, you need also a conducive environment to campaign about your reason why you want to break away from South Sudan. But you will not break away into this mess of crisis. Let us have a peace in South Sudan so that you'll be given a chance, or you should have also a conducive chance to campaign to your people that, yes, I don't need to be part of South Sudan. It's your democratic right to speak out. We are not going to be against that. And also there is a group of Nuer that are speaking about Ronald that are speaking too. So we need to have the peace to be implemented so that it will give you a room for you to channel your message of why we don't need to have a united South Sudan. But it may not be one day, it may not be tomorrow, but everything is gradually. When we say that something went wrong, we do mean that something went wrong in South Sudan. And it will be up to us, with the people of South Sudan here in social media or in diaspora, to contribute into making things right. We can continue to speak hate against one another, but that hate will not drive away, what is happening in South Sudan. It's only the love and accepting that we are one people for now, until you find a room where you can also have your message. And I'm to those who are talking about breaking away from South Sudan. So, ladies and gentlemen of Lagos State Media, I came late, but thank you for giving me this platform to be sharing with you, the message of Uncle Aldo Ajou, and I believe many of them, the JCE, will come out and speak. That Aldo Ajou came here before, and he's willing to present their call as a JCE members. As he said yesterday, was not elected by the Dinka, but the Dinka will not disown them because they find themselves as people that actually, because they are elders of the communities. And I think I will rest my case from there. Thank you for giving me the opportunities. And I will always just want to wish everybody a new year in advance.
Thank you, brother.
Jaman Ahmedit, I will excuse myself, Lou. You guys can give me just 2 minutes. I am really sleeping now.
Yeah, we're about to go to wrap it up. Yeah, go ahead and put in your last remark.
All right, thank you again, Jama. We are looking for the peace. All of us, we are getting tired. But since we have a unconscious mind people who are still mingling in the social media, this is the bigger problem. I am advising them, please, if you are opposition, change your language. Speak peace. Speak against the government. Not Nuer, not Dinka, not Bari, not other. That's one thing message that I want to tell to my opposition. Another thing that say by brother, distance yourself from JC. It's like a history that been told, one upon a time, somebody came and told to other people to kill their own father. And then they went and killed their father and left with, and the other guy say, no, I cannot kill my father. So make it short. You are telling the entire tribe that go and kill your elders, and then we will be with you. While the elders are not a leader of the government or leader of South Sudan, they are leader of one particular, tribe. So that language alone is make me uncomfortable by telling distance yourself with your leader who leading you. Another thing too, my message is going to those who are using Equatoria as a tribe. While people like Charles are still complaining that there are left out tribe with campaigning, now we will tell to the government of South Sudan, Equatoria will be a new tribe. There is nothing called 36 tribe within Equatoria anymore. If there are anything that need to be divided, it will be Equatoria, Nuer, Denga, Shuluk, and the other tribe, because they put the Equatorial region as a position to attack the Dinkas, whether to come out as a Latuka or as a Bari, and then so the Dinka can address you, because Dinka is not a region. And Dinka, for information too, they are not in one region. They are in Barkazal and they are in Afrinal. If you people in Equatoria prefer yourself to be called Equatoria and calling Dinka who are in the two regions as a tribe, I think there is a confusion here. So I'm dividing those Equatoria. One way or another can affect some of the Equatoria tribes who are not even a part of this campaign in the future to come. Because by using the region as a new tribe, I don't think it's going to help. Another message, to me, it is my personal observing. I'm telling to the government of South Sudan, where are the supporters of the SPLM who came from different regions? Like, we never heard a supporter of Waniga for the last 80 years. They never come out and defend the party. We never heard from the Martin something from his party. We never heard from those of the governors, especially two governors within the Equatoria. They are SPLM. What are those supporters? So the government, there are people who want to eat in a two spoon. This is what is going on. So this is my just true question there, but we really need to campaign for that, because there is no need that the government should be labeled as a government of the Dinka, while we know that there are a lot of tribes who are benefit from that government. Even I can go as far as, where are the supporters of Taban Dengai who become an SPLM? Where are supporters of the Galwak something, Tut Galwak? You know, this is a big problem. So again, thank you, Zaman Bitai Mashikatir, and I thank you, Lagos State. Will advise the other South Sudanese, let us speak for peace. We are not in the country. We could not be a problem. And we are not going to make a change. All we will do is to mess up more and let people kill themselves while we are not in the ground. That's what I see in the Clubhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, brother Wilson Lual. Let us give this chance 3 minutes to Equatorian Freedom. 3 minutes, you can put in your last word, and then I will go back to Akoj and Peter, and then we wrap up. Equatorian Freedom Fighter.
Thank you, brother Madit.
Hey, Charlie, your name is not Equatorian Freedom Fighter.
Yeah, you mean me, right?
Yeah. Brother Peter and brother Abraham, I want to let you know I'm going to lock out. It is 1:48 my time.
Yeah,
when
I put you back so we can close up.
I run out of time. I want to leave a little bit because I have to go to work tomorrow, I think.
Okay.
And ma'am, I'm going to lock out. Yeah, and if it's Damantani.
That's your last statement before you go.
Okay. Oh, it's my time to make my last statement?
Yeah, because you are leaving.
Okay, let me make it one. You know, thank you again, Lake State Media, and also I want to thank President Brother Bielkon for a wonderful presentation he has given. Ana rai bitai, ana ba lagbada Arabi be English, ana damanda na bitana fi Juba. My colleague na fi Bielkon can hear. Ana bishuk shol batana nasa nazal garden fi America. Our job at China sawa. This would have been our duties. Pinas got some nefosum ودخل بحاجاتها قبلية ده. طبعا في أغاني بتاع اسبيري بيقول ما في دولة بتاع قبيلة. If somebody is dreaming South Sudan will be divided into 3 regions, it's not going to happen. We will have only one Republic of South Sudan. مثلا لو في شكوى لناس القاعدين في السلطة, our generation would be able to change that when we come to power. And ما في مثلا لو Equatorian separated from Junub, بيكون في مشاكل worse than what we have now. قبيلة الكبير زي زاندي will control. And we want to run everything. Those small tribe of Equatorian will have the same problem. In my own opinion, let us work to fix those small problems that we have. And we can move South Sudan forward. Al-Dururi, let us not use this hatred against tribes. Masanana, if I made a mistake as Peter, I will not be judged as Nuer. Judge me as an individual. They have a confusion. If we as South Sudanese, we have a right to blame Salva Kiir as our leader. My simple word, please stay away from Clubhouse. Let us get into a dialogue that encourage unity with Ajinu. All this is small problem that we have. My brother Charlotte, I don't know, Uncle Sulfur not near legal Peter Nin just come and take over Juba. This thing can be resolved if we have a government that is really serious. When it comes to moving, Ana machine matters, Ana kuna machine matters in Missouri. Now I graduated last year. Then I moved to Nebraska, Ana Sagat in Nebraska. Why wouldn't Nebraska Gale, Peter, you were from Missouri, you cannot move? Yes, those citizens of South Sudan have a right to move anywhere in South Sudan. But when you move to that city, you will be abided by the ordinance. Yana Guanin without that city. You're going to go and pay your tax. Then you're going to go and do whatever you ask for. Then you will become a resident of the city. Ya Jama, now that got into Western world where we know one country, any citizen, University Sudan, in our 10 state, has the right to move anywhere that he wants. The system of America, if you live in the United States, in all 50 states, you can move anywhere that you want. Nobody will ask you, why would you leave your state? And that can apply to source. I don't know, Mosaka, you know, Balele. Mushakalintum Ganda Naga will stop. Lana Salva Kiir is running our government like Kiniza. I forgive you. Maselo Figa Anu Dol Amal Galot Yamulom. We will not be in the situation that we are in. Maselo Fis concern on Equatoria. People should go and listen. And if I move to Equatorial, and I'm going to be land with brother Charles, Mal room with Abu Pogo. But I'm going to be Aban Fimal Mafia Zol Gad Pogo. Lana, we have a lot of land, Mafinas Garin Pogo. A movement of our people within our 10 states, our people have right to move anywhere they want to move to. I'm not supporting division of South Sudan, but I'm supporting the change of leadership le Uncle Batana. Salva Kiir Nadil Bada. Chola Gobal, all of us who were not even born. It is a time for them, they had achieved their works. It is a time for them, to step aside. Nana, we can move South Sudan forward. Head speech, Maba Hail Mushakal Batan. What will solve our problem is a unity Batan, as all South Sudanese, all 64 tribes. That's the only thing that we can change whatever going on in South Sudan. Ya Jamal, let us stop hate speech. Let us speak as a nationalist. Mustn't, if you are talking about the issue, think that SPLA are doing wrong, you will have a lot of Dinka standing with you, supporting you. But if you are inciting hatred against tribe Dinka, and then you're turning all the Dinka to unite against that person that they may not support. What I can have, maybe I'm going to lock out them on the time, so because I'm going to work tomorrow morning. I mean, it couldn't be show time.
I just have one question just a question.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to give you what I can have. I suggest, Ya Jama, let us have a dialogue. A time where we will discuss just our role as a diaspora, how we can work together. Let us unite it as a diaspora. Enough, we can take the same message back to Junub. General Charles, go ahead. If it is a radical question, I'm not going to answer it. Just go ahead.
You said there are 64 tribes. Equatorial has 56 tribes. Somebody open. Why is it making an echo?
Go ahead, Charles.
Yeah. So there are 56 tribes in Equatoria. 26 in how many are those tribes? 56 plus 26. Is it not 82? Right?
Yeah, if you want me to answer, Brother Charles, in a term of how many tribes we have in South Sudan.
Because you said there are 56, you said 64 tribes.
Your question is not relevant. I'm sorry, Peter, you don't have to answer.
Okay.
I don't have time for it.
Yeah. That's not the only thing that I can add. Brother Charles, if you have some tribes that are left out, give it their name to South Sudan and they will be added on the census. I'm going based on election return on Kuna on 2009. So, brother, let me log out and then I want to sleep a little bit. I'm going to go to work tomorrow. I think, as Lake State, you guys need to involve, you need to encourage, you need to invite it, we need to confront the hatred being preached somewhere there. What we need is the unity. For non-Denka, please, you need to interact with Denka. When you interact with Denka, you will find there are a lot of Denka that are not supporting what is going on. Please don't assume if one person from that tribe has done something wrong, that all this group will support that. That is a wrong assumption. So that's what I can say. I want to sleep, and I'm going to work tomorrow morning. Good night. Maybe we're not going to meet until maybe New Year. And I would say, Happy New Year to all of you brothers and to the listener.
Yeah. Thank you, brother Peter. Happy holidays and happy New Year to you and your family. We'll see. We'll talk to you soon. My next speaker.
You are doing an echo. Can you mute your other device?
It's fine. It's muted. It's not me. Akuj Bullet. Akuj.
Was I supposed to be next or somebody else?
All right, go ahead, and Akuj will come after you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Peter. First of all, I want to say Merry Christmas to everyone over here. Happy New Year in advance. Of course, I was reading the title of the topic, and I can understand that you're talking about what happened these couple of days, because it was an interesting days, starting with what's going on concerning Aldo Ajou appearance in Clubhouse to speak, talking about the Jing Council and all that. And then also other stuff that's going on in Clubhouse. As we know, a lot of people are irritated. Even I could say I'm concerned at what's going on in Clubhouse. But regardless to that, Clubhouse is not the problem. The problem is actually within South Sudan. And I will be honest with you, my brothers here. I will call you brothers because at the end, we are all Africans. We are all Hamites. But regardless to that, there is something that happened. With all this humanity that we could say we are related to Adam and Eve, yet we have to see also that in reality we are facing that there is violence and bloodshed and tribalism. And this tribalism is there. And also the regime that is now running the country is executing tribalism. If people say Jane Council is alone, I would say they're just half right. And if they say the regime is alone, I'll also say it's half right, because both of them are part of the same coin. Why they do that? Because they have been, manipulating and executing the same time objective. And I could have, if I ask any one of you here, would any of you condemn Salva Kiir for the crimes that is happening in South Sudan, starting with the massacres that is happening it happened in Malakal, Murle, and then the Nuer and Equatorians? Would you claim, or would you point finger and say, yes, Kiir is responsible, is totally held responsible in that idea? Would any one of you agree on that? Or you don't?
As a host of this show, if anything happened in South Sudan, regardless of what it is, always the leaders take responsibility.
Okay,
And
so Kiir is
unless
guilty.
the only thing that I will not take is said whatever happened is on individual level. It's either I will point finger to their tribe, whether because they are Madi, because they are Nuer, because they are Cholo, or because they are Dinga. That's the last thing I would do.
Yeah. I'm not saying that you have to point a finger to a tribe. I'm just saying, would you held responsible? So good, you answered that Kiir is responsible. Then why the community of Dinka, because Kiir hailed from Dinka, why didn't they condemn him and protested and rallied with the Nuer to show sympathy, or to show solidarity, not sympathy, solidarity, that we condemn such atrocity against any tribe during that time? Even this December 15, the community of Nuer were commemorating this sad moment. I never seen any of even the Jing Council, let alone the community of Dinka, to stand up and say we are really ashamed of what happened and we want to condemn it because we are innocent of this. I never seen that. Neither I saw any condemnation of the militia that is now like Machinganyor or others who are used to be killing other innocent civilians in South Sudan, in particular my region, Equatoria, because I am an Equatorian nationalist who are calling for separation, because I feel like there is no any more trust in South Sudan. No, I can ever see future of the unity of South Sudan. I know it's sad for some others, but I'm being honest with you, because Greater Equatoria right now, in understanding and in very much conviction that this is the time for Equatoria to rise up. I know it sounds to other people, they mocking us. They say, oh, you guys, you got no military, who are you guys? It's like, don't worry about it. We all have our time. Remember, South Sudan was once, during the separation, before we even went to separation, under the one Sudan, people of the north used to mock us, say, oh, Sudanese, you're not going to separate. You guys don't have nothing and you're not capable. But what happened? Time already played the role and it came to reality. So our separation is not going to be like the same as what happened in South Sudan, but it's going to happen on time. But what I'm so saddened and so shocked, that when I see like Mr. Aldo Ajou yesterday, or before yesterday, because now we're a different time, he was very casual in his remarks, even tried to mock the lady, because everybody was, the most hot topic in the clubhouse was about this lady, Carol Berger, or Caroline Berger, the doctor, they call her Dr. Caroline Berger. She's a professor on anthropology, and what she did, she made a research and also a report, a very scientific research report on the history and also the culture of South Sudanese tribes. And then she found out the negative that is happening in there, and also the politics that is being used, tribal politics, which is like ethno-political, system that is running the country, and where people are being killed based on ethnicity. And these things, we as South Sudanese, we already know. And I won't say I'm a South Sudanese, because right now I identify myself as a Equatorian nationalist. But as South Sudanese, they're supposed to know. I mean, I was shocked when a lot of people begin to brag about, oh, what happened, talk about this book and all that. This report is not even a book. It's a report, maybe 80 pages or what. It's a research that they have made it, and it's also an archive now that everybody would look back as, a reference to, if anything, they want to write the history about South Sudan or anything, like a referential, report about the anthropology of the country and also the massacres that's happening. And in that term, when they were talking about her, and then Alda Joe was undermining her, it really showed me something, that the Jing Council up to this moment, they're not even taking responsibility, because now they claim they represent, Dinka welfare, as like they're trying to protect the Dinka community and trying to make sure that everything that they do is doing it for the betterment of Dinka. But in reality, if they're doing it for betterment, why are they creating this mishap? I mean, this chaos that is going on in the country. Even up to this moment, they are not even able to put some real, points that there is something going on in South Sudan, that this is a tribalism, and this regime have failed, and Kir must go. We never hear that. If they even say it, they would say it just in a, this is not us, it's the people. And at the same time, they're also manipulating the politics. So I won't go far on that, but I want to say, as the community of Dinka, I know people now are more focused on why Equatorians are separating. And I'll say this: Equatorians are not separating only because of Dinka, because Dinka has nothing to do with that only alone. I would say that Dinka, yes, is part, but it's not only alone. But I see the cultural difference between us and the Upper Nile and Bahar Ghazal is big. And I'll tell you why. Going back to the history of the Upper Nile, most of Dinka, they claim that Sudan belonged to them, Khartoum. Okay, we understand that. Then in Upper Nile, there is territories now you are fighting each other with the Shuluk, with the other tribes there in Upper Nile, and then you go back to Bahar Ghazal, you're claiming territories, and then people are beginning to get irritated. These land occupations or land grabbing is going on is always based on like our community as Dinka, we own this land. And then the other community say, no, it's not yours. And the same thing now it happened to Equatoria, like in the Mahdi land and others, and the renaming of our land. Even that lady have put it in her report there is a demographic change.
So,
And this is
um, brother, I don't know your
Odysseus.
name. It's unfortunate. Huh?
Odysseus, yeah. Odysseus
Odysseus.
or Ethica, yeah.
Okay, Odysseus. It is unfortunate. In reality, is nobody is against the separation of Equatoria. It is your given freedom. I'm here in the United States. There are separatists. It is a given freedom. It's your freedom to say that. It's not a problem. It's not a crime. Maybe you have a reason why you want to be separate. But at the end of the day, it is general public. It is a general population that decided. So as a Dinka, I don't have a problem with your opinion saying, and the fact is, I don't want to dwell with that book because not a book, whatever it is, that report is the one actually causing the most in Clubhouse, is the one actually causing the most of the hatred. Because here is the facts.
Mhm.
The fact is, if that book saying Dinka has a tribe, are they dwelling? Are they doing well?
You say what again? Sorry, pardon me.
Dinka as a tribe, are they doing well? Probably not. They have not mentioned that. But the thing is, Dinka are suffering than another tribe in South Sudan. So to make the issues of South Sudan as a Dinka problem, this is where it's not taking us anywhere. Because there are certain things that each tribe, not all of us, not all of us at 64
Mr.
tribes.
Peter, can I
One second,
excuse?
one second, Abia.
I just want to go.
Yes, I'll let go 1 second. Maybe there are individuals that did things to different tribes, but if we keep pointing that it's done because of that community, it's not taking us anywhere. But if we stick as a South Sudanese, okay, here is the issues. It's not about that tribe. It's about how is the nation governed. We can go about, okay, how do we go about governing the nation to avoid all this tribal section? So this is the whole thing about my show here,
I
because
respect it. I respect
I
what you think. Yeah.
yeah because I don't want to cite that particular issues of Dr. Carroll publication as because
Yeah, neither do I.
after
Yeah.
all, regardless whether you want to separate from Sudan or we are all still going to be there as a South Sudanese, no matter what. And your opinion is okay. But the thing that's not okay is we are rotated because it's 16 years now since we
Mm-hmm.
are actually starting from autonomy government
Mm-hmm.
up to this day. It's 16 years. But if we circulating this Equatoria they always do this, Dinka they do this, is not taken. We have to come up with a different thinking, a different ideology.
Okay.
Anyway, I appreciate your opinion, um, and I like the fact that you come out and say your opinion.
I just want
That's
to
fine.
add something, if you don't mind, just a quick note on this, because
Go ahead.
you said Dinka are suffering also. Um, well, Equatorians, during the time when we became a nation, and you said 16 years, I would say this: most of the power is in the hand of the Dinka community. When you talk from the top to the bottom, let's be honest with ourselves: who are in control of the government, in the military, in the decision making, in the constitution making? It's all Dinka, right? Regardless how you say yourself, even America. Okay, I don't know where you live in America or where I live in America, and I can tell you one thing:
I
in
live in
America, there is even
America.
white people who are also poor, but they don't compare their suffering with the African American. When I say this, why? Because African American were brought as slaves, they were abused, and up to this moment, they're deprived from their right. Comparing it to that with the white people who are, either by choice or either by neglect.
Brother,
So what is
I would respectfully disagree with you that an example. There is
let,
no
mhm.
one particular tribe or a region in South Sudan that has been enslaved by the other tribe. And
I'm not saying no. Don't
that's the
misquote me.
argument that take us to
Hold on.
nowhere.
Don't misquote me, brother. What I'm trying to say here, the way how I'm trying to get you closer to the understanding of the suffering. There is a lot of white people who are poor. Even the term white trash, they call them. Those people who are now supporters of Trump, who are using Trump because Trump is telling them we, the white people, are losing our ground because we are supposed to be the one. Even the racism of recently showed up so extreme because they remind them that you guys are the ones supposed to lead because this country belongs to you. You're the leaders. And it's not actually, if you look at it, that was not the fault of anybody else who are foreign. Of course, I don't want to get to the American side, but I'm talking about us as
Mhm.
Equatorians and Dinkas. The Dinka tribe, they had the power even when they came to Juba, because right now we have an occupation happening. We have a lot of community of Dinka who are entering as refugee to every area in Equator, even to Namole, to Mangala, to another areas in east and west and central. I mean, these places they are occupying, and they also claim they are suffering. And then the Equatorian who are suffering, they are chased away from the land. So you want to compare our suffering, the one who are taken away from the land so they can replace somebody else from your own community in our home, and tell me that no, we are all suffering. When I'm no longer in my home, I cannot even come back because recently there's something happened that these guys, they want to come back from Uganda. The regime said, no, you cannot come back. They did something there to terrorize them to get back. So this is a fact. My brother, we're talking about fact. We're not talking opinion. And when we talk about Equatorian trying to self-determine, that's not an opinion. That's a decision by the people. We're only waiting for the right time to make it happen. But what I'm saying is that the community of Dinka need to kind of like investigate themselves, in their conscience, and say, why people always complain about us. It's not hate. And I don't agree with any hate speech. I'll definitely stand with anybody who said that hate speech is wrong. And I agree with you that hate speech is wrong. And I don't encourage that. But sadly, we have people in our communities will use these languages. I even seen in Clubhouse some of the young Dinka, youth who are, supposed to be academically, fortunate. They are not even respectful to the others. They begin to use, foul languages, like, and begin to say that we are masters, we are born to, like, they use those language that create the anger among the others. Like our people, even in Equatoria, are so upset when they hear that. They say, you know what? We decide to make a war. If this is what it is, it's not like making war, but they're saying that, okay, now you show your true color. And imagine, these are the young men and women who live in the West, and they're from the community of Dinka. They're supposed to be wise enough to help the Dinka over there who are fighting in a tribal mindset that we have to fight and defeat other tribe because this tribe is not ours. And even the fight of 2013 was based on what happened in 1991, because even Kir himself spoke out. And yet I never seen the Dinka intellectual come out and condemn Kir. Why you compare 1991 with 2013? Because this crime happened. You know, yes, people died in 1991. We don't
anyway,
condemn. We don't deny that 1991 happened. But you, as a leader, when you lead a country, you cannot, because you are now responsible to all these tribes. You are like a father to them. But he did not do it like a father. Instead, he began to wage revenge war, and now he created war in Equatoria. And now Equatorians are in a decision that after we analyze everything, we cannot come to a conclusion. We cannot come to a satisfaction that we can be together. Even I disagree with opposition. I'll be honest with you. Opposition even believe in the unity. For me, I don't see the opposition are gonna make any impact, because I see the opposition are the same as the regime. Everyone is trying to manipulate us, and we Equatorians are the victims of all this. And I tell you, trust me, brother, I would love. I mean, I'm sorry I came in a late time, but if there is another time, maybe we can come and sit down. We can talk about this, and I appreciate your hospitality and hosting me so much. You know, I know you have a lot to want to ask me, and I can listen to it, and I'll put it back, maybe a note next time. If you can give me a chance later now, or maybe later, we can talk. I know you guys have been here for a while, but I really appreciate the hosting me. Getting me as a guest here for this moment. Thank you so much.
Anyway, thank you for coming out. And your opinion is your opinion. If that is equatorial decision, that's fine. It's not. That's not main of my goal. My goal is to take out the fact that we know we have to point finger at each other, thinking that's going to solve the problem of South Sudan, which is not actually the case. And thank you. Hopefully, I will see you next time.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Before I end it, Bull, let me bring you up, Coach. It's your turn. Unmute yourself, please.
Brother Peter, can I excuse myself, please?
Oh, yes, if you
Okay,
can.
thank you. Good night, everybody. Brother Disa and Brother Charles, good night.
Good
Coach,
night.
good night. And Peter, see you next time.
Thank you, brother.
Good night.
Yeah. Coach, you okay?
Uh,
Go ahead.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Peter. And Chief General Ambassador. I don't know which one will come first, because there's General Ambassador. Anyway, these are all your titles, of which you cannot subject to it. Thank you, my brother, also from Equatorial Free Forums. Actually, I just wanted to put some points, though I have not been invited as one of the guests. But I have voluntarily invited myself to the show,
It's an open
because
forum.
I'm also a concerned citizen of South Sudan who is living currently. Yeah, who is living currently in South Sudan, and it's also good to also share your ideas and also add some few words when there's something that has come up like this. Actually, my brother, this is strictly to Charles, and I'm not seeing him. I don't know whether he has locked out. And
It's not
my
on the
point goes to
screen,
him.
but I'm sure he's listening.
Okay, my point goes to him. Mr. Charlie, these songs don't belong to all of us. Doesn't belong to Equatorian, to Dinka, or to Nuer or Chuluk. Belongs to all 64 tribes. And we have to use the language of peace, a language of unity, a language of calling yourself a South Sudanese, not an Equatorian. Let me give you an example. I'm a Dinka, and my mother, she's an Equatorian. See, from Juba, from Nyangwara. You see, so I'm a mixed blood, of which this is also should be also taken as a separate also to other people, that the South Sudan doesn't belong to one tribe. Let me come to the issue of JCE. Me myself, I was opposing it at some time back, but coming to realize that the other committees also, different committees also have their committees, they also have their forums where they sit down and discuss the issues. I came to realize also that it is also important for JCE to have their community leaders. Coming to the land grabbing in Juba, where the big problem is, this all incitement doesn't come from Bari and Nyangwara, who are the owners of Juba County. No, the incitement comes from Kakwas, Pajulus, and Kuku. You see, who are not even the real owners of Juba. Okay, let's go back to the history of South Sudan. We have places like Atalabara. We have places like Rujal Mafi in Juba. They were named by Arabs. We have Ajalaba. These places were all named by Arab. When Dinka and Nuer Din came to Juba, you people kept quiet. All these places were names, and you never complained of any names. You see, you were staying with them peacefully. We don't have
Brother
problem.
Queen,
Now
brother
coming now,
Queen,
there are places like Jebel Dinka. You are talking with Jebel Dinka. That one I cannot tell you. So let's make Juba as ours. I'm finalizing it. Let's make Juba as ours, not only for Equatorian. As also as we think, we also have one problem. The system is not in play. This is one thing I need to also say it clearly. Suppose the government need to ask from the community, from the Bari. Bari, we are here in Juba. Allocate these places for us. The Bari committee will now allocate the places to the government. Sit here, sit here, sit here. Not governments allocating plots now to the people. It is true that you should not come to my place like today. I'm from Yerul. You come to Yerul as a Equatorian. Come and name my place with your names. That comes from you from Equatorian? I will not be happy. It is true. I will not be happy. But there are some steps you have to take also to complain. I know. This also moving of cattle also to Equatorian land is not advisable. It is not good because also Equatorian are South Sudanese and they have right to complain. But the right and the farmers, the right is that you don't have to complain and say we are leaving South Sudan. We are dividing South Sudan. Our fathers died in Equatorian land. Your fathers Equatorian died in Dinka land. Now, where do you want to go after we have gained independence? Where do you want to go? To Uganda or where? That thing will not happen. This one. Two, if there is anything that is happening in South Sudan, as a citizen, we have to complain. It's our right to complain to Sulfur. Though we have been threatened, if you complain, if you share your ideas, you will be threatening. You'll be threatened by the government because you are Equatorian or because you are Dinka or because there's no one in the powers, which is not right. But still, we have to complain. We have to share our ideas to government. This is what we think as youth of these days. What you are doing as people in the government is not correct. Let's do this and let's do this and let's do this. You see, that's the best thing. Your points are good, and I cannot subject you to a point. These are your ideas, but we also need to look into also negative parts of insulting other tribes. This is not a tribalist problem. This is a problem of the system in the governance. You see, the system in the government is not that organized. How do we fix it? This is the question. How do we fix it? We don't fix it when we defect from the government. No, we fix it when we share our ideas. When we give our ideas to the government, to the officials, to the government officials. We give ideas to them. To your own uncle, tell your uncle, this is what I think is best for the country. You see, the same thing to me. The same thing to everyone. We share ideas to our uncles we believe they can understand us, and then they will go and talk to Kir. You see, this is the best way. Assuming today President go today, we give this chance to Nuer or we give this chance to Equatorian, of which I know Equatorian will not accept. If they're given that chance to lead the country, they will not accept simply because if the Dinkas and the Nuer are doing the same thing to Equatorian in powers, do you think South Sudan will be South Sudan? It will not be South Sudan. You see, so let's not talk about Dinka, but let's talk about those one in powers which are not doing the correct thing. This is what I can say. Thank you so much, Peter, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, brother Akwet. Charlotte, I'm gonna give you a chance, a minute and a half. That means 1 minute and that means a 90 second. That way, I have to work up in 2 hours. So there is your chance. Go ahead, buddy.
You're not fair to me. You know, the cockroach they will dish,
You already spoken, so
I didn't spoke anything. You are cutting me anyway. 1 minute is okay. Whatever. So, thank you for the opportunity again. And the Aldo Ajou his speech. They did a mistake.
brothers.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Tell people that call
Okay.
you or put your phone on silent not to call you. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I put on silent, I don't think they can hear here. Yes, maybe. Yeah. So it also brought some truth out on the commitment of the genocide and the people that he said they know people who kill people. You know, if the JC are taken for investigation, I think they will produce people who commit the crimes, and that's the good part of it. To those people who are just thinking about Dinka, people are generalizing. People are not generalizing. Dinka are the beneficiaries of the JC policy. The Dinka have to accept that they did wrong. They have to go back where they come from peacefully. Why you want people to fight? You have your own land. Why you don't just walk, pack your things and go? Then, you know, freedom of movement does not mean that you have to move the whole village to one of the cities. Where in America, you can move the whole cows, the whole thing. You go to another city, you know, and then close their borders. And when the citizens want to come back, say, no, don't come back here. This is a behavior don't want. South Sudan will never unite if we continue to discriminate. People are talking, oh, 64 tribe. Are you not hurting other tribes that are out of this 64? Are you really, do you meant of unity? Or you are trying to say those tribes can you form their own resistance movement and or maybe their own country, since they are not part and parcel of South Sudan? People should always, you know, when you don't know anything, you better not say a number or say anything. They are not constitutional. They are no, you cannot find them anywhere in the Constitution of the Republic of South Sudan. Whether the transitional constitution as amended is not there. The things that hard divide the people, don't talk about it. The more you talk about it, the more it divides people more. The more it creates, you know, resistance. You know, for us as Equatorians, we're opting for separation, and we want to live equatorial borders peacefully, equatorial land peacefully. We don't want to fight anybody. We are not here for fighting. We are just saying go peacefully. We want to develop our land. We want to bring back our refugees. We want to bring back our internal displaced person to be free in our own land. We want to farm. We want to make agriculture so that we can feed our neighboring Dinkas and people from Upper Nile and Barghazal. You know,
which will not
so
happen
that
in
we
South
can get
Sudan.
money there. Okay, I was not cutting you when you are talking. Okay, Akuchi Tazatu ma Dinka. You are not Dinka. Azole ma Dinka. Beshotu Gibelde, Peter is not a Dinka.
Charlie.
So you see, these are the people who are lying to people in the public. You know.
All right. Thank you, brother Charlie Poo, the whatever chief general, whatever.
So what we are saying that peacefully, thank you. Good night, brother. We stand for justice, equality, and prosperity for all, and for next year maybe. You know, hopefully you guys, your Lake State media will, you know, promote, talk to Dinka to live Equatoria peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 minute, Odyssey. I'm gonna give you 1 minute last word, and
Thank you.
I will have my last word for the show.
Thank you. Thank you. I will be brief, hopefully. Just to respond to brother and welcome, Uncle Charles, brother Charles. You know, I'm really proud of you standing for the freedom of Greater Equatoria. This is the way forward. We are one people. For my brother, he mentioned something here like we got to come together and everybody moving around. Let me just put this. Let them debunk this. Or may I debunk this kind of point here? First of all, we are tribes. If the brother or the gentleman, I can't now know his name, Akok. When he's talking about that this land, like everybody have the right to go anywhere, and Juba must be like a capital that unite us. Listen, Juba, before you know, even any tribe from the Upper Nile came in or the Bahr Ghazal, Juba was already a territory that people have been there before. The only thing that made these people leave the territory of Juba was the war. Remember, this 22 years war made a lot of people exile Juba. There's some people even went to Egypt, through Sudan, Khartoum. Some people went to Uganda, Kenya, and some of them ended up in America. Some of them returned back, or they did not return. They stayed in Sudan or other camps. So what I'm trying to say, these lands belong to the tribes of these areas. You know, we respect, like, before you even talk about the land belong to the government or the people, can move everywhere. You have to remember this is a tribal land, Africa in general, not just our territory, because these tribes, they know their territorial, map. But what happened is the colonialists played a role, and also even the Khartoum regime, before we separated, played a role where they even divided South Sudan into 10 states. Before that, it was three region. And I believe the three region is the best way. I know somebody else mentioned that three region is not acceptable, and he will not allow it. And I say, for us Equatorian, we already are united on the idea that we are a region of our own. So the same thing the Upper Nile need to. And if you want to talk about unity, let them start in Upper Nile, the unity. Dinka need to reconcile with the other tribes in Upper Nile and come back to to understanding that they are one people. The same thing in Bahar Ghazal, the Dinka who are in Bahar Ghazal to reunite and then also understand that they are one people. But if this thing do not happen, then let them not expect Equatoria will ever succumb to the idea that we are going to be one nation. This is my point to the brother who just talked earlier. Like, he's trying to give a message that we all have to come together. It's not easy. You can say it, but it's not that hard. It's not easy because he got the chance when we voted for a nation. Remember, everybody was happy to have South Sudan as a nation. But this is the day that people begin to regret because they saw the betrayal and the abuse, and it was a tribal abuse. Unfortunately, I can't go far because time. I want to respect our brother, Mr. Peter. Thank you so much for giving me the chance. I'm, glad to be here, but next time I'll be coming to maybe add some points there. Thank you so much, brother.
Thank you for tuning in.
Can you add something before you go, my brother?
You say what?
I just want to add something before you go.
Quick, 30 seconds. I'm running out of time. 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you so much. My brother, what I just wanted to say is this. I like the way you talk because you're not that too emotional, which is so nice because it's also good to be confident when you're talking and when you're also giving your points out. What I wanted to say is this. I thought you people will say it, the government has to move the capital city to another state, which is the best option. You see, but if you are putting it like we need to be different country, the Equatoria has to be a different country, not part of South Sudan. The South Sudan that we liberated all of us, including your uncle, including or maybe your father, who have suffered in South Sudan for 21 years, it will be very difficult. You see, so I'm like putting it in a point of saying maybe you can move the capital city to Ramshell, which is fine with us. We don't have problem because we'll never chase you away from Ramshell. It's okay. The land is big. We don't own any land. We know the land belongs to the government. You will be welcome. You'll be located. Stay in and then enjoy the rights of being a South Sudanese. But putting it in a way that Equatorial has to be a different country, it will not work. This one. Two, the truth is that all the Dinkas, the cultures that have been moved to Equatorial land has to be taken back to either Jongule or to Lakes. This is the second point of which we can do. The government has to do that. You see, this is two. Three, moving of cattle within the Juba city is not good. Leave alone Equatorians. Even as Dinka, we are not happy with that. It needs to be moved somewhere. We don't have a problem with that. This is another thing. Four,
I don't want to take long, but I can. Yes, sir, because we have to give time to Mr. Peter. Thank you, Peter, for your patience. I know, but go ahead.
Okay.
I just, if I could answer you in a quick way, but yeah.
Thank you so much. That's just what I wanted, Peter. Thank you so much, and I will just stop from there. We'll meet next time.
Okay.
Gentlemen, thank you for
Yes,
tuning in to Lagos State Media. I appreciate your participation. At this time, I will have my last word. As I host this show, the whole point as a South Sudanese is that we don't want to create a situation where a hate speech and unending cycle of arguments continue. We have a government of national unity or a transitional government that if I have a problem, if I don't like how the government is doing things, I would rather point the finger to the government, not only Madi tribe, not only Dinka tribe, and so forth. I am sorry that my topic today, at the end of it, went in different direction, become an how Equatorian want to have a separatists and other land and issue. Um, for those of Equatoria, if you want me to host you, talk about these issues maybe next time. But I hope as we are approaching to a new year, we as the South Sudanese will unite as one voice. If our government is not doing well, it is our right as a citizen to say, yes, you have to do this to make it work. It will be less effective if we start keep, like I said, it has been 15, 16 years as including an autonomy of Southern Sudan and after independence. So it is the same conversation. Is it Nuer? Is it Dinka? Is it Equatoria who had these issues? So please, for those of you who have took a Dr. Caro in a clubhouse to enroot it and seed the hatred, please keep that aside. Make it at a spot. If you think there was issues with Young Council of Elders, now we have a transition government of unity where Young Council of Elders, they don't have an influence. If you think they still have an influence, come tell Genovese and point it out. The reason why I am kind of too opposition on a Clubhouse is Clubhouse, those particular people who are discussing that issues, regardless whether it is a good or bad issue, are the one knows what's going on. But the general public, as a Sudanese, they don't know. They don't know. If you bring it out here on social media, the general public are actually, it's the public court of law. But if only those who have knows what we are talking about in the Clubhouse, please. I really appreciate for those who have been here with me for 6.5 hours. I'm saying I'll just from bottom of my heart and from all of us here at Lake State Media, I want to say thank you. Keep tuning in. I don't care whether you don't like the government of South Sudan. I don't care whether you come from Taposa. I don't care whether you are from Afanai. I don't care whether you're from Barkazal or Equatoria. I don't care what your political ideology is. I don't really care. All I care is let you and the rest of Junubin have a conversation together as a society and as a nation. That way we will have a better understanding. With that being said, I'll say happy holidays, Merry Christmas to you and your family. And from bottom of my heart and all of us at Listen Media, I want to say thank you, good night, good morning, wherever you are. Until next time, I will see you guys. Good night.
It's your boy Young Ajou that thing. Control like stand and punch it America. Banyi doll, ban control like stand and punch it America. Banyi doll, ban walk on the lake and carry water no watching. Oga level like gear, pow, garay lake. Panda with ya punch it America. Banyi doll, ban no chingatonga pandon kujura by a check out. Papu panda juru what ya be. Panchira America, Panjija Dwala, Panapan Pantalek,